Hi, I am Kalpana Singh and I am extremely privileged to welcome you all in the yet another edition of the CXO Global Security Summit and Awards 2022. In the aftermath of the pandemic, as boundaries between remote workplaces and offices have eroded, cyber attackers are discovering new ways to intrude and misuse sensitive information, both personal and corporate. Concurrently, while automation and digitization have presented infinite growth opportunities, they have also widened the technological surface for cyber attackers to exploit. More than 11.5 lakh incidents of cyber attacks were tracked and reported to India's Computer Emergency Response Team in 2021. According to official estimates, ransomware attacks have increased by 120% in India. Power companies, oil and gas majors, telecom vendors, restaurants and chains, and even diagnostic labs have been the victim of cyber attacks. However, every crisis has a silver lining, and for the pandemic, it has been the accelerated adoption of digital solutions across enterprises and governments. Decades worth of digital transformation has taken place in the last 2 years, and India's technology industry has emerged as the preferred digital solution partner with cybersecurity as a key growth vertical. Cybersecurity is now a boardroom agenda and offers tremendous opportunities for India's tech industry to build innovative solutions and services. This boardroom focus has enabled India's cybersecurity industry to nearly double in size amid the pandemic, with revenues from cybersecurity products and services growing from $5.04 billion in 2019 to $9.85 billion in 2021, according to the Data Security Council of India report. This service industry grew from $4.3 billion in 2019 to $8.48 billion in 2021 at a CAGR of 40.33%. The product industry grew from $740 million in 2019 to reach $1.37 billion in 2021 at a CAGR of 36.49%. At the same time, India's cybersecurity workforce swelled from 110,000 employees in 2019 to 218,000 in 2021, even as talent shortages remain. But it is not just large suppliers or brands that are driving the industry's growth momentum. India's cybersecurity startup and product industry also saw robust growth, ranking in revenues worth Rs 1.37 billion. As a stronghold for IT services, India's cybersecurity market is dominated by security services, where services companies are leveraging their global expertise and experience in offering transformational and platform-based services. They have also expanded their global presence and set up security operations sectors, cyber defense centers, and R&D centers across the globe to serve their clients better. According to Data Security Council of India, global customers account for 80 to 85% of security services revenue, with Europe and US being the most lucrative markets. Thanks to the stringent regulation, higher security awareness, and bigger cybersecurity budgets. In addition, the two markets have more legacy technology being revamped and upscaled, driving more spending primarily in banking, manufacturing, energy, travel, and transportation. With several recent incidents of data breach, India's cybersecurity market so far proves the robust demand. But is the country ready to meet this demand and is preparing a cybersecurity workforce for the unforeseen cyber future? Around 3.5 million jobs in the cybersecurity space was estimated to be unfilled by the end of 2021. Further, recent global events have shown that innovation is essential for enterprises to survive and flourish. But accelerating digital innovation brings new complexity and risk. In the current scenario, organizations have to anticipate new cybersecurity threats, deal with disruptive technologies, and build resilience in a world where anything seems possible. The second edition of this Global Security Summit will be centered around strategic innovation in the war against cyber attacks, while focusing on global security topics such as fraud and breach prevention, zero trust security, connected devices, and on many key industry verticals such as BFSI, government, retail, logistics, energy, and healthcare. With these thoughts, I welcome all of you again with a firm belief that you will find the sessions knowledgeable and binding enough. I would also expect all of you to take some time out to fill the feedback form to help us improve the event further and make it more interesting for the audience. Thank you so much.
Welcome everyone to the CXO Global Information Security Summit. I hope you guys are doing very well. I'm glad to be in the company of so many CXOs today. My name is Akhilesh Tuteja, and I am the global leader for KPMG's cybersecurity business. I have the privilege of working with many of you and many friends like you for nearly 3 decades. I've also had the opportunity to work in nearly 40 countries and learn from some of the wonderful clients I've worked with. In my role, I do talk to a lot of board members, a lot of senior executives, and not to mention all of you. I have several CXO friends, and many of them are chief security officers. Let me just share with you a very interesting story, which I just came across in my life. The story goes back a few months. And I was having a nice cup of coffee with one of my best friends who's a chief security officer for a very large global corporation. He's very happy when we start the meeting, but by the time we are into that, what they call the third shot of caffeine, he turns his face. He looks at me and says, Akhilesh, I can't tell you what I'm going through these days. It just doesn't feel good. It seems like that the whole world has come crashing. And I say, why do you think so? And he says, there are several reasons. My life is very bad. Number one, nobody thanks me. I do the most thankless job on this planet. And two, people who work for me, I'm really struggling to keep them. They all want to leave because they've got great offers. They get paid more money. They get to work in better environment. They all love me, but they say, hey, what do? I've got a better job. I'm also struggling to keep up with threats. As you know, the attackers these days, they are so advanced, they're so difficult to predict. That's really, really hard for my job. And the fourth, my boss expects me to work 24/7. I need to be available. I can't switch off my mobile phone. You never know when the next threat is going to come from. And to make it all worse, my spouse has given me notice. She no longer wants to work with me. She says, you got to choose. Do you want to be the CISO for this large global corporation and take pride in it? Or you want to be part of my family? You tell me, what do I do? And interestingly, I do have another job offer, which pays me 30% more than what I'm getting. But I'm not tempted because all the 5 reasons I told you here are going to be the same there too. So I'll just get paid more to be exploited more. I looked at him and I said, yeah, maybe that's a reality. The role of a CISO is quite hard. And I'm sure each one of you are reflecting in the same way that, yeah, I kind of lived the life of Akhilesh's friend. And I told him that maybe I don't disagree with you. This is how the role of CISOs are. They're expected to do many things. But why don't we meet again? I'll think about how we can make your life better. And let's meet up for coffee again tomorrow. The day ends, I'm still struggling because all the reasons which I heard from my friend were quite relevant. But I went and I said, okay, I need to go and find another reason. So next day we meet for the same coffee shop again. And here we are talking. And this time I am in control. I'm not listening, but I'm actually sharing. And I'm sharing the perspective which I learned from all of you. So the first one I told him, I said that, do you think that there are less people to do your job than needed on this planet? He said, of course. There are definitely less CISOs than we need. The world requires more and more CISOs, and we don't have enough. And that's the reason my people are leaving. So I said, that's a good job. That's the first good thing, that your job is in demand. There is more demand of your job than supply. Imagine if the life was the other way around? If there were less jobs and more people, would you feel happier? And he says, yeah, I didn't think of it that way. I said, yeah, you should feel better that you're in a great place, that there are less people than the jobs available. So you are in demand. You should feel good about it. You at least have a job and possibly another job which pays you 30%. Makes you feel better, right? And the second is that, do you think your job is difficult? He said, of course, my job is damn difficult. That's another reason you should be happy. Because if your job is difficult, that's the reason you get paid. And not only you get paid, but you actually get the satisfaction. If your job wasn't difficult, a monkey could do. Would you like to do a monkey's job? Of course not. So the fact that your job is tough is a good news, because doing tough job is what makes us all human and evolve. And let me tell you the third thing. According to me, when I think about it and I go back and I slept with all your concerns, I felt like you are goddess Durga to me. You can do so many things all at the same time. And he says, no, Akhilesh, you are not making sense this time. Tell me more. And I said, okay, what does the CFO in your company does? He said, the CFO manages finances. I said, what does the HR guy do? He manages people. What does an operations person do? He manages operation. I said, what do you do? He said, I do many things. I said, number one, you manage people, because you're struggling to keep your people. So you are doing a good job of an HR manager if you're keeping them together. And when all of these vendors come and tell you, saying that these are the 100 shiny toys which have come into the market since you bought one last quarter, you got to make a choice saying that which of these top 100 tools which you're going to buy, because you can't afford to buy all 100 things. You possibly will buy one or two. The ability with which you make the decision of where to invest, because you've got huge choices and very little budget. You're doing the job of a good investment manager. And every time you have to write that business case to make sure that the threat which you are protecting your company against, I think you're doing a good finance job too there. And every time you're struggling to keep up with that GDPR or the privacy restriction, all that, don't you feel like that you're looking like a chief legal officer there? Of course I am, because I'm dealing with the regulation, which typically folks in the legal department and others do. And aren't you dealing with the real hackers which bring the businesses down? Yes, I'm a warrior. I fight with them. So how are you doing 7 jobs in one role? I think you must be learning every single day. And that made my friend look like saying, not only he's doing a job which is worth doing and not being done by a monkey, it's a job which making him learn every single day. And actually my pitch doesn't end there. My pitch goes on further. The times are out and the times are over when the job of a CISO was to protect an organization from just risk. I think CISOs of today and all of you today actually create humongous value to the corporation and not just reduce risk. And I think it's very important for you to recognize that. In the digital era, the most important currency is digital trust. And what makes or breaks a digital trust is a cyber attack, is something not working the way it should be working. As KPMG, we do a global CEO survey every year. And for the 6 years in a row, the global CEOs are coming and telling us, saying, hey, the biggest factor which could halt the growth and profitability of an organization is cybersecurity. Cybersecurity has remained the top 5 factors which is impacting the growth for the CEOs around the world. So if you look at it in the past, our jobs must have been to make sure that we protect ourselves against the threats, but it is now to actually create value. 2/3 of the CEOs which we survey also tell us that a good cybersecurity makes them feel stronger, more confident, and exploit more power of digital technology. So in today's world, digital technologies need trust. They need, because you can't identify an individual other than their digital identities. And what makes it easier to identify digital identities is a good cybersecurity. Another thing which I will tell you is that most corporations which invest tons of money on creating digital transformation, connecting to their customers, contactless payment, all of that, they invest a lot of money in creating a great customer experience. And if you didn't build in a good cybersecurity in that customer experience can go away completely. So a good cybersecurity expert actually enables an organization to go faster on digital and also create a great digital experience. And that's the power. So in today's time, a CISO is no longer just reducing the risk, is no longer just making sure that the regulations are complied with, is actually increasing the trust of an organization so that they can deal with their customers with the same amount of confidence as they did in physical era. And that was the point at which I stopped. And it was my time to learn and listen from my friend who yesterday was crying, saying how bad job was. And he turned around and says, hey, I could change the job. I could get paid a little bit more, but I think I feel happy here. My job has a bigger meaning than I ever had. And I want to tell you guys, not that I wanted to preach here, this is the thing which I live every single day. We are all protector of our organization's assets. But more importantly, what we are the person which upholds the trust in the ecosystem. A good cybersecurity implementation can create so much trust. So as the CISO's role has evolved from just being a protection of an organization's asset or just complying with the risk and regulation, is about how do we create trust in the ecosystem so that people can really trust us and do more with us. I'll give one last example before I close. Is that imagine when you order Uber and somebody shows up with 4.7 star rating driver, you feel good about traveling with her or him. But imagine if the same person came with 2.5 stars. How would you feel? Now you just trust not the individual because you've never met that person. You trust that 4.7 star. How does that 4.7 star come into the picture? Through digital ecosystem. How do you make sure that that 4.7 star is not tempered with? The driver hasn't created his own score. So the technology makes sure that there's an enough and good cybersecurity implementation. Make sure that when the person who's driving the car sitting behind the wheel is the same person which thousands of people have rated to be a 5-star person. That is the kind of trust which we all create into the ecosystem. So with that, I feel proud to be part of the community. I feel delighted to be part of all of your lives, to be able to make that small difference and make our organizations grow. With that, I wish you all the best for the wonderful conference. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, I wish you well in this pandemic. I'm the current president of the ISACA Singapore chapter and the current chair of the OT-ISAC Executive Committee. ISACA is a non-profit association that provides thought leadership in governance, risk, cybersecurity, audit, and privacy. OT-ISAC is a non-profit association as well that provides community-based threat intelligence and cybersecurity best practices through information sharing analysis. Thank you again for having me to present the keynote at this summit. In the next 10 to 15 minutes, I'm going to share from my experience as a global CISO, how strategies can be aligned to business priorities and what does digital innovation mean to security, where the disconnect is. One needs to change both tactically and strategically to build a cyber resilient organization. This keynote sets the tone for the board room agenda, how to get a buy-in from the CEO and the board to invest in the resources you require, what should the board expect to understand about cybersecurity, and what it can do to eliminate obstacles that prevent organizations from developing a culture of proactive security. But before I begin, just want to highlight the usual disclaimer that the views and opinions expressed in this presentation are entirely my own and do not necessarily reflect the official position of any organization. Without further ado, now, who do you think is in the driver's seat? Who do you think is giving instructions and directions in the passenger's seat? Who is the vehicle commander? As a CISO, you are in the driver's seat taking instructions from the vehicle commander, which represents the CEO and the board. Good digital governance meant the roles and responsibilities of everyone in the car is clear. We are in this together, and we have skin in the game to avoid an incident and arrive at our destination. Taking the C-suite and board on the ride. We need to help them make risk-informed decisions. If any warning indicators crop up on the dashboard, we need to alert them so that all of us can arrive at our desired destination safely. 孙子上的 war applies in every adversarial situation. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the results of 100 battles. This can be applied to the pandemic and can be applied as well to the current cybersecurity threat landscape. The board needs to obtain assurance from the CISO team that threats are being adequately monitored and vulnerabilities are being adequately assessed. This comes in the form of adequate risk governance. The board needs risk reports that risks are timely identified, assessed, monitored, and managed. It is important to present news and understand insights on what works and what doesn't. For instance, why can't I simply pay the ransom? You may ask. The board may ask. How ransomware events have turned out have shown that repeat ransomware attacks hit 4 out of 5 victims who paid ransom, from repeat attacks to corrupted data and faulty decryption tools. If you have a proven track record for paying hackers, you will continue to be an excellent value proposition and a lucrative customer. You are the gift that never stops giving. In the case of Colonial Pipeline, it was given a decryption tool that does not work very well. It still suffered a week's disruption. The company may simply be better off relying on recovery from their backups if encrypted systems are the only consequence. And if you remember again our history lessons well, the NotPetya wiper worm attack in 2017 resulted in massive damages. Merck, one of the biggest pharmaceuticals, had it worse with damage claim of USD 1.3 billion upwards. They bought cyber insurance. Unfortunately, many insurance do not insure if it is regarded as an act of war. Recently, it was made known that it was a lengthy legal battle between the drug giants and its insurers. It was only until recently, 5 years later, that Merck was given a win over the legal battle. However, there may be appeals we do not know. If we regard cyber insurance as a panacea, exorbitant premiums aside, we need to think again. Exclusion clauses can be a rather dicey topic. The current geopolitical situation also doesn't help in giving us sufficient faith and putting our reliance in cyber insurance. It is indeed a tricky topic when it comes to transferring risk as part of enterprise overall risk treatment plan. As shared, payouts are an issue if the breach is regarded as an act of war. And the cost of cyber insurance increased 32% last year and increased even more this year. The quotation can be marked out within a couple of days. This is how volatile the situation has been. Complicating that, limits are being reduced. Even the largest cyber insurances, AXA, had to stop reimbursing ransom payments to abide by regulatory compliance, as paying ransom seems to be akin to abetting cybercrime. Anyone knows what happened immediately after AXA stopped reimbursing ransom payments? After they did so, they became a victim of the ransomware attack. Hackers became angry with the stoppage of funds. They were targeted. Operations were impacted. To sum it up, this made cyber insurance a less effective option of the overall risk treatment plan. Good cybersecurity governance is still the preferred risk treatment approach, right? And more recently, cyber insurance brokerage Leong was breached as well. This is a concern by many enterprise customers on the possibility of a data leak. A lot of sensitive company data and private details may be sold and put these companies and persons at higher risk of ransomware attacks, phishing attacks, account takeovers as well. And dealing with this new cybersecurity normal, perception at the topmost echelons are of utmost importance. Culture has to be driven from the top. Circling to the ISACA Singapore survey, we have indeed seen most of the respondents indicate that senior management is now more concerned with cyber risk issues. The risk culture embodies the kind of approach you take towards cybersecurity and incidents. With the new cybersecurity normal, the board must understand that we need to take an assumed breach mindset, not a matter of if but when incidents will happen. It's not about being 100% secure, but whether we can meet the enterprise risk appetite and ensure cyber resilience. And with supply chain 4.0, with convergence of IT and OT, engineers and cybersecurity professionals have to work closely together in OT cybersecurity as well. So it's not really about how more secure we are, but how closer we are to optimizing our risk to meet the enterprise risk appetite. So cybersecurity is just a means to an end. Cybersecurity is essentially about risk management. It's important for the board to understand their limitations to paying ransom and using cyber insurance as a means of risk transfer. There's a need to invest more heavily in operational and business resilience measures. The board needs to understand the inevitability of breach, share news about major companies being breached, understand investing in protection measures, but also investing in incident management as well as business continuity and recovery plans. Understand that the threat landscape is volatile. Managing digital risk is an ongoing journey. Maturity index may shift as risk evolves. What works yesterday may not work today. For instance, we move towards accelerated digital transformation, Industry 4.0. There may no longer be manual override and fallback. You may have to rely solely on DR, disaster recovery sites, and multi-cloud strategies as means to business continuity. Most CISOs are TISOs or Technical Information Security Officers who have climbed through the ranks from being an infrastructure or security engineer to where he is now. In the past, cybersecurity problems often relied on technical solutions, and the technical folks are heavily relied upon to solve cybersecurity issues. Life was easier then. IT was a silo. CIO is entrusted to fix cybersecurity issues in that silo. However, in this cybersecurity new normal where attacks are multifaceted, data is needed everywhere, digitalization impacts every aspect of the organization, RPA is used by every department. Therefore, we need all hands on deck. Cybersecurity is everyone's responsibility, and we need the cooperation and support from group legal, crisis comms team, corporate communications, and so forth. We need CISOs with stronger BISO or Business Information Security Officer mindsets to communicate with the business leaders. Folks who can speak the language of business resilience more than ever in this risk landscape where cybersecurity is a business resilience imperative. The ability to communicate risk in business terms and translate technical risk into business risk is key. Using analogies for illustrations is important. I use the cars and the ride in the beginning of my presentation, the role of the driver and the passenger. You can use the pandemic to illustrate the assumed breach. You can use the business must go on and the importance of detecting fast, containing fast, and recurring fast. You can use the face mask as illustration of zero trust. You don't trust anybody implicitly. You always wear your mask, whether you know the person next to you have COVID or not. Safety is often used to illustrate security. So using analogies help the board understand and appreciate technologies and approaches behind implementations and highlight the business and governance outcomes that can be achieved and how they impact the KRIs or key risk indicators. Make it easy for them to visualize. If you use technical jargon that confuses them and does not allow them to grasp the resultant governance or business outcomes, the buy-in cannot be easily achieved. As earlier shared, discussed in terms of business and governance outcomes, nowadays there is increased focus on ESG and sustainability. So describe how cybersecurity can support data governance and sustain business resilience. Discuss the business impact in terms of loss of revenue, in terms of loss of reputation and regulatory fines, as well as competitive advantage when it showcases a resilient by design architecture to its potential customers. One of the emerging risk trends is supply chain risk. Here is a list of questions that the board will likely ask about the increased supply chain attacks. And these are in turn the questions that CISOs and cyber teams have to answer. Ultimately, what the board is looking for is assurance that the CISOs and their cyber teams have done enough, not too much, not too little. And to give assurance, you need good key risk indicators like the alarms on your car's dashboard. You need lagging indicators for threat management, incident management, as well as leading indicators for vulnerability management and business continuity management. Ultimately, the board needs to understand and know the barometer, whether we are okay, whether we are not okay. And if not, what needs to be done. And the inputs of these key risk indicators are threat management data and vulnerability management data, as listed here. Extend this to the supply chain, right? Expect security ratings of your suppliers, expect assurance reports from your suppliers, expect your suppliers to have threat management, incident management, vulnerability management, and business continuity management scorecards as well. Finally, good risk culture starts from the top. SEC now requires board members to minimally understand cyber risk management and adopt a risk-based rather than a compliance-based mindset. Folks should not go through motion to complete a checklist, but really assess and manage the risk. Work with your HR to work out the ethos. It can be a mascot, it can be a slogan. What is your company's ethos and philosophy? Work cybersecurity into it. Allow for positive reinforcement of good cyber behavior. And this will encourage a positive culture to take root. It is my belief that we are only as strong as our ecosystem, and the only way to keep up with rising threats is to keep finding weaknesses in our own ideas. And the reason why it is important to connect with one another. I would love to hear from you, whether you agree and especially if you disagree and why. You may know something that I don't. I look forward to connecting and cross-sharing ideas, which is essentially what the community is about, to share and learn from one another. Not least, stay safe and secure. If there are questions, I'm happy to take them offline via LinkedIn messaging. Thank you.
A very warm welcome to such an esteemed conference, wherever in the country or abroad you are. This is really pertinent times from a cybersecurity perspective. COVID-19 has resulted in increased digitization across sectors. No matter how many people we meet, we always say that COVID is the single most catalyst enabler for increasing the digitization across sectors, with the enterprise security leaders suddenly finding themselves with multiple tasks securing a new hybrid workplace. Will we ever go back to those new normals again? I don't think so. I think this will become the new normal, right? The largest ever attack surface has been increasing. No industry is being spared if you read the newspapers. In the next 10-15 minutes, I'll like to talk about the trends that are talking about data proliferation, organizations struggling to handle the sheer volume of data that is being generated, and add on top of it the entire digital or the digitization piece, and you actually are seeing multiple new data lakes emerging. How do you secure those data lakes? What are the threats to the technologies that have come in, like the wearable devices which have come in during pandemic, on which you can actually monitor things like your oximeter, etc. And cyber criminals at the same time are getting more and more advanced. They are using different elements to gather attention, compromising millions of records, not only causing revenue losses, right? Revenue losses is something which you can probably still live with. But what about brand reputation? What about operational inefficiency? What about cost of rebuilding the entire network, right? And then, I think this entire decade, 2020s, would be the decade of digital trust, as not only the CISOs, but CISOs, CIOs, CTOs would expect cybersecurity to have a tremendous impact on the national critical infrastructure, right? And we've seen that organizations like NCI IPC have already come up with guidelines around protecting the national critical infrastructure. So ideally, organizations, CISOs should keep in mind the changing landscape, the lessons from the pandemic, right? We should not forget about what happened in the last 2 years. Talking to a very, very close CEO, and he said, Jaspreet, I told him that, sir, you have got about 1 main office, 4 regional offices, and about 10 branch offices in India. He said, Jaspreet, sorry, that is totally wrong. We've got about 15,000 offices in India, which means that every single employee working from home is an office. Now, who looks at home Wi-Fi security? Do you share Wi-Fi's, right? Then look at what are the key priorities that the CISOs in 2021, 22 are trying to make. Be it IDAM, be it cloud. About 5 years ago, you walk into board meetings and there would be a discussion on, should we go to the cloud? Should we not go to the cloud? What should we do? Is there a cost benefit analysis associated with moving to cloud? Or is there any data security, data privacy issues from a cloud perspective? And it has completely changed the time. Now you go to a board meeting and they talk about, hey, what will it take for me to move to the cloud? To data protection and to regulations. We've seen what the proposed data protection bill in India is doing, and which is similar to GDPR. And almost every organization across the globe every country across the globe is trying to come up with its own form of data protection. How do you deal with so many regulations perspective? Add to that the sector-based regulations like RBI coming up with their own regulations, or DOT from a telecom perspective coming in with their own regulations. I think the most important piece that organizations today would need to also look at is the great resignation that we are seeing. If there is so much shortage in the market, imagine what cyber security professionals would be going through. right? And organizations would need to look at all of this to actually achieve future-proof enterprise security. I would like to help people listening from various part of the calls by probably dividing this into 3 pieces. Let's look at now, next, and tomorrow. Now is something which I will do today, which is very, very pertinent from a 3-month perspective. Next is something which I would do from a 6-month to a 9th month perspective. And tomorrow is something which is like 18 months away, whether it is implementation or understanding about IDAM access management. Look at cloud. We spoke about data privacy, right? Do you know how many data privacy laws are there currently across the globe? We're talking about 72 laws. Imagine a company which is working in multiple geographies. What is the cost of compliance from a data privacy perspective? Add to it the entire piece around health, the entire health data that every organization today is in. I saw a very beautiful video, right, which said, how would life in 2030 look like? Life in 2030, and the video is available on YouTube, was very interesting. It says that to me to reach to office at 9 o'clock in the morning, I get up at 7 o'clock. I set an alarm for 7 o'clock. I set a timer on my car to reheat itself at about 8:30, and my gas station gets a notification that I'll be there by about 8:45. And so hence I set up my alarm accordingly. Then I get an email middle of the night saying the meeting's been moved by 1 hour. Automatically, all of these interconnected devices actually move the time accordingly. Now, what does it do? It enables any single bad vector or a hacker who's got access to this information to destroy my entire schedule. That's the power of IoT that we are talking about. Connected devices, connected vehicles, right? Imagine if any of such devices actually have a loophole. What will happen to the entire security of the entire city would come to a standstill. Another example, which I was very terrified when I saw the video, again available on a very popular channel, is somebody could hack into an air conditioning system used by an old couple in Germany. The temperature of that air conditioning system, whenever they were looking at the air conditioning's vault, was being changed by 2 degrees. Because of that, the male person suffered a heart attack. Imagine now with IoT connected air conditioning devices, where everything you can control by an app, from your TV remotes to your air conditioning remotes. What is the cost benefit analysis that we're doing from a digitization perspective to a cybersecurity perspective? As per one of the leading reports by Gartner, it actually takes more than 180 days to detect a cyber attack. Then how do we think that organizations today would have the sheer struggle to actually defend a cyber attack? So I think it's not a 1-day journey, it's not a 1-month journey, it's a journey in itself. You need to draw a clear-cut roadmap from a now, next to tomorrow perspective. But in the end, also make sure that cybersecurity has got a seat at the table, at the main board table, and they are part of each and every board initiative. Thank you. Looking forward to meeting all of you in this conference. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
This is Akshay Garkel, a partner and leader in cyber with Thornton, Bharat. And I would like to thank CXO News essentially to give us this opportunity in running this panel on OT and IT convergence. Of course, security with the Zero Trust framework. As we've seen today, the world has, going through a digital transformation in most of the spaces, most of the businesses, which include both the business, government, and also the entities of critical infrastructure and critical importance to infrastructure. We've also seen some of the success stories in terms of convenience, speed, accuracy, transparency of operations, and of course the transactions. And well, we've seen an era where mechanics essentially in the form of, for example, steam power machines, to throughout the industrial revolution days in the 18th century to today's industry 4.0 and of course the web 3.0. We've also seen some of the solutions through advanced topics like IoT, connected devices, smart manufacturing, and so on and so forth, which are actually fueling the industrial growth today, right? So from that perspective, organizations who are using operational technology extensively have seen a value in terms of kind of converging both information technology and operational technology together to kind of fuel the mass digitalization wave that we so called in the global landscape today. Uh, we've seen that IT systems typically support the data-centric computing way, whereas the OT systems help in monitoring and controlling the device performances and so forth, right? We've also kind of seen that, for example, if you take some of the industrial examples, for example, oil and gas companies basically enable a fair bit of operational technology for monitoring the data remotely, optimizing the damage assessments, or even looking at the inventory monitoring and things like that. We've seen in the medical industry, we've seen sharing of patients' information in real time through biomedical devices, converting into information technology and so on and so forth, right? So fair bit of advantages of basically looking at the convergence. But while we talk about the advantages, of course, it comes with its own fair share of risk. And those risks, essentially, what we're here to discuss are the cybersecurity risk. From a cybersecurity perspective, we've seen organizations who've been taking very active efforts in terms of ensuring business continuity. Cyber attacks today have actually grown more from we've seen the threat landscape with more complexities today. The threat actors are also getting more and more sophisticated. We've seen fair bit of infiltration and sabotage in operations, whether it is IT or OT, right? For some examples, we saw the Colonial Pipeline ransomware issue. We saw the Mumbai power grid issue. Stuxnet is obviously a very famous one, right? So with all of that, and of course, the other scare is the data breach from a personal identifiable information perspective as well. So when we see all of that, of course, we look at the context of zero trust. How does really the zero trust framework, come into picture? How does the zero trust framework really bring in the security controls, which essentially will be important to protect this convergence? And that is what we are here today to kind of discuss. And I'd like to invite my first panelist, Ambarish, to kind of share a perspective. And Ambarish, thanks for joining in. Uh, when you look at some kind of, my question to you, Ambarish, is that when you look at some kind of modern manufacturing, especially which entails a fair bit of automated assembly lines, which is kind of feeding into the design of the software or the inventory management, and also supporting some of the advanced controls like RPA, etc. What is your opinion in terms of organizations really trying to stitch all of these together, bringing them under a common security policy or a framework, and then entailing both the components from IT and OT as well, and then kind of culminating it within the common framework? So we'll be happy to hear your views on that.
Thanks, Akshay, and welcome everyone. So I'll just start with OT technology has been existing for many years because the manufacturer has been leveraging this. And OT is all about collection of hardware and software, managing the industrial systems, right? Now, the problem in the OT world has been, because the way the IT system has grown in the perspective of versions, update, etc., that doesn't happen in OT world. Okay, so major problem in the OT system is they are running on the very legacy operating systems. First thing. Second thing, all the policies which you design for the IT world doesn't apply there. There is problem of visibility. Okay. Third thing is that you cannot upgrade them very quickly because there are a lot of dependency on OEMs. OEMs cannot get the pace with the outside world. So you have to depend on those OEMs, and the OEMs will take their own sweet time. So that is the problem area. Now, as you rightly said, today, most of the organizations want to leverage the power of digital transformation. Okay, why? Because there is a huge business opportunity. Okay, they want to leverage the digital technologies like cloud. You talked about RPA, you talked about IoT, you talked about smart manufacturing, etc., and data analytics. Because they have a bunch of data, but organizations don't know how to use that data. Okay, they have seen these technologies are helping the newest organizations. You talk about today the new e-commerce businesses, cloud kitchens, delivery, you see the supply chain, how they are using the new technologies. They have seen that they use the new technology and where they are today. The business growth, just see the business growth. Okay, but digital transformation means to every organization a different meaning. Okay, some of the organizations feel that they are going to digitize their hard copy. They feel that they are into a digital transformation journey. Okay, no. Majority of the organizations probably they get confused, and some of the organizations are. So today, every organization at different stage of their digital transformation journey. Okay, because if you talk about old companies, okay, they have everything on-prem. There is a reluctance to go to cloud. They don't know what will happen, etc. Right? And now suddenly they see there is an opportunity because last 2 years they have seen power of digital technologies. Okay, they have seen how this has transformed entire world. Okay, that's why they started running onto this journey. Now, once you get onto this digital transformation journey, you will face obvious challenges. One is operational challenges. Second thing, the skills. Third is the cyber security challenges. Okay. Now, suppose you want to take example of somebody want to migrate from on-prem to the cloud. Okay. Challenges will be exponential because he has to ensure that assessment becomes very thorough. Okay. The one is the operational assessment, like talk about platform, talk about network, talk about ecosystem, talk about database, where how they will work, etc. That is operational in nature, right? But as a security professional, we need to understand how the security ecosystem is going to work, how this is working on-prem without compromising security. By looking at all angles from the regulatory and other aspects, if you are probably if there is something applicable to you. Okay. So once you are transforming, you need to ensure that cybersecurity is integral part of that journey. Okay. Now take an example of suppose some company is building a IoT product. Okay. You need to ensure that you do the thorough security assessment from chip to cloud. Okay. You have the firmware. You need to do a security assessment of that firmware. Who is developing it? How this is being developed? Is there any open ports, etc. Then you talk about mobile app, connectivity, infrastructure and website. You need to ensure that chip to cloud security assessment is done. Focus on defense in depth. Okay, so focus on security by design. Ensure that whatever the processes you are building, people, process and technology, they are complementing each other rather than they are working in silos. Whatever the good technology you implement, it will fail. Okay, and we all believe in zero trust, right? Someday every organization will achieve that. So we need to be sure that whatever little step we are taking today, okay, how this is going to converge towards my zero trust journey, how this will add to that journey. Okay, because they know single technology you implement and you will achieve the zero trust. It is a multi-year project, right? So we need to think about it and make sure that your OT and IT network, there is a air gap, because certain things you cannot remediate those risks in OT world because you know for the obvious reasons. So you need to build certain secondary controls, look at review, because the visibility is the biggest problem in the OT world. We put a lot of focus on IT, but we forget about OT if you are handling the manufacturing world. So these are my initial thoughts. I'll look forward to hear from the other panelists.
No, I think brilliant thoughts, and you spoke about operations assessment. You spoke about chip to cloud, mobile apps. How do you basically look at the interfaces of the hardware with the mobile apps? of course, focus on defense and depth security by design and on the zero trust. So with that, thank you so much for that, Ambarish. With that, I think, we also discussed about smart manufacturing. We discussed about biomedical as an example, but I think one of the examples which most of our audience would love to hear would be on connected cars, right? And I think that's the most hot topic today. You talk about green energy, we are talking about EV. So that's another dimension of looking at the cars. But I think from a more from a technology and OT-IT convergence perspective, I think connected cars is a great example. And my question here is to Inderjeet ji. When you look at the connected cars, right? Of course, it brings in a lot of advantages today. Where we are able to access information on the fly during our mobility, but at the same time, and then of course, making the cars a little smarter. But at the same time, there is obviously a kind of a risk associated with having the connected cars. We've seen some examples in Germany as well, where certain cars have got hacked and kind of made accident prone, and these were a part of the test itself. But scientists, or maybe I would say the testers, were actually successful in terms of compromising the car. So from that perspective, what are your views? What are the cybersecurity controls, and how do you apply those cybersecurity controls in the smart manufacturing world when you look at telemetry or infotainment or kind of PLC equipments, gearbox assemblies, and so on and so forth?
So thank you very much. Thanks for having me here on the panel, and really wonderful discussion on the zero trust and IT OT. And the zero trust itself is like trust no one, and that's what the zero trust starts with. And when you look in from a convergence point of view, IT and OT, what we always see is the east-west traffic, which is amounting to almost 85%, which we are not monitoring through our firewalls. And it's only the northwest traffic which we are all going about, firewalls, IPS, IDS, and all those things which we have as a security solutions. Now, with the convergence of IIoT coming in, industrial IoT devices, now this has made the landscape so huge, so vulnerable, right? So the OT networks today are equally vulnerable than we ever thought of earlier. Because while we talk of the air gap, those air gaps are really very difficult to clearly say that there's an air gap, because when you have IoT devices, you're connected to the cloud, okay? And it gives those kind of vulnerabilities. It's kind of, patch management, your app management, your API integration, right? Sensor manipulations, everything is possible using that. Now coming to the connected cars, because that's one application with pretty interesting application, and it's a very software intensive and very complex device and highly connected system. And if you look at the driverless car, when we talk of it, it's got so many sensors on board, and there are almost 70 to 100 embedded microcontrollers on board running, millions of lines of code. So it's no more a mechanical car which we talk of, right? And whether it's your braking, your engine control, your steering, your airbags, your navigation system, they're all being controlled through different sensors, and they're all radars. And to make it more interactive, we have vehicle-to-vehicle communication, we have vehicle-to-infrastructure communication. These are all very vulnerable if you look at it, right? And any hacker who's there can exploit these vulnerabilities sitting right anywhere in any corner of the world. Say, for example, you have a connected car with the most highest, VIP, which can be hacked from anywhere across the world if it is, connected to all these systems, right? And it actually increases the attack surface, which is very large, and the broad attack surface is like every component is connected. So if you're able to get into any one of the component, right, you're into the system. Say, for example, if you compromise the infotainment system, it can, effectively give the attack vector where you're able to control the in-vehicle network altogether, right? And once the hackers, they gain an in-vehicle access of the car, they can control everything. Then you're just a mere dummy who's sitting like on the steering, and it can change the controls, it can change the acceleration, it can apply brakes, locking, unlocking the door. And in fact, I have like the example which I was telling the VIP, if he is there and if this is a connected car, they can lock the door and you cannot get out of it. And this is one of the cases which happened where, you know, a VIP was locked because the car was being tracked through satellite, right? And the security attacks are not just limited to the disclosure of information here, right? They effectively affect the safety of the passengers who are there. And there's so many n number of examples what we have seen today, where the Jeep was been taken over, the internet, like, right? Then there was like the vehicle which I told you, the VIP itself was kind of locked inside the car, right? Then Tesla infotainment system was contained a 4-year-old vulnerability it was having. It was kind of a bigger challenge with their address. So what do we really need to do? You need to have the complete, you know, understanding of the attack surface, and you should also take care of the active and the passive attacks which can happen. Now there are different kind of active and passive attacks, because now all the technologies which we talk of, because you see, we have the radar technology, we are putting the sensor technology, we are putting IIoT which are there, we are having the 5G which is there, and we are also putting a cognitive intelligence onto it, right? So that, you know, you're able to immediately take a action. You have the prescriptive maintenance, you have the predictive maintenance, everything of the technology perspective we talk of in the technology landscape, it's all there. So they give a huge active and passive attacks, and that we need to take care of while we are, you know, getting to the security part of the connected cars, where you can ensure a connected, secure access, secure storage, you know, secure keys, secure diagnostics. Your key management becomes pretty important because it's a software key now. The auditing and logging which are there. So your tampering protection, your machine security. So all those things become so very important when we talk of a connected car, right? So I'll stop here because of the paucity of time. I like other speakers to speak as well.
So,
You know,
I just had one counter question to this in the GG before we move to the next one. And this is more on when you mentioned about the attack surface, right? One is to basically understand the anatomy of the in-network of the car. Is there anything that you would like to propose or suggest at the time when the car goes on the shop floors to basically look at the security by design aspects?
Yes. So there are lots of auditing and the privacy controls which are to be there, right? So that there is no vulnerability which is being injected whenever it goes for the maintenance, right? A small vulnerability into the car when it goes for maintenance, it may not be evident at that particular point in time, but can play havoc when it's on the highway running at 120 miles per hour, right? So
Right.
so in effect, the maintenance of the car becomes very important, because that's a point where anybody can get into that vehicle. So it's just like getting into a data center. Just imagine that, right? So if you give access to the data center, so your complete thing is gone. So it's a moving data center now, right? And everything which is there has to be secured, starting from your key management. Okay. So
Right.
the maintenance of the car becomes equally very important.
Sure. Now, interesting to see how cyber, compromise to cyber postures were actually compromising the, they were actually compromising businesses, they were compromising the assets, and now actually they're compromising human life. So, very interesting to see that. And I'll move to the next topic, and I'll request this question to Nitin Parashar. So, Nitin, basically, if you could throw some light in terms of how zero trust policies could essentially help, better manage the security considerations of organizations, mostly in the telecom devices space. And of course, in the age of a wide range of apps which are being curated. So when you talk about telecom, it's no longer voice. It's all about value added services, right? So from that standpoint, how do you basically look at this convergence? What are the security standards that you would recommend more of a high level in terms of, looking at whether it is any of the IT assets, or these are handsets, or for that matter, even the core applications which kind of kind of control the environment both from the telecom side and also from the IT side. Over to you, Nitin.
Thanks, Akshay. Hi all, hi everyone. Akshay, I think we all are moving. We are talking about digital transformation. We are moving to hybrid cloud infrastructure, right? So with this digital transformation and cloud infrastructure that we are moving to, it is absolutely changing the way all the industries do business nowadays, right? So relying on those days when we used to rely on a official network perimeter, those are gone now. I mean, if you talk about security, if you talk about network, we need to adapt to cloud, we need to adapt to mobile, we need to adapt to every global need that is there, right? And every organization now is also adjusting to their business models where they are trying to offer services to the customers with new digital experience, with SaaS coming in picture, right? So the need and want, while also enabling a global workforce, this has actually has to be accelerated because digital transformation journey is now accelerated, right? So organizations have thousands of, I mean, we all are connected globally from different places, and that is how organizations have moved they are connecting from home computers. It's outside your own IT department's control, right? You did talk about PII also. We never thought about it earlier, right? Data privacy is now talk of the town, of course. Resources are spread across the globe. So it becomes very difficult for everybody to quickly, connect quickly and then be secure also, right? So because we have been relying on our traditional on-premise infrastructure, employees now we have moved to employees' home environment, which are more vulnerable to compromise, of course, putting the business at risk. We need to understand that, right? We also need to look at that things become more complicated now because many enterprises are currently operating with a patchwork of security solution and tools with poor integration, which is also leading to a lot of manual work, manual task, right? They lack context, they lack insight, and our people are putting in a lot of manual efforts, and now because the control is not effective, there's a rise in data breach. Increase in global regulation have made predicting networks difficult. So I think it has to be a mix of not just a handset or application. We have to look at probably a wider level where applications, users, and devices all need fast and secure access to data so much that the entire industry of security and tools and architecture has been built to protect it. Right. So I think that's where zero trust, when we talk about zero trust, like somebody said, trust nothing, trust nobody. I think that is what comes in picture, because if you talk about zero touch, it is not a technology. For me, it is a mindset. It is a process that we need to inculcate, because that is the only way we will be able to prevent data breaches and contain lateral movement using application micro-segmentation. Because I think somebody mentioned about getting on a possible lateral attack. So I think when we talked about connected cars, somebody getting into one segment and then easily able to, elevate the privilege and getting onto something which is lateral. So we need to be capable to easily expand security protection across multiple computing. We need to look at, containerized environments, independent of underlying infrastructure. We need to have a complete visibility to users, devices, components, and of course, workloads across environment, identifying what is running and how are we enforcing the policies which are required. We surely need to look at something that helps us to continuously monitor, detect, and respond to signs of compromise. So continuous threat detection is very, very important. We need to have organized. We need to ensure about consistent user experience also, because we can't really. So while we need to look at zero trust and the security, we can't really compromise on user experience because that is important. We need to look at reducing full-time manual hours and architectural complexity that we have to a better unified security architecture, which makes life easy for everybody. Right. So these are some benefits I think that zero trust brings in. It definitely brings in enhanced security by using tools, platforms that can include IAM, that can include your multi-factor authentication, XDRs, which can be used for extensive detection and response. It also brings in, I think, a side benefit of it would be simplifying the security architecture and improved user experience, because that is equally important. And adapting to the remote work and cloud adoption, because everybody during this pandemic, I think, has learned and will continue. This model, of course, might go on to hybrid. We plan to work from offices also, but we need to understand what it has brought in at the table. So I'm sure this can bring a lot of benefits to not just the telecom, but all the industries that are being there.
Right. I think, fantastic points made, and thank you so much for that, Nitin. You spoke about not looking at the users and devices in isolation, but doing a complete mix and seeing, how do you kind of work on the apps, the users and the devices, basically, collating together. You spoke about micro segmentation, and of course, today, if you look at, the within India, you look at the Unicorn Club. There are a lot of micro segmentation organizations who are basically entering into the Unicorn Club. So I wouldn't, agree more. I mean, I would definitely agree a lot on what you just mentioned. Then, of course, some very good points on containerized environments, complete visibility to users in terms of user actions and what they've been doing, continuous threat detection, reducing manual hours and getting unified security architecture across the board, cloud adoption in terms of adaptability. Just one counter question to that, a very quick one, and I'll just request 30 seconds of view from your end on that, is when you talk about continuous user threat detection, do you think the end user handsets also come under the purview of end user detection?
Of course, why not? I mean, with the way we are moving, I mean, we move on the road and we did talk about connected cars, right? So why not? I mean, it does. Of course, we need to look at that also.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much for that. I'll move to my next question, and I'll request Pradipta to kind of step in for this one. And Pradipta, my question here is on critical infrastructure, right? So today, we've seen the entire globe kind of witnessing cyber attacks on critical infrastructure, right from nuclear plants to power grids. And even transmission lines. We've also seen certain train networks also getting kind of hacked. So and then of course, while I do appreciate and understand that a lot of countries, power grid corporations of a lot of countries or the central authorities from a electricity standpoint have been, coming up with various, cyber security guidelines. Very recently in India as well, the Central Electricity Authority has also mandated some companies to have a dedicated team on cyber and also to kind of have a mechanism in terms of a call tree or a mechanism to kind of handle these security incidents. So my question to you is, what have really been the challenges for power companies today, more so from an operational technology perspective, in terms of handling any cyber incidents, if any? And of course, what are the additional responsibilities you feel, has been entrusted by the government on power companies to kind of protect the operational technology assets, especially during these incidents?
Yeah, thanks, Akshay, giving me this opportunity to take up my thought about this OT and IT and the critical infrastructure, what you're talking about, and also the policy around and how we can control and protect those our national critical infrastructure or the business critical infrastructure in India and across the globe. So the point is the way we are moving towards the digitizations. Today, the IT and OT is not into the different island. It is a single island we can talk about, because the data, what what we are going to be utilizing or warehousing and or also that IAM and ML, the part of it we are enforcing those and to take maximum benefit of those data which is coming from that OT environment, whether it is the CNC, PLC, SCADA, control traffic, all those like, there are a lot of information, a lot of data been generated. So we are wanted to take those data like, in the meaningful way to have that optimization of those, either it is a productivity side of it, cost optimization side of it. We need to implement very long time. It has been talked about. It is more of like, the different island. Today the world is moving towards the digitization, digital transformations, where this critical infrastructure become a part of our connected or networked, or might be like, more of integrated with the IT today. So the point is today, if you look into that, business as well as the government agencies are always faced like, spike of the global cyber attacks during 2021 or might be in the 2022. It's happening like, every year it is the graph is going high. Even though for 2020 to 2021, if you see it is 11%, especially I'm talking about the critical infrastructure, the cyber attacks has been gone high in the 11% side of it. Having said that, if you're looking about the incident, of course, the incident is gone much beyond like, today, some of the thing is reported, some certain things are not been reported. That is one of the challenges. But however, if you look into that commercial side of it, more than 5 billion like, dollar we have seen like, in the 2021 to be getting into like, on those critical infrastructure losses. And most of the cases, if you see the critical infrastructure, the weakest link you can say, whether it is a malware, ransomware, or might be the USB access, might be the VPN, or might be the password, which is the weakest password, or might be the firewall policy which has been not configured appropriately. So these are the key where like, key points where we have seen most of the critical infrastructure been compromised. If I talk about certain major outages or major incident which has happened, I'll start from the recent, which we have already highlighted here, the Cornell oil pipeline in the USA, where the ransomware been attacked, and in that place around 11,000 gas stations been completely out of like, out of operation. So why it is? It is because of like, moral of, if you can say about there are group where they not only take out or the stealing the data, it is also they are wanted to impact those critical infrastructure. That is one of the recent example on the 2021, and the similar, if you can see the Israel water system, that is in 2020, it has been impacted completely on their ICS systems. So if you talk about before that, there is a Taiwan State Electricity Board where the CPC corporations is attacked through the RDP. It is a simple RDP has been exposed and it has been getting attacked. Similarly, we can see that solar wind. So this is what is happening across. So the point is coming to that, like, how it has happened. Of course, there is a we have the reconciliation, there is a weaponization, then delivery, then like, then like, executions, then installation, then CNC, then your action comes to the picture. So definitely in this process, somewhere that control you have to be in place. So on that control, we have to have certain policy, and that like, which if you talk about India, definitely we have talking about moral of that like, moral of the National Information Infrastructure Protection Group, where the 24/7 they are working for that to protecting or giving the response to that. But there is a policy around it also. Then if you talk about the National Cyber Security Policy 2013, where it has been already highlighted, especially for the critical infrastructure to be monitored, it should be response, how we can take those up. So, but it is not that extensively mentioning for the certain like, the group or certain like, the business or certain kind of sector. But if you talk about the CISA, where we are talking about the cyber security and infrastructure security in the US, that's called CISA, where it is critical. There are 16 sectors been already party to it. So if you can see, that is one of like, reference for us to take it up. Then we have in India also, of course, we have the national, as I said, like National Cyber Security Policy 2013, and today also we are talking about the GDPR, IT Act law, and lot of like, even the data protection law. It is coming up. It is always coming up. It is developing, and very recently the data protection law has been already there at the Parliament for the approval. So soon it will be going to be published. Specifically, if you talk about for the energy sector or the transmission sector, definitely there are certain framework, there are certain policies or best practices are already available. If you talk about the NIST, there are 7628. It is for the smart grid. What is the best practices we can implement? So that is there in place. And NIST SP 882, how we can manage and control, what kind of control we can put it for the control systems. That is all the best practice and guideline also in place. So we can refer those guidelines, whether it is a CISA or might be NIST or might be the national security policy, what we have, cyber security policies. Those are the policy around to ensure that we are into the right place and the right track to take those controls and implement those or enforce those into our energy sector, or not only energy sector, you can take up the all critical sector, whether it is public or private. It is important for us. And talk, yeah, talking about that again, if you see the 56% of energy and utility sector reported for the attack, whether they have reported, some of parties are not reported, and some parties are caused by the data breach, not been operationality shut down, but data breaches happen. So 56% people have, or industries or companies have already faced certain issues or the compromises to the cybersecurity attacks. So that is what is moral of I can tell you about, and moral of, if you see that cybersecurity attacks, whether it is critical infrastructure and other, around $6 trillion have been already been gone through the cyber crime and cyber attacks. Those are the losses it is there. So as an organization, as a state, we need to have that right policy in place, and that policy should be implemented at ground level. It's not to have the policies and just check the mark, or the compliances will be to be met only for the auditing purpose. Not that case we can talk about. It should be implemented at the ground. However, there might be certain challenges, but if you have proper governance in structure and the controls are building up in the phased manner, I think this is not impossible, because you are protecting to the nations.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Pradipta. I think, great views and fantastic, perspective on various industry standards, which are already pre-written. You spoke about NIST, then you spoke about IT Act, you spoke about some of the controls, cybersecurity controls defined by the Power Grid, Central Electricity Authority. And then, of course, you gave very good examples on the impact and also what could be the specific root causes. For example, RDP, a simple RDP basically was used as a channel to kind of compromise. So thank you so much. I think Ambarish, you have a view. We are running short on time, so Ambarish, if you can just share about maybe a 60-70 seconds view, and then we to the next question.
Yeah, so aligned to what Pradipta says. See, traditionally, most of the organizations have invested in a lot of things on the protection part. Okay, if we talk about niche cybersecurity framework, it talks about identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. And since they have invested a lot of resources on protection, if the protection fails, they are flat, because they are not thought about identify, respond, and recover. That way, I'm saying that for the benefit of everybody, that we need to look at where are your investors are going, where you're going to identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. Make sure that you have right representation and right technology at the right place, so that even if you see, even if you apply best of the technology, you may have a bad day. But how quickly you are standing up, like your incident response, your those things, how well rehearsed, how strong they are, that will prove your mettle. That will prove that you invested in the right technology across the board.
Sure. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate. And I'll move to my next question, and that's the last question for the discussion of this session. And this question is essentially to Deepak. So Deepak, coming from the background in Microsoft, just wanted to kind of get a view from your end in terms of more on the incident management and also the monitoring side of the aspects here on the convergence piece. We've seen that a lot of attacks have multifold impact to various environments depending on their line of business. And we've also seen that what is really important is resilience and of course a very strong response mechanism, and just taking a cue from where Ambarish left off. So, a lot of organizations today are moving towards the cloud or have already moved towards the cloud. Some of the organizations who are under the purview of heavy regulations are also contemplating to move to the cloud in terms of their core business processes. Support processes are already on the cloud, right? So just wanted to get a view in terms of, when you talk about adoption of cloud from a storing and accessing perspective, especially when you look at organizations which are of critical, importance to the country, what are the necessary security checks? If you could just, throw some light on that, and then of course we have some more questions around these, so we'll kind of pick that up once we hear your initial views.
Thank you, Akshay. I might be lazy because I was the last one to compile a lot of things, so it's an opportunity for me. Forgive for that, but I'm also opportunistic because I was having a leverage to listen to most of it. Akshay, you can also contribute to seeing the industry perspective. I only have few viewpoints. Few are the facts, which is very commonly came up. I wanted to highlight that before I get into the question. Number one is, I think the IT and OT convergence came because IT and OT journey was very different. IT is very advanced, OT is yet to come. IT is still, acknowledged by all the tech savvy things, whereas OT we are reserved by the legacy we live. IT is all about being promoting to the latest things. We talk about AI or doing the sensors or hybrid cloud computing. Akshay, what you asked just now, compared to OT. Now, why I'm putting this comparison on this call for audience later on is not that the OT was legacy, because OT was meant to be manufactured in a company in a region where I'm creating something out of a Honda car, just taking an example, or going with the country like India as a Maruti car, right? But today when I'm creating that, it is not you and me which are working. It is a humanoid, human and the robotics which combine together. And that is why the OT part needs to converge. So I'm trying to establish one fact. It does not matter where we are in the cloud or how the data centric comes into. There is an IT and OT convergence needs to work together. That's point number one. The IT and OT, when they converge, because of the legacy, the OT has to have a segregated environment to be looked from cybersecurity perspective. That's point number two I would like to highlight, because the type of challenges when we see the RPA or the robotics ecosystem, the manufacturing ecosystem to come to the IT, it required a different level of security perspective. The third part, which was most important, which you asked Akshay, is if you really see the landscape of the cyber attacks, right? Today the attacks are not on financial impact. It is not even the impact on the brand. It is not even to the impact of a power plant. It can be an impact onto humanity. So if I'm able to capture a power plant and I tweak a little bit of chemical instance, I'm going very practical. Inderjeet will vouch for it, right? That I can change a tuning of chemical, it can create a blast. It's a human impact. So what I'm trying to highlight is seeing that impact, it can do a financial losses. And what I'm trying to drive is it can be a nation state threat, right? So catering those things, the impact of what cloud companies are doing, it is, I don't want to name today how the environment, geopolitical and global aspects are going on. But you all can agree that if we get into a cloud mode, you can have a backup, disaster recovery, management planning, and most important, you can safeguard the human nature of having a critical infrastructure taken care of. What Ambarish also mentioned, Pradipta highlighted about it. So first of all, we need to get into global consensus. So let's look into what is the global practices. Ambarish talked about, Pradipta spoke about it. It can be NIST framework. Can it be part of the region? Answer is yes. Can we get into any of the framework which is called National Cybersecurity Framework? Answer is yes. Can we look into something called Data Security Privacy Framework for India? It is good. And then it is most important is, should we look into critical infra as segregated? As an individual opinion, I would say we should look into critical infra security as a separate aspect. But it has to have the topic which is called convergence on top of it, Akshay. Just to conclude that point, that let's look into as to converge it, look into the tools and technology which can be adopted. Cloud is the mode to get into it, but that's not the only answer.
Sure.
The answer is, can we converge quickly into that, Akshay?
Yeah, I think very valid point. While you said that cloud may not be the only answer, but of course cloud is also one of the answers. And while organizations really focus from a business standpoint in converging IT/OT to kind of get the best benefit in terms of go-to-market and also kind of customer satisfaction and so on and so forth, depending on what line of business they are in, they leave the rest to the cloud service provider in terms of making sure that all the risk may be still accountable for the organization, but the risk is transferred in some way to the cloud service provider in terms of looking at disaster recovery, business continuity, crisis management, and so on and so forth. Now, my point here is that let's take one step forward here, Deepak, and talk about the security operations, especially the threat monitoring, right? And when we look at threat monitoring, we're seeing a huge trend of virtual SOC. We're seeing a huge trend of SOC on the cloud. So what are you a proponent of, applying this same control and extending it to this convergence mechanism as well? If so, then if you could help us with some examples of what could be some good or leading practices in this area, which will kind of help our audience to also understand some of the best practices that they could apply.
This is a great point. I mean, that's what I said, that when we speak about cloud and representing a cloud company, rather, I would on this call say we are a security company, taking that privilege to say that as a platform organization. For a minute, I would like to park cloud and I would like to talk about SOC. A security operations center, Akshay, you rightly mentioned, it is all about use cases. So if I'm securing, Pradipta can highlight that, Ambarish, Inderjeet, Nitin, you can highlight that. If I'm talking about industry, then the security operations and their events is all about industry specific case scenarios. That is the first thing I'll put as a benchmark, not what cloud wants to do or on-premises wants to do. Second, you cannot control any attack, whether it is ransomware, whether it is a malware or even a smallest attack, if you do not have a holistic log analysis. Today, when we do SOC analysis, it is a noise of threat intelligence, which we collect whether that attack happens. Have you seen the attacks which has happened, like Neckers virus, Colonial Pipeline, PTI, amplifications? If you go back and check the history where it all started, it was all basics of what is today's topic called zero trust. So Akshay, I would like to highlight that the operations of SOC needs to have a regulatory compliance aspect as well through a zero trust approach. Everybody talked about it. I would also like to put my 2 cents. Zero trust is not a technology. It's not a process. It's a mindset. And more importantly, technically, it's a framework. If I have to define, I will define zero trust is never trust, always verify. Inside, outside, I will test Akshay, Akshay will test Deepak, Deepak will test Nitin, Nitin will test Ambarish, inside, outside. That's what I wanted to highlight. Second, assume you are in the breach state. That's the point number 2 of zero trust. Assume breach. That means water flood has come. I'm already in the a droning stage. What should I do? That's where, Akshay, when you said in the SOC, it is not about threat intel. Am I prepared for crisis management? The point you were highlighting is a very, very crisp point. If I do not have a crisis management plan, because I'm bound to be breached, sorry to say, but I'm bound to be breached, even as Microsoft. Do I have a crisis management plan to respond to Ambarish or Pradeep that within 30 seconds, I'm going to take care of it? Do I have that plan? And this applies to critical infrastructure a lot. That means in 1 hour, if I have a crisis management plan, maybe so likely I have impacted human life. I might have got a disruption of 1 hour of electricity, but I lost, the electricity, but I was able to save the human life. That's point number 2. The third part of zero trust is least privilege. Every CIO, Ambarish, you can count on that, Pradipta. I'm taking your names frequently. Sorry for that. And Nitin, you can highlight that as well. Inderjeet is on the side of consulting, so I'm not taking his name. Most of us customize our privileges, having more than what we are supposed to do. And this goes as a consumer as well, Akshay, right? So I might have my mobile with my access, which I'm not supposed to have, but I'm having it. So I get breached. And then I tell my bank I lost my money. And then bank tells me because you are not up to date. I mean, who is responsible for it? That's why in cloud, in SOC, what you asked, I'm giving that answer as well. This is a cloud natural model called shared responsibility model. What lies with you, what lies with me, what infrastructure, software as a service, or cloud as a service you are having. But in nutshell, it is all about the security operations center. The best practices is to conclude minimum security baseline lies with the devices or the application. If they are vulnerable, they are bound to get attacked. If it is attacked, do I have a crisis management plan? If the crisis management plan is there, am I informing CERT? Akshay, what you asked earlier, right? Am I informing, I think, Pradipta, you mentioned that, right? Am I informing, critical infra or national secretariat that this is the attack has happened?
Basically the call tree and
Call tree, exactly. The call tree. How
typically
do I
who are
inform
the
them?
major components of the call tree, right from regulatory authorities to the country authority, and then of course the board and the chain of command within the organization.
Absolutely. Sorry for taking that time, but I thought it was important, Akshay.
No, absolutely important point you made. Very important. Pradipta ji, you have a point, and Ambarish also has a point. So
Yeah.
maybe 15-20 seconds each would be happy.
So yeah, of course, what Mr. Deepak has highlighted, another panelist is already highlighted that today we need a effective and a smart monitoring. It is not even just correlate and logs are shipping and all those parts. It should be a SOAR is a framework where we can think about, and we should have the faster mechanism, the least privilege, what most people are talking about, but practically it's not happening. So that is where we can talk about. And the point, most of the cases it is instead of the technology challenges, most of the people challenges as well, and processes challenges. So that should be taken care of it. And the SOAR is the way forward, and that intelligent way we have to respond it. And every organization, as a nation or as a company or organization, we should have the incident response plan in place so that we know where and how and what we are going to do and when we are going to do. So that should be in place and defined with the role and responsibility.
Thank you so much. Thanks. I think
Thank you
great.
so much.
Great.
10 seconds.
Yeah.
So see, even if Deepak said and Pradipta said, we must have a crisis management plan and incident response plan, but more important is how often we are practicing it, how often do cyber drill. We have seen majority of the time people don't know what they are supposed to do in that crisis scenario. People are running around. Okay, so roles of responsibility, if there is a practice and they are reviving and the plan is current, right? That's why you see in the hour of crisis, we say that call army, right? Why defense forces? Because they are ready. They are practicing their drill every day. They have plan A, plan B, and plan C. Okay, coming from the defense background, I can just correlate things little better. I think Inderjeet sir also can vouch on that. That's why you see in the crisis, everyone thought about call army, right? Call Navy, Air Force, etc. Why? Because they practice it. Because that is more important.
Thank you so much. And in fact, I agree today, most of the organizations who are either a part of the national critical infrastructure importance or even some of the large organizations which are public listed have been practicing most of the wargaming exercises or simulation exercises. So totally agree with your perspective. Absolutely.
And one thing I would like to add here, while we are talking about the OT and everybody resonated the point of CERT India and CERT, the threat intelligence would be very important. Threat attribution would be very important, right? And knowing the system or the vulnerabilities in the network is pretty important. Just to give one point, Recorded Future last year told that there are APTs in 9 of the power grids in India. That was a kind of a really neck-shaking information what they had given. And this is the time when zero trust, of course, is one point, but threat intelligence and the CERT, very specific, like maybe a power CERT, what we have, we should have the fin certs, which are again most vulnerable sectors, the other certs, the thermal certs, the CERT India, smart cities, because those are also forming part of the critical infrastructure now. So the certs for the smart cities. So those kind of things are the future. The threat intelligence, threat attribution is the most important part which we need to take forward, I think.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much for that. And I think plethora of information. I have learned a lot today with all these esteemed panelists. And thank you so much. And as they say that data is the new oil, and I think it should be where it is moving towards is how do we kind of business is going to continuously transform, and it's going to move into the transformation space, and change is going to be the only constant that we're going to see in business from the times to come. We are talking about our India's economy to move to a $5 trillion economy by 2025. Now, if you look at that, how many more new organizations are going to come into place? We are looking at 200 odd unicorns basically getting established in the next 1 or 2 years. Apart from the ones which are already there, we are looking at organizations. We spoke about micro segmentation. That's a big area which is essentially coming up, and it's not only in the country but globally as well. We've been seeing a huge trend. We are also seeing a trend in the biomedical space, and we spoke about touching the human element. Of course, one was about an example that was given was on how you could impact the human life by making some changes to the power grid. There have been examples where large critical surgeries have been averted because of biomedical devices being hacked into, right? So various aspects, and I think as we move forward, cybersecurity essentially has become a part of the top 3 risk in a board conversation, and I won't be surprised if it becomes the top risk very soon. With that, I would like to thank the panelists for sharing wonderful, absolutely wonderful, insightful views. And I'm sure the audience essentially would also be beneficial in terms of what they've heard from the panelists today. Thank you so much for being a part of the panel, and thank you for your patience answering all the questions that I posted. So thank you once again.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is my privilege to welcome all the esteemed speakers in probably one of the most exciting panel discussions on integrated cybersecurity mesh for a secure, interconnected future. Are we not living in exciting times, right? The networks have become much more complex, distributed, and detecting and responding to these cyber threats has become increasingly difficult. With the current geopolitical scenarios that are playing out have also highlighted the need for cybersecurity across various countries, right? And the pain of being a cybersecurity warrior at this point of time has led to cybersecurity sprawl that complicates the management, talks about visibility, and it also limits the ability of an organization to respond effectively to threats. More and more boards, CEOs, CXOs I talk to are worried about one thing. They don't want to get up early in the morning and see their name in the newspaper because of a cyber breach, right? And unfortunately, that's what has become a single breach, and you're in the front pages of not only a technology paper, but in all leading business newspapers. We've seen that happening more often than not. But security in silos is not secure. Your security tools must be integrated, share info, or else attackers will just simply slip through the cracks, and that's what we've seen happening, right? One phrase which I love using is that attackers are probably 2 to 3 steps, if not more, ahead of our thinking, and add to this the entire new normal, which I would like to define from a COVID perspective. uh, Talking to a very close CEO friend of mine, and I was telling him, you've got one office, 4 regional offices, and about 10 sales offices in India. And he said, no, Jaspreet, we've got 14,000 offices in India. And I said, what? He said, every employee working from home today is my office, and I don't have an enterprise boundary to protect it. He said, we are more and more living in a borderless world. So thank you. Thank you, everybody. It's such a privilege to once again speak with you. Let me start with you, Praveen. Could you please introduce yourself and, what did you think when you got an invite to this conference?
Thanks, Jaspreet. Thanks for the introduction. Before I introduce myself, I would like to thank the presenters, Techplus, for giving me this opportunity to share the dais. Sorry, I think maybe I like to call it share the screen with certain eminent cybersecurity leaders of the country. Thanks for the opportunity. I am Praveen Kumar, the Chief Information Security Officer of Z Entertainment Enterprise Limited. In short, about my previous roles, I am a veteran of the Indian Navy with 21 years of commissioned service. I recently retired as a commander, and this is my first corporate stint, I would say. However, I was managing cybersecurity at various roles in the Indian Navy, and this is the first corporate role I'm taking up. It was a very interesting introduction you gave, Jaspreet. The topic of today, that is integrated cybersecurity mesh for a secure, interconnected future. There are various parts to it, but I think largely it's been driven by the new normal which we just brought out. I still distinctly remember February, March of 2020, when we first heard of words like lockdown. I'm sure most of us never even, the word lockdown never rung any bells back then. Fast forwarded to 2022, and we are here discussing the new normal. Nobody ever thought that all the things which have happened, both in terms of business or in terms of cybersecurity, would ever happen. We were not prepared, to be very, very frank. I'm not only talking about a specific industry in point, but in general. All of us were caught unprepared. Back in those days, BCP, DR were largely, I would say, terms of which we had read. But read plus maybe certain runbooks, certain drills. But today, that is the reality. All these drills have been really tried and tested in the new normal. Those are the days when cybersecurity for many organizations was an afterthought. Today, we have become the business enablers. With that as a background, I think the way to go is to move away from silos and try to move into a secure, interconnected future, not only within the organization, but amongst the organizations. We need to share info, we need to share intel, we need to have a process or technology in place where we can share and grow together. Over to you, Chandan.
Praveen, excellent thoughts. And I distinctly remember, being a career consultant in January 2020, we were talking to a very big global captive center of a foreign bank in India. And he said, Jaspreet, what if, from a business continuity perspective, what if one of the cities in India is not available for a week? And after the meeting, we laughed about it, saying, India is such a diverse country. What are you saying? 1 week, a city not available, extremely not possible. We spoke about 2611, spoke about other scenarios, and said, every city comes back in 3 to 4 days maximum. And 45 days from then, I still remember the first lockdown, which was for 60 days, right? So yeah, you're right. Business continuity, business resilience, whatever you may call it, has nobody opened a document to see how do I react, and everybody was caught napping, right? I have heard stories about and ITS companies actually couriering desktops to people so that they could start working, and then we'll discuss this as we go forward. Maya ma'am, over to you.
Hi everybody, thank you, Jaspreet. I've been attending a live conference after, I think, so many months, many months now. So it's very difficult to start without thinking about the lockdown, how life was earlier and how is it now. Good that all of us have accepted this as normalcy. Though many of us have started going to office at least a few days a week, it's still not the same. It is still far from what it was earlier. Along with what Praveen was saying, I would like to add a little bit on the focus around the importance of cybersecurity, which businesses have started seeing. So earlier, it used to be one discussion, maybe a few minutes of the board's time. But now it is one of the most important thing that the board started discussing. The kind of reporting and the depth of reporting that they're expecting, the top management and the board is expecting from security teams have increased many folds. And now it is not the last of the agenda items, rather it's the first agenda item now. And all the businesses across the world have started recognizing cyber as one of the top 5 or top 10 risks that they are posting now. Partially because of the remote working that's there. It is also because of the importance of technology that people have started realizing now. It was there in the back of the mind for everybody, but it was not really coming to the forefront. Now they know that if technology drops anything, the business drops. So then they realize that, okay, if technology is up and running, without security, is it really running? And with the increase in the number of cyber attacks that you have started seeing earlier because of the pandemic, now again because of the war, this is actually in the front page of everybody's mind. By the way, I'm Maya. I'm CISO for CRISIL. It's the leading research and ratings agency based out of Mumbai.
Thank you, ma'am. Excellent points. And I'd like to again bring in one or two small perspectives. 18 years of consulting experience. We had two lives. One was about 14, 15, 3-4 years ago. We used to go to a board meeting and they used to say, cybersecurity is there on the agenda. Last 10 minutes, we will discuss it, right? And sometimes the board meetings used to get over and they would say, why don't you just send us your slides, etc. Is there a big risk? And no matter how much...
the pre-read, okay, we will read it.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And even if there was a big risk, it was not big enough risk according to them. And now I think probably touch wood, we are the first ones to initiate that board meeting. So, I'm sure everybody would have heard it that cybersecurity is no longer an IT or a server room agenda. It's actually a boardroom agenda. To the fact that companies are now drawing 3-year, 5-year product roadmaps or plans and making sure that cyber is an integral piece to it. So thank you so much for reinforcing that, Maya. Chandan, over to you. Your initial thoughts, please.
Thanks, Jaspreet. So quickly, let me start with my introduction. My name is Chandan. I head the information security function for Mindtree. So I'm the CISO responsible for cybersecurity risk management and the data protection piece for Mindtree. Now, coming to today's discussion, integrated cybersecurity mesh for a secure, interconnected future. Now, I think all of you touched upon the word called new normal. I would say new normal is going to be never normal. So we are not going to go back what we used to be there earlier, 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. And that is something which is going to be the new normal for us. And this is going to be a trend with all the technological changes, with all the adoption of digitalization, cloud, other aspects. The life is not going to be the same ever before or ever, right? Now, coming back to the interconnected piece. Now, before that, let me figure out or let me kind of throw some light. What exactly is going wrong? Now, see, cybersecurity industry is growing probably 20-30% every year with new technology, new solutions. Everything is coming up new. And every time we come back and say, this is the best thing that we have in this world. But if you look at it in a different way, things are not working somewhere. And that's why every year we are getting something new, right? With best of the solutions, can somebody vouch and say that, okay, now I'm 100% secured? I really doubt. Now, why there is a significant threat which is coming from handful of people against a matured industry? See, this industry is matured in last 30 years, 40 years probably, right? Just with you are there in the industry for almost 20 years now, you know how the cybersecurity industry has grown up, right? But we still have that fear factor from a couple of folks, probably those who are not even experienced, I'm not sure, 5 years, 10 years, right? So there is a gap. The way they think, that is not the same way we think, right? When it comes to corporates are completely different, right? We boast about cybersecurity, information security, culture, risk management aspects, programs. There are so many things, right? Being a CISO, I also practice all that. But what about attackers? Do they think in the similar way? Probably no, right? Now, they don't think in silos. right? But when it comes to us, we divide technology, we divide practice, we divide COEs. We say this is risk management, that is cyber security, this is IDS, IPS, this is firewall, that is network, this is perimeter, and we don't understand together the picture, what is failing, what is working, what is not. But whereas the guy who is there right opposite to you and trying to break you, he knows in and out of you. He understands all the technologies together. He understands the basic. Probably he might not know what firewall you are using or what IDS, IPS are using or what EDR system you are using, but he understands how to look at a TCP packet. He understands the 30 years old technology better than any one of us. And that is something which they get the edge, right? So that silos needs to be killed. That silos is something which is creating the entire problem. There are so many solutions we have, right? But we are still up against a handful of hackers. The approach that we take is more architectural by nature than the holistic approach, right? Now, centralized products. We all like centralized products, but when the pandemic happened, we realized, oh, this is not going to work anymore because your perimeter is fragmented, right? As you rightly said earlier, 14,000 odd offices, right? Somebody can say I have 15,000 odd offices, right? Now, all these are fragmented. Your assets are fragmented. It is across the globe, all over the world, right? So your centralized products are somewhere bottleneck for you, right? We need to have more integrated products. When I say integrated products, they need to work independently, right? They need to work on the edge. They need to have their decision making at the edge, not at a central location. Sure. Now, there are too many problems around point products. Should I pick this? Should I pick that? There are so many things that are there to manage the entire ecosystem. So my summation, we need integrated cybersecurity. We need something which is more cohesive, which is more integrated to each other rather than talking to a central solution. The hub and spoke is probably something old. Now, each of the solutions, they should talk to each other first rather than talking to a central solution. So these are a few things probably we need to look at from a future point of view to have an integrated and secured cybersecurity.
I think some very excellent points, Chandan. And just to reflect back, you mentioned about looking at holistic things, looking at architecture. I don't know how many people would also understand if you show them a proper security architecture, what would that look like, or give inputs to that. Yeah. And then you also spoke about, I think one of the best points that I loved was the person who's sitting outside who's trying to get in is not looking at you fragmented, saying this is IT, this is enterprise risk management, this is cyber security, or this is my legal team which looks at privacy. Right? He would look at you with only one objective, whereas here we are dividing that objective into 7 people. And if I'm sure you're a veteran, right? You've seen so many cyber attacks happening globally. Most of them are because there are slippages between where does IT's role finish, where does cyber role start, where does IS role starts, and different functions within the organization, or some third party having access to your system, which was a shadow IT running, which a CIO or a CTO was running, and CISOs were not even aware of what's happening. And to add to this, the entire digital first model, the speed to market, right, is all of this is just compounding problems because this is gaining business visibility. And as my ma'am rightly said, cyber is now the business. If you miss out, then there are chances that you will be out of business. Thank you so much, Chandan. We will come back to that. Murtaza, your opening comments, please.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting discussions, right? We've seen 3 points of view, and I think all of them are right on the dot. What is required to do in the current scheme of things that in the current state we are in, right? We have gone from central infrastructure to a distributed infrastructure, which is endpoint is a perimeter itself nowadays, right? So multiplication of security tool set has happened because of the new normal that we are in, right? Very interesting fact, you spoke about the board meeting, right? Last board meeting, when I presented a roadmap for a bank, they said, how much time you will take to implement? I said it will take 2 quarters, and they got very upset. And they told me, we don't have time more than a month to do the entire 6 months work in security. So that agenda in the board is far more serious, right? And architectural piece is interconnection is everyone wants to share contacts, everyone to collect data into some place and do analytics, right? And this interconnection will help us to, this sharing of information will help us to, address, my rightly agar, of the infrastructure, we have to be successful in blocking them or in keeping them outside our organization 1,000 times. So our hit ratio is 100% and their hit ratio is only 1% to be successful. So it's a real-time live job that we are in.
Perfect.
So just to introduce myself, I'm Tuteja. I am the Director Sales for Cybersecurity Business in NTT. It's been 31 years in the industry and almost 21 plus years in cybersecurity.
Super. I have, and thanks, I'll probably address 2 or 3 points. The board meeting one where they said 2 months. I have seen both type of board meetings. One which said 2 months. I thought this will take 1 year. And the other type of board meeting which says, can we do it in a week? And so there's a video.
Urgency is there. Urgency is very much there.
Now, yeah. With time, yes, the urgency is increasing. But and Chandan mentioned this, Matuza, you mentioned this on the entire interconnected piece. I saw a video somewhere which was how will life look like in 2030, right? And I get very scared when I talk about this example. But 30 seconds on that, so I'm sleeping. I have a meeting at 8 o'clock in the morning. I've set my alarm for 5 o'clock in the morning. The meeting, I get an email notification midnight. The meeting's moved from 8 to 10. Automatically, my alarm clock adjusts itself to change from 5 to 7, which in turn informs, my geyser, which in turn informs my car, which in turn informs the gas station. Saying, instead of coming in at 7:30, he'll come in at 8:30 or 9 for gas refueling. Now imagine both of you spoke about interconnected devices. One small breach, and we just gone for a toss. With that, Michael, your initial comments, please.
Thanks, Jaspreet. So, looking at in today's world, I would say that till 2019, I think people were looking at challenges in a structured manner, or they had better visibility, in terms of IT strategy, cybersecurity strategy, etc. I think 2019 end or the introduction of COVID has thrown all of that into a completely different paradigm. And I would say, along with COVID, and look at currently what's happening due to this political situation between Russia and Ukraine, and how hackers have aligned themselves behind Ukraine, some of them aligning behind Russia and trying to do things. I think in today's world now, with these challenges, and what we need to expect in the future, this Ukraine-Russia crisis could be something which we need to take it very seriously from our perspective, not because of Russia-Ukraine, but in the eventuality of something like that happens in our with one of our neighbors, what we could expect and what we need to anticipate, and what should be the business continuity planning, etc. So I would say that in today's world, you need a out-of-the-box thinking from a complete IT perspective, and obviously from a cybersecurity, it becomes way more important because there is no more boundaries where, like everybody has talked about it, there's no perimeters, data is everywhere, users are everywhere, etc. So now I would say that adopting technologies, whether it is for business continuity, business enablement, securing them, people needs to look at some of these frameworks, what we talked about and what we're going to talk about. But end of the day, we have to look at a connected internet where data could be everywhere, users could be everywhere. And the security framework or IT framework, what one should be setting, should be scalable, should be able to react to this out-of-the-box way things could go wrong, or how it can accommodate, how it could change and transform to the new requirements. With that, let me introduce myself. I'm Michael. I'm a part of Fortinet, where I drive the pre-sales team. I had been with Fortinet for the last 17 years, and overall in the security space for more than 20 years, and overall IT experience of more than 26 years. Over to you, Jaspreet.
Thank you, Michael. Michael, since you said everybody is facing problems today, whether it is the war, whether it is digitization, so I would then probably start with you back. And Michael, given that transformation is such a big agenda on everybody's minds, what would be your advice to organizations who want to undertake this transformation journey, looking at today's challenges?
Yeah, so the bottom line, like some of the analysts were saying, you need only one person hit rate to get into a network vis-a-vis, somebody who is building that shield or the security framework needs to be 100% accurate all the time. Now, when we are looking at a security framework also, or like Chandan was saying, when we are deploying security products, you can't be looking at deploying security products in silos anymore. Because end of the day, in IT organizations, we have security team, we have network team, we have applications team, we have various teams, and sometimes this collaboration becomes a challenge, etc. But when it comes to the hackers, they don't think in silos. So from an organization perspective, we need to move away from working in silos, and we need to be collaborative, where the security framework, what we are talking about, it has to be integrated in such a manner that you need to have complete visibility of what is happening across your network, which is not your data center anymore, which is not your corporate network anymore. It has to be at the user level. It has to be at the wherever the data is residing. And based on that user visibility, what you are able to get, you need to look at how you can have a centralized, maybe single dashboard from where you can enforce your security compliance policies, and then how fast you can react to an incident once it is detected, and how fast you can resolve it with the minimal damage happening to your network. So one needs to look at a framework from all these angles, is what I would say.
Perfect. Let's.
I would like to add one point to what you said. So when you look at transformation, it's absolutely essential that we have the business alignment. A lot of technology and security transformation agendas fail or do not meet the desired success levels because we are not aligning with the business right from the beginning. And today, I would say this is the best opportunity that we have because our voices are heard much louder than it used to be before. So whenever we are embarking on any transformation journey, have the business guys on your side rather than on the other side questioning why. Make it a point that sometimes it comes from the business saying that we want to be more secure because our customers are demanding us to be more secure. Then we can say that, okay, if you want us to secure you more, we are here to help you. So if we pitch it that way, budgets won't be an issue, approvals won't be an issue, but it's absolutely essential that we tell them what exactly we are doing. We get too tied up with the technical details, and we are sometimes overwhelmed by technology because we have been working in that area since many years. So rightfully so, we get a little overwhelmed there. But if you are able to articulate the benefits in the business language and tell them what exactly you are getting when we do this, then I think getting the support from them becomes easy, and the success of a transformation also becomes much more predictable.
No, absolutely. I think it's a very thin line of balance that we as security professionals have to follow, right? We have to understand technology completely. Like Chandan said, the entire architecture piece, technology piece, but we also have to understand business. I was recently speaking in a PVC conference, right? And they were talking about investing, taking over companies, etc. Till the time I was talking about cyber, they were like, okay, one more person coming preaching cyber is important, etc. And when I told them that because of a cyber breach, their valuation of the company that they're trying to buy will be in a problem and could also land them in a legal suit. That is when suddenly everybody stood up and said, "Oh, is it? How? What legal aspects are we talking about?" So excellent point on how do we marry the business and the technology priorities so that both are in complete symbiotic relationship. If I were to put it, Michael, you mentioned the point about ransomwares and putting threat detection. How do you safeguard yourself, or what is the minimum damage you could afford to? So let me come to you, Chandan, right? Despite the best security measures, right, there is a very high probability that every organization will have a breach at some point of time. What do you think, or what would you suggest to your fellow CISOs on a cyber resilient strategy, and what are the tips so that they recover quickly from these incidents, and with minimum possible damage?
Okay. So Jaspreet, I would say very interesting question, because the entire focus is always either on the preparedness to stop the ransomware, or it is always there to ensure that they're not getting tricked by one of them, right? But unfortunately, these are not enough. Now, I would say in this way, you prepare for prevention, but also prepare for the worst, right? If something goes wrong, God forbid something happens, right? Do you have a playbook to respond? Do you even understand where to start, with whom to start, who is going to take the lead, right? Obviously, your CEO is not going to drive it. If your CEO is going to drive it, then the plan is not there, right? Whether CISO is going to take the lead, whether there's a committee to look at certain things, right? So the first and foremost requirement is to have a response plan, right? The right set of response requirements to be there in the place. The overall integrated plan is required. When I say overall integrated, what goes into that particular playbook, right? One, first and foremost, you need some kind of technical partners to understand whether you are really breached or not, right? To assess how much is bad or what exactly has gone wrong, right? That assessment has to happen. Now, once that is there in place, once you know good, bad, ugly, then you would need some help to recover, right? See, earlier, recovery was fairly easy. But now if you look at the size of the organizations failing, right? Let's say you need to image 60,000 or 70,000 odd endpoints. In all practical scenario, it is not possible. You need partners, right? And if you start searching, scouting for partners at that point, it is going to be tough.
You're gone. Yeah, you're gone.
So you need to have partners, not only for your investigation, you need partners to look at your capacity building also, right? You need endpoints, you need desktops, you need laptops. So you need to have a recovery plan for your, or resiliency plan for your forensic investigation. You need plan for your capacity building. You need plan for your BCPs, data backups, right? These are all BAU technical aspects. But what else you need? You need good legal support, right? Because when something goes wrong, there are tons of regulations that we need to comply with. There are customer contracts, there are privacy requirements, data protection requirements, there are different state-specific requirements, there are many requirements, right? And we need to communicate within certain time period also. So we need not one, probably many law firms to support, because certain countries have their own way of dealing with this kind of incident. What is legal, what is not legal, right? I would say, quote unquote, probably divide the geography, whichever geographies companies are working, look at your concentration and plan the support in those particular geographies. That is to deal with your legal and the regulatory aspect of it. After that, if something goes wrong, then it is nowadays a fashion to negotiate, right? Now you need a negotiation partner also. And also you need to understand, is the payment is going to be legal or not? Because if you ask me, within Indian jurisdiction, FEMA is something which is we need to be careful of. Because as per FEMA, we are not supposed to pay in foreign currency to any other country in such certain context, right? So it is not that easy. Now, the next very important piece is the communication bit. How much you want to communicate, to whom you want to communicate, to board, to stakeholders, to investors, to public, to media, because today media is all over and they know better than your CEO probably. And how do media manage it, right? Because end of the day, all of us, we work for our stock price. If media is not managed, then we know how the stock price is going to play. And probably that hits board, that hits CEO, that hits CFO, that hits everybody, right? So
Excellent.
What kind of communication?
Yeah, and just to come in here, I actually saw one telecom operator based out of Europe. Their stock prices fell 14%. Their CFO had to unfortunately commit suicide just because of a cyber breach, and that's the impact that we're talking about.
Yeah. And finally, once you have the plan, practice it. Because without practice, that's not going to work, right? Which function, what kind of role they need to play in what scenario? That is very important. We need to practice, and finally pray that we never use this in real-time scenario. That would be my 2 cents for cyber response.
Jaspreet, I'd just like to add.
Yeah, Praveen, please go ahead.
Yeah, Jaspreet. I mean, Chandan really brought out the right points about how to build resilience in terms of partnerships. I would just like to take one step back and look at what resilience is. Resilience is another term which has really taken front stage in the last couple of years thanks to pandemic. But if you look around ourselves, nowhere is resilience on a better display than in the nature. Trees are designed to bend but not to break. Our body is designed to self-heal, and so on and so forth. Nature is inherently designed for resilience. Similarly, I want to talk about resilience by design. If you talk about system architecture, let it be any other system or a cybersecurity architecture, until maybe late 1980s, 1990s, we were building systems to be failure-proof. Then ironically, everybody felt that it is not possible to build a system which is failure-proof. Then they started talking about something called as fail-safe or fail-over. And that's where resilience is. That's where we have to build systems, which obviously, I don't say that we need not build controls, but we have to accept that there is one point of breaking where the system would fail. And how do we continue to remain relevant? How does the business continue even after a failure? That's where I think designing resilience comes to. And I mean, controls are good to have, partnerships are must. But wherever we get a chance, I say a chance because not every time do we have a say in the architecture. Many times you have systems which are already there. We just have to operate those systems. But wherever we get a chance to design a system, I think building resilience in design is one thought which each of us should take forward. Over to you, Jaspreet.
No, excellent points, Praveen. I think nowhere in our history of evolution has resilience been such a keyword than, like you mentioned now, especially if I talk about cyber with the or let's talk about digital with the kind of new technologies, AI, ML, blockchain, evolving almost DeFi, NFTs, almost on a I would say biannually basis, right? You're seeing new technologies come in and you have to integrate them. I was asked by a moderator in a session like this on how many versions of Android are there, right? Because you're enabling people are working from home. And I said maybe like 100 odd different Android operating systems. And he told me there are more than 10,000 operating systems of Android, right? So I totally envy the job of a CISO, where he has to enable all of this, make it secure. But Maya mentioned a point around digital transformation, and Praveen, just quick 1 minute your bite on that. What do we do about the skill shortage that the industry is going through, right? And if I add the digital piece to it, we just looking at a black hole.
I just wanted to add a point here, Jaspreet, but thanks you brought it back. We generally, whenever we talk of cybersecurity, I largely look at it from 3 pillars. I call it PPT: people, process, and tools and technology.
Right.
We more often than not, we want to be current with technology. We want to buy the latest. We want to bring in the latest technology, as you said, AI, ML based technologies is the jargon nowadays. From the process point of view, yes, we want to be current, we want to be compliant, we want to do everything possible to have the processes and procedures in place. But once it comes to the skill gap, once it comes to the people, there are 2 things. Firstly, the people who are the cybersecurity folks. And the second is the other employees. These 2 are equally important, and more often than not, we tend to concentrate on the cybersecurity hiring and not much on the awareness. Coming to the first point of cybersecurity hiring, today's cybersecurity folks are largely dependent on tools. I'm making a statement here. I don't know how many of us here agree to that. We are largely tool dependent. Whenever you come across a resume, people talk about the number of tools they have worked on. But I think we are missing the most important thing, that is the first principle. Where these tools will build from. They were built from first principles. Even if you look back 2 years back, once the pandemic hit us, there were no readily available tools to address that problem. Somebody rightly brought it out. But largely we could manage the show, reason being we were linked to the first principles. We know the basics of networking. How can we scale up the existing system? Right. How can we make our existing systems expand to make the business, to ensure that business is not affected. No tools helped us there. So I think the dependence on tools, I would not say dependence on tools. I would say unless we are connected to the first principle, we would not be able to leverage the tools the way we are supposed to leverage tools. That's my view.
Excellent points. And Murtaza, so we've gone all across, right? I think I have two questions for you. One is, given that you're such a veteran in the industry, what advice would you give companies from a new normal? And what do you think will be the changes in their cyber security across strategies across the globe? So that's my first question. And second, we have an audience question. If you would like to pick it up, that would be great.
Yeah, okay. So as for the changes, what we are talking, as ICT services provider across the globe is to cyber security taking an active role in the digitization and the transformation wave that is going on because of this new normal, right? People are transforming, means they are transforming the way they are doing the business. And not only the way they are doing the business, also the underlying technologies that they are using to do this business, right? So when we are transforming the way we are doing the business, the technology can associate with this new way quite easily if we have this thought process, as like what Maya ma'am said, right? Thought process about security in the beginning, in the right first discussion itself, right? It also helps us to, control the entire cyber security, which is an element which people overlook because of the overwhelming requirement of security and impact on security. But it is, everyone has a fixed pocket to spend on cyber security, and the alignment of business versus spend also helps us. So shifting security towards the left is the advice that we are giving. So bring the thought process right in the beginning. What we are talking with our clients across the globe is an approach which is called as secure by design, right? So whatever you design, whatever you change, whatever you transform, think with an angle of security. Put security in your business processes itself so that you need less and less overhead or surrounding security to secure that business, right? Process, I'm saying. So put security inside the process, move security to the left, have a zero trust mindset, bundle, don't differentiate between internal and external connectivities or connections. Zero trust mindset will help you, check everything which is going on infrastructure. Focus on observability and visibility, because 80% of the time to resolve is taken in identifying the problem, and 20% of the time is taken to resolve, because once you know where the problem is, resolving becomes little less challenging that way, right? Identifying, you take all the large hacks, they were large because they were identified after a very long period of time, right? So that is what we are talking, we are discussing, we are refreshing the new architectures with it and stuff like that. And the second question that I see on the chat is that whether you go for a specialized tool or a platform driven tool, security is as good as how you are managing it today. So rather than having the bells and whistles on new age technologies and silos security toolset which does point resolution in your security issues, we would always should have a platform approach, because that will help you do the management of security more better, right? The CISOs have to wake up every morning and see a dashboard that how I am good at the security. It is an ask of a real-time dashboard, right? So if manageability becomes easier by using silos tools or consolidation of security or secure at the edge concept that we use, right? It helps you manage it properly, it helps you manage it easily. It reduces the operation overhead, it reduces the skill required to operate and manage the entire cyber security. It's not the game of deploying security, the game is running security.
Excellent.
So how do you run security every day? That's where the entire crux is. People can buy technologies and put, but if they are not managed, it is like an open door properly, right? So
no, absolutely. So excellent point around, managing versus implementing versus running it forever or running it optimally is going to be very, very important. Ma'am, I think since you emphasized on digital, I would have to ask you this question, right? Do you think the emerging technologies like AI, ML would act as an enabler to cyber, or are they just added areas of headache from a CISO's perspective? And if yes, then how can the organization use such technologies to strengthen the cybersecurity posture and actually use it for your competitive advantage?
Absolutely, Jaspreet. I think this is one area which has not been explored too much, mainly because of the lack of skill sets available. Because one point that you touched upon on the skill crunch, that's across. So the only way in which we can address it even partially is by utilizing those AI ML kind of skills in looking at, say for example, hundreds of thousands of lines of alerts that keep coming in from an SIEM or firewall or any of those long intensive tools. Unless we put some of those technologies in place, we will end up investing or trying to find people to look at these logs and make some sense out of it. There are, of course, engines available to do it partially, but we know that we are still far from reaching a stage where we can only look at those curated events which necessarily needs a human eye. Today, we end up looking at a lot of things that don't really need a human eye. A machine can take a decision and move on. But we're still depending a lot on people because we don't have the right skill set combinations. I think if, as a community, we are able to do something on this, it will be a great help to the industry because that's one area wherein we haven't even touched the surface of it. That's marrying AI, ML with cybersecurity. Here, the analysis is not on static data. It is on data that is flowing. And you have to take a slice of it and do it. You have to do that continuously, only when you're there. Otherwise, when you wake up, you look at the dashboard, you will see more reds than there were when you slept last night. So that's not a good thing. So it is definitely an area that needs a lot of pickup. And I think, after a certain age, we will also think that, no, we can't do this. We're too old, so the new guys will do it. I think, no, we will have to pick this up. All of us together will have to pick this up. Maybe we will have to develop some skill sets that we didn't have so far, invest a little bit more time in it, encourage existing security professionals to get trained on the other area. It can be the other way around also. I don't think that's an issue because when you need two core skills and both are very intense skills, getting people with both the skills becomes an issue. But I think it is doable. There'll be a lot of efforts initially, but it will pay back big time.
Sure.
Just to add what my ma'am said, right? Globally, we see what people are preferring to do is more and more automation in response, right? So use AI ML to detect, which will reduce the 80% of the time, and to reduce the 20% of the time, use automation playbooks, like what Chandan said, right? We have to have a playbook in response, and can we automate those playbooks so that the reaction time also reduces to a maximum thing? So we need to, as you rightly said, we need to collaborate collectively and see how we can bring those automation in picture, share those automation among peers in the industry to bring up the reaction much more faster when the incident happens.
One more point, on the digital transformation piece. When you look at the digital transformation, one of the classic problems all the CISOs were facing with the legacy systems. We don't know how to upgrade, because if you upgrade it, the application will not come up, or something else will break, and sometimes we don't know if it will work. Maybe it will work, but we are not very sure. So we cannot take chance of upgrading some of the middleware, some of the operating systems, some of the database versions. So we are kind of, we take that risk and live with those old ones. So as a part of the digital transformation, one of the first things that we should pick up is at least understand where there are items sitting which we don't even know what is going to be the impact, and start a transformation on that. A lot of headache will go away when you are in newer systems, and you can have a consistent protection. Otherwise, you protect everything, but there is one huge system which is sitting somewhere which is unprotected, and we really don't have an exception approval is a bad idea, by the way.
Super.
It will help to protect it from an auditor, but not from a hacker.
Not from a hacker.
Jaspreet, if I can add something on the AI/ML piece.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, see, if you look at the AI/ML piece contribution to cybersecurity, right? Now let's look at some of the behaviors that we typically see. I think Michael, Tuteja, they will also agree with me. If you just connect a firewall to internet without doing anything, right? Immediately you would see some 20-30% of traffic people are trying to scan. So the traffics are automatically targeted towards a public IP by autonomous systems which are running 24/7, 365 days. Right? You don't have to do anything. You just connect and switch on the firewall. Rest is going to be taken care of automatically, right? So, and probably another example. We all know that API keys are the crux of the entire cloud subscription, right? If you have API key and you just copy it to any open GitHub or any drive, it takes less than 20 seconds for some hackers to pick it, right? So it is not human versus technology. It is technology versus technology. There are 24/7 AI/ML enabled systems are running across the globe to pick, to scan, to sweep what exactly is going on, right? Now, unless we are prepared, it is going to be very difficult. See, human brain is not designed to process so much of data. There's a fatigue, right? And also there is a digital division between people. The way you can understand certain things, the way Michael can understand. So we all are different, right? We interpret different things in different way, right? And the automation is always based on certain assumption, right? Your automation, your AI/ML, see whether we agree, we don't agree. All this automation, ML, they are based on past behavior, right? Now, probably some fine tune, some kind of adjustment on predictive analysis part or some kind of prediction looking at some past data. But historically, if you see all the attacks, most of the times everything changes, right? And you say, okay, this is a new TTP. It was not there earlier, right? You can go back and say, my AI system failed, my ML system failed, right? You look at the current Ukraine and the Russia escalation, right? Almost all top-notch agencies of US, they're under threat, right? I'm sure they have enough AI/ML protection for them, but still they're under threat, right? So it is not AI/ML, it is not people, it is system against system. How good are your systems? How good they are trained? Who is actually guarding it? See, another question going back to the skilling part. So the problem is, I think, if you look at one armed force, there are different columns to do different things. It is not that one team does everything, right? You have internal security, you have external security, you have paramilitary forces, you have military forces. In military, you also have different columns to do different works because they understand the landscape better. But when it comes to cybersecurity, one man does everything. It is like always on, work from everywhere, whether it is AppSec or whether it is a risk assessment, you do the same job, right? You're from consulting industry, right? So we use the same resource for everything, right? ISO 27001 becomes our default checklist to analyze cloud, to analyze an application, to a system.
To a ransomware attack also.
Ransomware attack also. Yeah, ransomware playbook and
I've
ISO.
had calls from clients saying, I'm ISO 27001 certified. Will
Absolutely.
I get a ransomware attack?
Correct.
So am I vulnerable?
There is a fundamental issue in our understanding.
Yeah.
Right. There's a fundamental issue in our understanding. See, you can't take one, let's say, soldier and ask him to fly a MiG. Right. The trainings are not enough. Right. There are so many things somebody has to learn. Right.
Great point.
And there are different worlds are there. So today we are talking about, I'm sure the panel here, you would agree that people are talking about metaverse security, blockchain security, and we are still struggling with ISO 27001 compliance. So these two are like 500 years difference.
Absolutely.
Right.
I
So
think
let's
just
let me
to
come
add,
to Michael.
has moved far beyond firewalls and IPS. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. The world has
just to
gone
add
career.
what Chandan and Maya ma'am just said. Again, going back to the title of this discussion, breaking silos. I really don't think we need to find resources who are AI ML trained today. But what we need to do is to understand the problem, make a use case out of it, and push it through our engineering teams who can build that tool for you. I'm saying this out of experience because we recently have been able to build an anti-piracy tool based on AI ML through partnership by in simple words, by breaking the silos of security and engineering. We've built a tool which has been successfully deployed today, and we've been able to detect piracy in real time. So we need not try to build the skill set with cybersecurity, I feel. But yes, we are the ones who understand the cybersecurity landscape well. We need to make the use case properly and make the engineering team understand the use case and leave it to them to build the tool for you.
Super.
I think one statement I want to make before you move, Jaspreet, is that cybersecurity also depends on the intelligence, what goes in this hyper world, what is latest happening, and that's a huge amount of data to understand, analyze, and come up with suggestions around it. So rather than building all this on-prem platform within organization, it is always a better idea to leave it to a provider who does that for a living. So MSS is the way that people look into, so that the ready-made intelligence is available. What's happening in one client can ready-made pass on to the
other one. A good point. Yeah, and Chandan and Praveen both spoke a lot about sharing of information, which I think probably again can happen or might be happening, but in silos, right? Few friends would be talking to each other, but I don't think so. There is an industry or a community-wide sharing yet that happens openly. Michael, one is a question from the audience from Fanish on how to monitor and check how our system is in attack or being attacked if there is a vulnerability in the design process itself. And second, what would be your closing remarks to all our viewers listening?
So when it comes to detecting vulnerability in a system, in a process, etc., the first and foremost, it is never a one-time activity. It has to be a continuous activity where one needs to have a baseline in terms of what is the security, what you have set up, and like Murtaza, like Chandan was saying, you need to have visibility in terms of what are the trends. You need to have visibility in terms of what is the kind of application access. For example, most of the times when you look at the hacks which is coming, happening and how it's getting compromised, I would say the classic example for I would not go into the deep, but this Colonial pipeline, I'm sure everybody would have looked into it for sure or would have read about it. But the bottom line was it was a weak password of a VPN user using which they compromised, and then they managed to get into the network. So all what they're looking for is a door through which they can access into a network. It can be any user, through which they silently get into a network and then extract whatever data what they need. So a close monitoring of all the activities, what is happening in terms of users, what they are trying to do, whether, like Murtaza was saying, they should be, everybody should be looking at a zero trust framework, whether it's internal users, external users, contractors, whatever type of connectivity, wherever your data is residing, look at it from a zero trust framework in terms of how to identify the user before authorization, what all checks needs to be done, and then even after authorization to ensure that what is the activities, what is doing, etc. These are all very, very important framework. And just to touch upon this AI MI part, do keep in mind that if we don't adopt AI MI, definitely the bad vectors, they are using AI MI to find out new ways and means of getting into your network. So as long as we don't adapt to the new technologies, we will be always on a back foot. I'm sure everybody understands that this is a cat and mouse game where one has to be one step ahead of the other. Otherwise, you are always at loss. So to conclude, it's a continuous journey, and one has to be on the top of the game, whether it's from a technology, whether it's from what is happening in the world in terms of cybersecurity, and keep adopting and keep looking at as what's the best way to enhance your security and be better equipped to face the attacks. Because as Jaspreet, what you're saying, and everybody would agree to it. It is never a scenario where you are 100% protected, and you need to be prepared that when it happens to you, how do you react to it?
Right. Thanks, Michael. I think just want to end on a very small note. Somebody asked me this thing: what's the safest computer in this world? And I don't want to take answers for that because I've got answers from saying human mind to etc. etc. But the answer that I got and the answer that I got in that panel was a computer which is shut down, not connected to the internet. It is chained, put in a lock box, and thrown into the ocean. So that's the kind of complete security that we're talking about. Thank you so much, esteemed panelists. It was a real pleasure moderating this session. I hope the audience had a great time. Thank you so much. Pleasure being with you. Have a great day.
Same here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the Fireside Chat on Vendor Risk and Agile Cloud Contracting. I am Kalpana Singhal, Editor-in-Chief CXOTV from Techplus Media. All of us know that cloud contracting requires due diligence from pre-contract vetting to monitoring ongoing activities. So please welcome Sachin Kavalkar, CISO and Global Head Information Security and Quality, NIAMO, to discuss how to create cloud security guidelines, address security risk in the contract and ongoing vendor risk management. A very warm welcome to you, Sachin.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me here and giving this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so it's a pleasure for me to host you today in CXOTV.
Thank you once again.
Yeah. How crucial is cloud contracting to enable long-term association and achieving the business goals from cloud initiatives?
Yeah, so being into this industry for past 19 years, and since now we are overcoming the generation by generation, and we have seen the various types of risk which are getting evolving with a lot of technology changes. I guess cloud is now the only area wherein people are looking for, and that is what a future is. So cloud is a revolution. Organizations are pouring a lot of and the billions and billions of amount to make the best use of it. So since now most of the organizations are moving from the traditional data centers because the lot of cost, maintenance efforts are are into it. So that's why cloud is very important. The second, the important part which we need to understand is cloud is not a place, it is a strategy. So we need to make sure that the risk needs to be looked into accordingly. It is a framework for the future success, and most of the organization has gained and the value out of it. And really they are seeing the cloud is something which will be a part of our future from the local on-premise environment. So choosing the right cloud model and the deployment of your organization's framework into that, it's something important, and that need to be taken care very rightly. So when we see that what exactly the association of the vendors are, how the risk needs to be calculated, we need to look the various dimensions of it. The very first dimension, I will say, like choosing the right vendor, that is important, because now we have a lot of vendors who are available depending upon the size of the vendor, what services they are providing, what are their capabilities, what is their existence in the market. So all those parameters play a crucial role while we are selecting the vendors. And now as we have seen that what services which you are shifting to the cloud, and what are the services again which we are leveraging from the cloud service provider, that is something important. From the crucial aspect perspective, I will say the critical components are like, when we are relying on the cloud service provider, definitely a lot of investment is going to be made, and it will be a one-time investment, because when we say that the entire environment is going to shift from one place to another place, it is a tough task for all the organizations. So while selecting that, the scalability, performance, reliability, availability, security, governance, compliances, SLAs, the various compliances in terms of legal, regulatory, specific to the geographical, because now we have seen a lot of the regulations which are coming in, lot of the regulations which are demanding for the data localization into the same geolocation. Now, whether that vendor is having the capability to provide and cater your services is something important. So all these aspects needs to be looked into while we are choosing the vendor, and that need to be a long-term strategy planning at the time of initial the decisions only, that I can say on this.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So as you rightly said, basically because of the benefits of the cloud services are growing, and but buying cloud services is different from buying traditional outsourced services. So according to you, what are the common errors IT teams make in cloud contracting terms?
The selection is again one of the important criteria, and also the errors or the risks or the issues associated with that need to be considered at the time of initial phase only. That I feel as a CISO, it's a very important task, and every organization must looking into it, because it's a one-time investment. As we discussed, it's a huge cost, and it's a migration from one generation to the another, the generation, we can say. So while we are doing that, your strategies needs to be very clear, because that could possibly, because what you are going to shift, why we are going to shift, what applications you wanted to shift, that is something important, and that should be considered. That probably might be one of the error. But looking from the vendor perspective, since there are the various vendors which are available, what are the the fallback plans they have in terms of any disaster or in terms of any issues which are happening? Are they able to provide you the availability part? Are they able to provide you the regular continual services as they have mentioned into that? So that is something which typically need to be looked into. The skilled and the subject matter experts, either from both the sides, like even on the organization who is going to migrate it, and even from the service provider, do they have a subject matters and skilled resources to provide and give you the services what you are expecting? Because once you deploy it, then the challenges starts coming in. More you are prepared and more the error free you are, then the challenges will get mitigated or avoided at the initial phase only, and then it will be a smooth journey. And then the complexity of the components, integrations will not come into. So many business opportunities taking place inside the cloud, the cost of cloud, misconfiguration of the poor cloud, optimization can be very high. Understanding the responsibilities of cloud team as well, that what exactly the services which they are going to do, and what are the other services your local IT team is going to do. Then the technical controls like migration of all the data, what data you are going to migrate. Are you going to migrate in one stroke, or you are going to plan it? How your backup provisions has been managed properly? The misconfigurations which may lead to a major problem, that need to be one of the areas need to be looked into. While migrating a data, what exactly you are going to migrate it, that is again a part of the error-free the journey, and then failing to delete what exactly you are required. So I guess these are the technical and then business, combination of business and technical, the things needs to be looked into to avoid the errors and to have a great cloud journey.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, cloud providers are actually, they offer low cost and flexible solutions because they standardize their offerings for multiple customers. And accordingly, cloud providers are less likely than traditional outsourced providers to adapt their solutions to the customer's need or negotiate contract terms to meet the customer's requirements.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The important part here is because your organization more better, your customers more better. So while we are doing those things, needs to be considered and need to be set up to the vendor so that they are providing the right services to you as desired and expected. Because now when we are saying we are migrating from the on-premise to the cloud environment, ultimately the entire environment is going to be hosted, which will be your business, which is now a core part of your business and which is a heart. So when we are saying that, okay, it's a production or it's a live environment, every component need to be very thoroughly looked into. So from both the side, this is very important to have all the the possible errors or the risk which probably may occur in future need to be considered then and there only. And the designing and developing and deployment, if we do it in the right way, I guess probably then it will give the right outcomes.
Yeah. So it's all about the right fit between the cloud solution and our business needs. That's what you mean to say. Yeah.
Exactly.
So that brings to me the next question. When it comes to the contract side of it. So what are the key risks and challenges in contracting for cloud services to be considered and managed by the technology leaders?
From the technology lead perspective now, as we keep on saying that there are multiple the cloud vendors as well, but even if they are the best cloud vendors, ideally, because they are a part of your business, most of the well-established businesses, they have a risk assessment strategy. Any IT vendor, because in future that cloud will going to be a part of your IT vendor list. When we say he is going to be a part of my IT vendor list, the proper and thorough the risk assessment has to be performed even before contracting, that I will say, to understand the capabilities, the capacities, the way they are going to services, the SLAs, the security risks which are currently existing with the vendor, the issues and the incidents which has happened in the past with the vendor, the availability risk if there are any issues which has happened in the past as well, the risk related to the lack of control which they have not properly maybe deployed at their environment, and then maybe what type of accesses they are giving, which is one of the very important part, what type of accesses they are giving, maybe a physical access, maybe a logical access, because ultimately it's your environment and you don't know where your cloud is because it is virtual, everything is virtual. So these parameters needs to be very properly considered when we are doing a thorough risk assessment before even signing a contract. I guess that will give you the complete clarity that whom you are going to get a business into and how it will be beneficial for you and how you are going to achieve your goals and objectives. From the challenges perspective, I guess security is one of the important part, because we are hosting everything to the cloud. On premises, we know, because it's a tradition we are keep on doing since ages, so we know what are the challenges, risk associated with that, and we keep on mitigating those, so we are aware about it. But since it is a new environment, everything will be new. So for the companies who are going to adopt the cloud, then they need to consider the security, who are managing the cloud, what is the governance, compliances, selecting the right set of controls into the contract, how is the spend which we are going to do on the cloud part, because it is not only hosting on a cloud, you need to also buy the solutions from the service provider. Now, what are the various solutions which you need to deploy on your part, on your environment? That is something need to be discussed, decided, and the leaders need to be much aware about it, considering the type of business. Most of the businesses, since they are having the regulatory implications, because since the way they are managing the business, sometimes it's a health related data where the HIPAA requirement is mandatory, cardholder data where financial institutions, it's mandatory to comply with PCI DSS, or there are many regulations wherein they need to fulfill that criteria. So it is always important that how you are going to make sure that you are also complying with those by virtue of you are deploying it on the cloud environment. Segmentation, uses, and adoption is again one of the important parameter need to be looked into. And if you are migrating for the first time, again, as I mentioned, what you are migrating, why you are migrating, that always need to be looked into. And as a overall consolidated, looking into all those pointers, I guess maybe we can deploy it in a smoother way.
Yeah, absolutely. So according to you, security leaders should first assess their own teams and then the contracts, and finally move to understanding what is required in the cloud environment to manage the risk.
Exactly. And it should not happen that because the lack of the knowledge or the lack of understanding or what exactly the strategies, it should not be just an overnight decision, okay, we wanted to move it to cloud. The thought process behind it need to be first articulated and need to be discussed. And then exactly it should not be like that, okay, everything 100% we need to migrate it. The things which are really not required, which are your internal business, I guess there is no need of it probably. but the things which you have committed to customer and probably for the more secured, faster, cheaper, the way you want, I guess that need to be looked into for migration to the cloud. So all these challenges, I guess first they need to jot down and need to be looked into. And then if you work upon it, I guess then it's a success story.
Yeah, sure. So how do we address the cloud security guidelines and procurement and legal concerns with cloud contracting? So if you can elaborate a little more.
Yes, this is again, I guess, one of the very important question, Kalpana, because when we say contracts are typically for more than 3 years, or at least minimum for 3 years, though the clauses are there, but yes. And see, while we say that contract is a document wherein we can extend or terminate, but logically or on the ground, it is not as easy as the termination, because when we say we have completely migrated, it can't be just like a hour's job to do the things and to change the decisions and to change to the another service provider, because the effort which we have put in, the architectures, the deployments, the applications, the data migrations, everything what we are doing, it is something important. While taking this cautious decision, the contracting is an important part that need to be very thoroughly, carefully looked into. The important part is choosing the right vendor what you want to. There are multiple vendors who are available in the market, but who is a right fitment for you? That is something we need to look into. Based upon that, the capabilities of that particular vendor, which will fulfill your business needs and demands and objectives, I guess then probably the initiation of contract can be started. Now, when we say contracting, now even from the contracting perspective, the very important perspective is like the vendor should be able to give you the services as SLA defined and as agreed upon. Even from the vendor side, the cloud service provider, they should be having the skilled resources available to make sure that in case of any disaster or issue, they are able to fulfill your requirements. So it should be an uninterrupted 99.999% availability business, which they have committed and need to be looked into. So availability is again one of the important part. And as I mentioned that it is just like a pay and a procure. So then after whatever the requirements you have need to be well articulated and documented into the contract. Once this is a draft is created, I guess probably you also need to look the legal regulatory compliances, even contractual compliances, because customer compliances nowadays are very important. When we agreed upon that, like few countries like China, Russia, South Korea, there are various the data privacy regulations where data localization is mandatory. Now, if your service provider don't have a local data center available in that geolocation, then probably it will be an additional investment for you to look for the extension of that. Or maybe probably you need to create your own data centers in that regulation, because they don't allow you to take the data outside of your country. So the vendor need to be also have the capability to cater your services. Then the compliances regulations, ideally the vendor which we are choosing, he should be compliant with the various regulations which are applicable as a cloud service provider, or which are applicable as a local legal requirements to the service provider. And then considering all this, I guess probably it need to be also looked into and weighted by the legal teams, and possibly I guess then we can proceed with the contract part with the cloud.
Yeah, definitely. That's a fair point. The legal teams can actually vet it. But as we discussed, that the cloud providers are less likely to adapt their solutions to the customer's needs or negotiate contract terms to meet the customer's requirements. So in this scenario, how do we do the due diligence to determine what gaps exist between our requirements and the provider services, and whether there are workarounds to fill the gaps?
Cloud service provider is going to be one of your component of your IT vendor list. Probably all the due diligence related to the vendor management or the vendor risk assessment needs to be carried and performed. Then what are the various plans even from the cloud service provider as well, how they are going for the expansion, what are their strategies, what they have agreed and discussed, and are they going to fulfill it? Are there any issues which has happened in the past wherein probably that might be a concern for you? And then if there are any issues arising of it, from the technical perspective, technology perspective, what are their mitigation plans available? Do they have a right set of skills and resources available to mitigate it in terms of any issues? And will they able to give you the services as desired and as you are looking for? So if these things, if we looked into, I guess definitely that will be a big help. A lot of the times, even now, most of the cloud service providers, being they are the global service provider like Amazon, Google, Azure, Microsoft, being they are providing to the large tier 1 organizations, it's mandatory for them to go through the various audits. Now, when we say audits, sometimes it's a PCI DSS, it's a health regulation requirement, HIPAA audits, or ISO audits, or SOC 1, SOC 2 audits. Maybe possibly we can go through their reports and possibly look into the critical controls, that what are the auditor remarks given on their control part as well. So that will give you some fair idea about what is their environment, how they are managing it, what are the challenges even they are facing, what are the budgets and strategy planning from their side in terms of mitigations, resources, the people, the data center expansions, budgets, everything. If they have well in place, I guess that will solve the purpose.
Yeah, sure. So according to you, are there any crucial and non-negotiable elements of a cloud contract, which is beneficial for the customer?
I will say security, compliance, governance, availability, performance. These are the non-negotiable and very, very crucial. Rest of the things are manageable as we grow step by step, definitely at every step. When we are putting a lot of thought process for going to the next step, definitely those things will be taken care. But on the basic, these things are very much important, and they should be having the desired set of tools, technology, or rather the set of solutions available. So as and when you demand for it, you need for it, they should be able to give it back to you, and it should be just like a plug and play, and then you are fulfilling your requirements. So I guess these are the 4 or 5 major crucial non-negotiable the elements, because when we say we are migrating and it is like a live and production environment for you, then security is sitting on the very top, and then the regular governance, compliances, regulatory requirements play a very important role along with availability.
Yeah. I mean, developing that process is really important. Yeah.
Yes.
So what are the best practices you would suggest for contracting in order to avoid any conflicts and differences? Though, I mean, it is more like a sum of whatever we have discussed.
So the very first foremost is like you should be armed with a clarity on technical services, security, data governance, service management requirements, and you can more effectively integrate your select group of potential vendors. So I guess that will help. Even as I discuss and as I mentioned that what are the various vendor technologies they are, how they are upgrading their technologies, what is their roadmap, investment on the various areas, then the technology and the services roadmap, what they have and what their plans for, service delivery model for them, then the business terms like insurance, the business policies, the operational reviews, how they are going to do, how frequently they do it, what are the outcomes of it, what are the learnings from it, and how they are going to remediate it. The data insurance, because now everything is hosted on them. In terms of any breach, how they are going to ensure that data, because sometimes it's required in cybersecurity world. The cyber insurances are mandatory. So same as we are hosting the data, so what are the various data insurances which they possess and how they are going to protect it. The legal protections now in terms of like if there are any legal penalties or fines, how they are going to help and support in that area. So indemnification, warranties, then the intellectual property rights. Also one important part is, are there any dependencies on the fourth party? So when we say cloud is the third party, are there any further contracts with the external parties, fourth parties do they have, and how they are also going to assess that risk, and how the things and the controls are in place. So I guess these are the important areas or the best practices before contracting we should look into to avoid any conflicts and differences.
Yeah,
and rather, I will
absolutely.
say it should be a long-term association and a continual improvement from the cloud service provider.
Yeah, absolutely. So we can conclude like there are 4 key steps to create a holistic view of any security program. That first, create a team and assess the risk. Second, develop processes. Third, analyze contract portfolios. And lastly, develop risk management programs.
Exactly. And see, now future will be a cloud only. That's for sure, and no doubt about it. Now, since we are going from the traditional environment to the cloud environment, I guess definitely there will be a lot of things which will be coming into. When we say we are improving with the technology, same time the risks are growing. So as a security leader, I can see that when we upgrade or update something, immediately the new risk will coming in. So it's a what I can say, the game of hide and seek. So from that perspective, I guess the things needs to be looked into, and continual improvement into the cloud environment is a need of future. So it should not be just like we have established, we have set up, and then I guess no one is looking into. So that should not be the case. Continual improvement, integrations, because now even a lot of application security, cyber risk which are arising, network risk, lot of ransomware attacks which are happening. So how we can strengthen our environment, safeguard our environment with the help of our service providers, if they have the functionality and services or various tools, technology and components available, how we can make a best use of it to further commit to our customers and to make sure that we are compliant with all the regulations, data privacy, security, contractual obligations, and then creating a robust model on the cloud. I guess if we do that, then it's a big success for any organization, and the decision will be a right decision for migrating from local to cloud environment.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So SLAs and contracts are one of the most preferred risk mitigation strategies, according to you.
Yes. SLAs is again in terms of, because we are also committed to someone from the SLA perspective. So I guess that is something which we need to look into. It should not happen that at the time of when we are providing a service to our customer and there are some issues, and because of the vendor issues we are not able to. So it will be penalty for all of us. So I guess that is important part.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Sachin. It was a complete pleasure talking to you today. And
pleasure is mine. Thank you so much once again for having this, choosing this wonderful topic. And definitely we'll keep on discussing on a lot of the security and cloud integrations and various topics in future.
Okay, hello. Today we are going to have a debate between CFO and CISO. We only have CISOs in the panel. The topic is the collaboration between CFOs and CISOs. Are there any disagreements? And we have 4 panelists joining us. And we hope to have a good discussion on this. And the format will be, we'll ask questions to each one of them. Ideally the same question. If we move out of the script, then we will ask some other questions relevant to what the discussion is about. And we do this for all the questions that we'll have. We'll try to limit each of the answers to 2 to 3 minutes so that we are able to squeeze in as many questions as we can. So just to set the context, in today's digital world, cyber threat is a growing risk and concern in all enterprises, with the potential to create serious financial and reputation damage. This also means that the role of the CISO is becoming increasingly more important. There are rapid advancements in the cyber threat landscape, and security technologies have to counter those threats. Like I already said, the panelists are all CISOs, and many of them are very highly experienced, 10 plus, some of them 20 plus years of experience in this line. And the theme of the discussion once again is how the CISOs and the CFOs collaborate. How do they fund their cybersecurity programs? And if you think about it, CISOs and CFOs are actually working on the same goals. That is ensuring compliance, ensuring business continuity, data privacy, data security, minimizing risk and preventing business losses. I think that is a common goal which both functions have. So it is quite obvious that they have to work together and make sure that the common goals are met in the interest of the enterprise. So first question that I will ask, and I will ask this to Manoj. We should understand that cybersecurity is a business issue. It is not a technology issue, and the risk need to be managed with as much discipline as we manage financial risk or operational risk or compliance risk. So how does the CFO and other CXOs get to understand the cyber maturity of the company to be able to take collective ownership and responsibility of the cyber risks? And do you feel there is active support of top management to help your team drive the cybersecurity projects? Manoj.
Thanks for the question, Joydeep. So as I see it, if we need to be able to have an active engagement of all the CXOs in the organization, not just the CFO alone, we need to have a very clear-cut understanding of where our risks lie and what is our maturity of our cybersecurity and even privacy for that matter to a really good extent. So to do this, there are multiple ways of achieving this, task. One is we should be able to do an independent cybersecurity maturity assessment of the organization, right? We can hire any of the best auditing agencies or experts in the area who can give us a view of how well we are performing with respect to the different cybersecurity domains. And it can also be, secondly, what can also be done is that perform a benchmarking versus your peers, for instance, right? And in the same industry, assuming you are in a singular industry for that matter. But there are, of course, organizations who span across different industries too. But then that's going to be a very interesting, a very interesting challenge to do the peer benchmarking as well. That is a second aspect on that. Thirdly, I would also see that how we can do this maturity assessment versus an industry best practice. Let's say it can be a NIST cybersecurity framework or any of the other well-known NIST standards or ISO 27001, so that you can gauge yourself against these standards, right? So when you perform an assessment against the different industry leading benchmarks, it will also help you gauge yourself on your performance against each of those domains and control structures and help you build a roadmap to improve on your cybersecurity maturity. Yeah, the second part of that answer.
Oh, you have not completed. Go ahead.
Yeah, so second part of that answer about engagement at the top management level. I think when we have a very visual depiction of the maturity of where we stand here today, and also pool in the support of the top management and even board for that matter on how we intend to grow our maturity in each of the areas of the report, so to speak. We should be able to bring in their support and bring them on board in this journey together.
Okay, I will have some questions follow up on that. Probably I'll cover in one of the other questions. Rohit, would you like to go ahead on the same question, please?
Sure. Thank you, Joydeep. So, echoing what Manoj said right now, on the typical approaches for measuring the cyber security maturity of an organization. Primarily, if you see, we need to have an internal program which refers or which adopts such industry benchmarks. And, your entire security strategy needs to be based on this. While you implement, of course, different frameworks call for different approaches. If it's ISO 27001 requires 100% compliance to be showed and with sustenance as well. But if you look at programs like NIST CSF, they have got a very methodological approach similar to what CMMI has, where there are tiers mentioned. And these tiers actually help the senior management, the CXO suits as well as the board committee members to relate to such maturity assessment models like CMMI and translate that into cybersecurity program of the organization and understand where exactly the organization lies in terms of maturity. This actually helps them to understand the cybersecurity posture of the organization, and that in return gives us the required support from the CXOs and the the board committee members and so on and so forth, where we report into. So I would say that yes, cybersecurity maturity with periodic roadmaps, with target maturity scores to achieve, and then ideally giving that assurance to management by having an independent assessment done at the end of every annual or every year to validate that the assessment done by cybersecurity team in terms of the maturity that they declare, and an independent view on that, what is the actual maturity that the organization has achieved, and whether it has met the target in line with the expectations of the management or not. That gives an additional assurance, and I feel that is very important for an organization to develop a program like this, adopting standard best practices and doing a self-assessment in addition to an independent assessment as well on periodic basis, and giving that additional assurance to management. Now, to get the support, primarily, the management requires clarity as to what is the threat perception or what is the risk appetite of the organization. That is something very important. And if we are able to translate that into business risk, is easily acceptable by the management, and that ultimately translate into an active support. So these are some additional points from my end, in addition to what ones.
Okay. Pawan, same thing to you. I think many of the things you say would have been spoken. I mean, this is the problem when you have multiple people answering the same question.
Yeah, so I'll be using it. I'll be taking a practical approach than a theoretical approach, because both of my panelists have taken a theoretical approach of adopting ISO 27000 standard, talking about security maturity, and then an IST framework. Yes, these are good things to have. But if you really want to know the maturity of the organization, run a phishing attack and see the result. You will practically see that how efficient your security maturity of the organization is and where you stand today. The number of people responding or clicking on the phishing link will actually tell you where you stand and how vulnerable your organization is, because until and unless there is a user action, there cannot be a security attack, right? Every attack has a human intervention into the picture, and until and unless that has been undertaken, this attack should not have been successful. So your maturity is practically demonstrated with a physical representation or of a simulation attack. That so it is important that you should, after conducting the phishing attack, take that learning and then move on to the theoretical aspect of adopting a particular standard or a framework in defining the cybersecurity framework for the organization. And that is where you will get to know that what all technologies are required to be implemented. While defining security security framework for the organization, you obviously require CFO's support along with CTO, because it is actually CISOs can define this framework but cannot implement it. Otherwise, it will be of conflict of interest. So you require your CTO's help in implementing those technologies. And once And hence both of them, CFO and CTOs has to be taken into confidence before implementing, and whatever is the recommendation, it has to support the digital transformation of an organization, and what CFO is focusing upon and implementing in the coming future. Transitioning into a language what they understand is not difficult these days because of thanks to hackers, or I would say the bad actors. There are enough attacks happening across the globe which are giving worrisome night to everyone in the organization, specifically at a senior role, because everybody is answerable today and they have to provide answers. But it is important for a CISO to speak the language which people can understand, and specifically at a board. If we start using the technical jargon, team will have hard time to understand that. And whatever has been recommended as part of the cybersecurity framework needs to be complemented and supported with true evidences of what benefit it can bring into the organization. And that's where the true picture comes into the picture. True picture comes in where you, once you run the phishing attack, you will see that which all areas needs to be focused upon, and how then you have to drive it step by step to make it a success within the organization and keep the organization safe. So I will restrict my response to this particular question here. We'll again deep dive onto multiple aspects as we move forward.
Okay. Archie, you're the last in this list. Can you give your points on this as well?
Thanks. Very important question. In fact, without the support of the leadership and the top management, the board, not only the cybersecurity project, but no projects in an organization can function or evolve. So the buy-in, the understanding, the approvals, all of that is highly essential and critical for any projects any other project to execute. Now, if we talk about the understanding around cyber maturity between the CXOs and the CFO, and how they are able to understand the ownership and responsibility of the risk. So overall, while the security expert or the security decision makers or the CISOs are the owners of the security risk and action owners and making sure the mitigation is there, the overall owner of any of the cybersecurity risk, as per what Gartner says, is the CEO, the core, because that's where the organization's business decisions from the sales perspective, from delivery perspective, from operations perspective, from technology perspective, all decisions are unified. And that's how, for any organization, it's the CEO who is the custodian owner of any risk within the organization. Now, coming to the responsibility of a cybersecurity leader to make sure how these risks are clearly interpreted, not cascaded, but better interpreted with the CXOs, is diluting and making it more simplified so that it's well understood in terms of the impact, because it should be backwards. So from the impact perspective, how a particular risk impacts their business area or business unit, let's say if it is a finance, how it would impact finance and the overall organization in parallel, how if it is a delivery, a CDO or COO, how it would be impacting the business, the gross margins or revenues, and how it would be associated with those, the reputational impact from the clientele, customer success, all of that. So how that risk is impacting their operations or their division, their ownership is the best method. And now going backwards from the impact, it's about the risk. So how that risk and the possibilities. And if the organization has the understanding around the possibilities, or let's say the risk appetite is very clear within the organization, how much risk an organization can take, be it cyber risk or be it insurance risk, be it any kind of risk in terms of delivery impact or clients or revenue, anything, or financials. So that is something which should be very clear with the CISOs or the security decision makers. So if they are able to resonate and understand the the risk appetite of the organization, they will be able to respond and clarify about those risks and the association of the impacts.
Moving on, some of you touched on speaking the language of business, cutting jargons, articulating the problem, and solution is in easy to understand language. Now, while you do this with your CFO and perhaps other top management CXOs, which are your peers, does the CIO, CTO, whatever it is called in your company, sometimes both are there, do you work together and do you together approach this problem of how to make it easy to understand? Because there is a IT angle, there's a security angle, and I think both of you probably need to go together and make it easy for people to understand. What are the potential areas of disagreement with the CFO, and how do you resolve those areas of disagreement? I think this time we'll start with Rohit first.
Thank you, Joydeep. I would say that no security or any security success can be measured without involving all the stakeholders. Security function alone cannot drive the security initiatives. Yes, they are the SMEs, they'll strategize, they'll draw up a roadmap, but ultimately when it comes to implementation, you will need your other stakeholders. That's where if it's a if it's a manufacturing organization, you will also have IT and OT respective stakeholders coming in, where they collaborate with you. The implementation roadmap buy-in is there from both these stakeholders as well. And then comes the next challenge. And if it's a, sorry, before I do that, if it's a financial institution, then of course the IT areas will come in, the IT stakeholders come in. And once we have an agreement with that, once we collaborate and we fix up and we prioritize a roadmap, the next challenge that comes in is to get the required approvals from the respective CFO, CXOs, or the corporate planning team for the budget approvals. This is where the actual risk is, because till now, the collaboration is with CIOs, CTOs, which understand the technical language, which understand the technical risk that you're coming. When you are interacting with CFO, you need to quantify all this cyber risk. And not only the CFO, I would say, when the discussion on risk that takes place with the management, while we help them understand or realize the impact of a potential risk, at the same time, we also need to quantify the risk, which is very readily acceptable and understood by the senior management, the CFOs, CXOs, and the board committees. So that is a very critical aspect over here. I feel that this is the main area where you will find there are a lot of discussions that take place in prioritization of certain initiatives, in getting those approvals, justifying the ROIs, helping the CXOs and the board members to understand the tangible and intangible benefits of those, because not all initiatives that you take will have a tangible outcome which can be measured, and we can go ahead with the binary, yes, achieved, not achieved. There will be a lot of value additions that will be done through certain controls that brings in, which help us to proactively prevent certain things from happening. So the only way that we will be able to justify that is, I believe, by way of risk quantification, making all the top management and the board members understand what they understand better, which is the figures, converting your risk into all commercial impact, and then going ahead and taking the required approvals that are required to implement our initiatives. Again, while we are the ones who strategize, who draw the roadmap and take the stakeholder buy-in, who are the implementers. So we ultimately end up overseeing the entire implementation as well. And this end-to-end process and of overseeing and then realizing what is the actual risk that has been mitigated and what's the residual risk, and then quantifying it and again presenting it to the management for them to understand better and be in a position to take the decision to treat the risk. So these are my views on this area.
Okay. Manoj, you go next.
Yeah, I think to me it's more of a risk conversation. I think I agree to most of what Rohit just conveyed. Right, it's about how do you communicate the risks to the management. But that said, we also need to ensure that it is translated into an understandable language to non-security stakeholders. Right, I mean there are many non-security stakeholders in the CXO suite sitting there, and some of them who are also, for example, a CFO who is looking at giving us some budget to achieve the intended roadmap. Right, so that is definitely going to be an ongoing challenge for every CISOs out there, because it is like Rohit said, it's easy to have a technical conversation because we live and breathe the processes and technology day in and day out with a CIO or a CTO who understand those elements. But it might not be the case if we are having a same conversation with the CFO who is more inclined to see numbers, right? But that said, in my opinion, we will not be able to quantify every risk possible. That is another challenge, right? I mean, that is a desirable thing to do, but we might not be able to do it in every case, right? But even though we might be able to say that there is going to be, let's say, a reputational loss or a commercial impact, if you need to say that will result in how much of dollars, up or down, that is going to be a bigger challenge, because security is a very, very unique space where many of these elements cannot be necessarily quantified at all times. I mean, it's unlike you do, for example, if you're running a cybersecurity metrics program for an organization, you can say patch compliance is this and antivirus compliance is this, and these many machines are encrypted and whatnot. And those are quantifiable control maturity metrics, right? But how do you quantify risks? That is a very, very large topic of conversation. I mean, that goes much beyond theory and focus more on the practice side of things, right? So ultimately, I think to summarize what I'm just saying, it's more on how do you simplify the risk statements and get the CXOs to understand, appreciate what lies ahead if some of these risks are not mitigated, or if we implement, if we do not implement the full length of controls to mitigate a certain risk or set of risks, right? What is going to be the impact? But that again has to be an ongoing conversation. We might not be able to achieve it in a single shot 1 hour call, or I don't think that's going to be an easy thing to do. It's going to be an ongoing conversation, and to bring them up to speed. And I can tell you, if you are very regularly engaged with your CFOs, and even for that matter, your board, you can really bring their cybersecurity and privacy knowledge to a reasonably good level where it makes it much more comfortable for you as a CISO to have that conversation. But that itself is a security learning and growth for all the involved parties. And that to me is the way to bring all the CXO suite professionals to huddle and achieve this much bigger tasks of growing the cybersecurity maturity and so on.
Very true. I think quantifying everything is next to impossible in any line or any function that we belong to. Some of them are qualitative, some of them will be probability of some occurrence, etc. So I know quantifying is not possible in some areas at all. Pawan, any more points to add on this? Or more or less?
I echo to what my both panelists have said so far. and that's where it's a blessing and a disguise as well. So both have to go in parallel and have to be taken care accordingly. The way I look at it is when you talk about CISO and CIO role, both are the two wheels of a same vehicle. They can't go two ways. So if they have to go together, they have to. If there is a turn, they have to turn together. If they take different ways, then you are going to collapse. So you are going to have loopholes and you are going to have challenges within the organization, which will be much bigger challenge to resolve than resolving a security concern. It has to be taken in that way and be looked at from that aspect. And both are the people who are driving two different strategies for the organization and have to convince CFO and other senior management like I said in the first question, it's the language which they can understand and which is easily correlated to the map with the business strategy, which people can understand in the boardroom. Fortunately, I would say in the BFSI, it is the task has become much more similar because it's a regulator. We are regulatory driven, and there are many things which are simplified by the regulator as well. The first and the foremost thing which is defined in the policy itself for the insurance companies, like regulator himself has defined in the cybersecurity guideline that CISO has to have a working relationship with CIO or the head of technology. So if that is already defined there can't be two different ways these two people are taking. So CISO can't take a different path than the CTO or head of technology or CIO, whatever we call it, depending on the organization. Similarly, both have to go to board, to senior management, to board with the same goal and talk about the same objective which they are trying to achieve. Then comes the various compliances which we have to regularly maintain and submit a report according to the regulator. And that's how organizations are sustaining today. That would be my take, Joydeep, on this.
Talking of reporting, I mean, at least in BFSI, the CISO cannot report to the CIO, so that there is no collusion. I mean,
absolutely.
So it again depends. Which perhaps in all industries that is not mandated, but clearly in BFSI, it is mandated that CISO has to report to either Chief Risk Officer or somebody else. It cannot be CTO, so that they don't together they do something which is not in the interest of the company. So in all your cases, I mean, your reporting relationship is either with the CRO. I mean, what are the relationships that you have, Pawan?
So for insurance, it is very clear that the CISO has to report to head of risk, primarily because these are the risks which are getting highlighted and goes up to the board level, and that's where it stands. And like I mentioned in well, I was answering your previous question that both are two wheels of a same vehicle. So both have to go together. We can't go separate, and we can't club our club together as well. So otherwise, it will be of conflict of interest. So that's how it has to be managed and has to be gone. Similarly, I think in the banking as well, for insurance, like I said, that the CISO reports to the CRO or the head of risk, depending on the designation, whatever organization decide. Similarly, I think for banking as well, it is the similar ground which is there. I'm not clear on that. I have not looked into it, but I think it is similar to what is defined by the IID as well.
It makes sense not to have the two report to the same person and not the same person having both the responsibilities. So
absolutely, it's maker and checker.
Yeah, very much so. Again, I think if Archie has anything else to add on this, we are talking about how to sensitize the CFO to understand cybersecurity better. How do you work together? How does the CIO help out in doing that engagement with the CFO? And how do you sort out differences or disagreement that you might have with the CFO? Archie, your take on that?
Sure. Thanks, Joydeep. And in fact, as an organization, if it is coming from different vertical or the kind of nature of business, it would change from case to case. For example, if it is a manufacturing, if it is a single own leader or chairman led organization, or if it is a a group of technical experts. So it moves from nature of business the organization does at first. Second is many of the organizations in today's world, since everything is digitally transforming, it's a very essential need for CHRO, CFO, COO, and CEO and everyone to be completely abreast about technology, cybersecurity in all the current trends. In cases where a security leader has a challenge or an opportunity to clarify questions from the CFO perspective, stepping back, how I executed it, I first invested some time learning into corporate finance and how things shape up from the CFO perspective. First, tried to learn that language. And then whatever project it helped me in such a way that whatever projects I was executing, irrespective from the risks, because risks are clear. Every organization would have a reputational risk or some other associated risks, which we can talk about to the leadership or the C levels where CFOs, CEOs. However, the nitty-gritty goes into the financials, how it impacts, how a cybersecurity project would have an ROI. If we are able to clarify around a cybersecurity project and its ROI, there would be a seamless process of there won't be any negotiation or clarification required by the CFO. It would be clearly signed off and the project will execute. And that's how I've executed in my organization. I tried to, from corporate finance, what I learned, if we are able to convert a project outcome into the NAV values and all of those, how it links, what is the ROI, how it rolls back. That's the language most of the financial experts would easily be able to understand. So converting that into those interpretations and associating those with a risk, because it would not only be a CFO who would be making a decision around, he may be making a decision around an overall budget approval, but there may be a business justification, there may be an operational justification, all of those, it would go through multiple cycles. So as a board, as the CEO, CEO or CDOs and all, if they are able to understand and associate those risks, it's a piece of cake.
Okay. We briefly talked about metrics. I think Manoj mentioned a bit about metrics and probably one or two other friends also did the same. Now talking about metrics, I mean, I know that is a big challenge and I think we also heard about certain things are not measurable, not quantifiable, etc. But whatever best you can do when you measure the success of the cybersecurity program, that is the best way of being able to articulate to the senior management and CXOs that these are the areas, whether it's quantifiable or not, these are the areas which we need to be wary of. These are the areas which are less risk, etc. In quantifiable business terms, wherever possible. Now, I think Manoj probably mentioned, if I'm not mistaken, you said something about comparing your organization with your competitors, maybe outside the industry as well. I mean, somebody has a good cybersecurity program, so why can they not be a model company as far as cybersecurity readiness or cybersecurity maturity is concerned? Now, how do you do that? I can understand you doing some metrics, which is some numbers you put wherever possible, and you come up with a scorecard of what your numbers are. But how do you know about other competition? I mean, you don't have access to their scorecard. So if you're going to compare, how will you do that? I mean, I know there are some independent cyber ratings companies which are there, and most of you will be familiar with those. I know for a fact that insurance companies, when they do cyber insurance, they get the scorecard of that company, compare it with scorecards of other companies because they have access to those subscription models of those cyber rating companies, and they are able to arrive at the comparison between companies, whether it is within industry, outside the industry. They have access to the cyber maturity of every company. because that is the job they are doing when they are deciding what is the premium for cyber insurance. So there I can see an example where a comparison can be done. So I was just trying to understand when you don't have access to those independent rating agencies where you can subscribe, or even if you appoint an independent consultant and say you measure us, they will not tell you that your competition is so this number and you are this, you're better than them or you're worse than them. They will not tell you. So how do you gain the confidence of CFO and senior management about the adequacy of what program you have? And how do you kind of say that we are better than them or we are worse than them unless you are able to showcase that? Mano, you want to say, you would probably have an example because you said that in one of the earlier discussions. Would you like to help us understand how do you compare others when you don't have access to others, their maturity?
So it's not about one organization having access, or if you consider my organization versus other competitor organizations, it's about if I engage a third-party consulting firm to do a security assessment of my organization. Let's say we hire a Big Four, for instance, okay? And if you are scoping the assessment, let's say against the NIST cybersecurity framework, so it gives us a structure and a baseline against which we ourselves will get assessed, right? Now, these are the Big Fours who are also having a foothold in other competitor environments as well. So they have the pulse of the other peers as well. They are able to, and to do my particular exercise, they are not necessarily going and doing the same exercise in that organization to tell me in NIST domain 5, this is what that company is, right? They don't have to do that because they already have the visibility to the cybersecurity maturity of that organization. Now there is a ballparking of those ratings which are going to be there because they're not necessarily doing a full-blown on-the-ground assessment at the same time when they're doing ours, right? So if they are giving us, let's say, access control as a domain, and if they are giving me a rating of, let's say, 4 out of 5, maybe my competitors' rating, they might just give a 3.5 out of 5.
But you will not know that, no? But, Mano, you will not know that the other company is 3.5. See, that
has to go by the consulting agency's advisory only, because we cannot verify it.
And they will not tell you. I mean, they are not allowed to tell you all that. You know?
Yeah, they will not. They will not. So they will not tell you the company's name also.
I mean, not the name. Yeah. Whether you're better or worse, they will not even tell you that. They can generally say you're average or you're slightly better than average, but they will not tell you, because one of the things, I mean, when I was somewhere involved in all this, I mean, the standard things that we used to hear from other CXOs is that company is better than you, I mean, better than us. This company is maybe not that good. And just some loose talk will happen about our company worse than others, and they are far superior to us. I mean, and this is something which we don't like to hear. If we are doing a good job and we hear these kind of loose talk, it doesn't help. So that's why I was coming from that. So there are tools available in the market which you can get a score. It's like CIBIL score. Everybody is familiar with the CIBIL score. As when you take loan, you get a CIBIL. I mean, before taking loan, everybody has a CIBIL score depending on your credit rating. So similar lines, you have a cyber score which is available through some subscription based some companies, where you have the capability of knowing your score. You can know the score of others, because there is a subscription capability that they give you, that you can benchmark against 10 other companies. Will tell you the composite score. So I mean, similar to your personal ratings, where you get, I think, 300 to 900 other scores, CIBIL rating or experience rating. In cyber rating also, they have a score from 300 to 900. They'll give you 700, and you are allowed to take subscription to know what is that composite score, not knowing the in-depth score for each of the parameters, how they arrived at that number. Where they will say so-and-so company 750, so-and-so is 800, and you'll get an idea of the comparison, which is a tangible answer to the people who will make loose comments and say, no, our security is not as good as others, or just give some name.
Yeah, so this is one. Yeah, so this is one approach, right? Now you do a paid subscription to understand. Now there are models out there where you can have a subscription where it will continuously do an assessment of your environment and benchmark you and tell you you are at 800 out of 900, right? There are subscriptions or services out there which will give you your rating in similar lines, can also tell you that organizations in your industry are averaging at 825, but you are at 800. Without telling you the company name,
right?
Without still not telling you the company name. Now, the third model is the model that you are referring to, that there are subscription services where they will also tell you the company name as well.
Which you have to subscribe to. You can subscribe to the company.
Course, yeah, but provided that those companies have, are open to releasing their information as well.
Actually,
right.
I mean, Manoj, maybe you must be knowing much better than I do. But I have done a service contract with a company. I'm not going to name names, where they have given the score and we have said, I want to know the scores of ABCD also, so that I know where we stand vis-a-vis the others. And I can subscribe to that service for each pack of 5 or 10 or 20 or something, and you can rotate those 20 and shuffle around other companies, and you'll get to know how you stand against others. There are services like that which are existing.
Yeah.
Which really makes life easy for the CISO to say that here is the actual number. So don't give comments without any substance, which is something which people keep on doing that. I mean, that is one service I found it to be very useful when in my time,
If we are able to link the ratings of competitor organizations together with the competitor organization's name, I would definitely agree that could possibly ring a bell better with a CXO suite than, let's say, a Big Four saying that your competitor X is at this, right? Now, we will definitely need to take that with a pinch of salt as well at the same time, because they are here to help us improve our maturity and help us provide a good quality service, right? Now, as an approach and as an appetite, if we are saying that we do not want any ratings without giving us the competitor names, then that would require that consulting company to give, have a very different approach, and also breaking an NDA which they signed with their other clients as well. Now, that is a different topic of discussion. But what I'm saying is that there are so many different models which can be followed, right? What you are saying is one model, and there are two or three other ways of doing it as well. But ultimately, it's about how are you, having this conversation with the CXOs at the same time, right? Now, all said and done, in my mind, if you throw in a spider chart which says against each of these so many domains, this is where you are and this is where you want to go, and these are the 200 initiatives that we want to do in the coming 2 years from now, and each of these initiatives will cost X amount, right? You can have a risk to maturity growth to cost related mapping, and where possible also indicate an impact as well if that does not happen, right? Now, it can be too complex for a CFO or even for that matter CEO who is heavily business driven to actually consume, right? So like I said earlier, it has to definitely be a series of conversations, and it will take time to bring them up to speed. And we definitely have to mellow down on the communication piece, where how it becomes easy for them to understand. Otherwise, you can talk about, maybe phishing attack is an easy example to explain because everybody understands phishing attacks, though no organization can say that we are 100% phishing attack proof, right? We can have plethora of technologies, spend millions, in all forms of processes and technologies, but ultimately it just takes one click to compromise an environment, right? So we are at that level of risk these days, right? So that is where the level of understanding of all of our management staff, when I say management staff, I'm saying the CXOs and including the board members, right? I mean, the conversation with board has definitely improved over time, right? Unlike 5 or 10 years ago, where getting a cybersecurity budget used to be very difficult, and it used to take so much of efforts to do so. Now there are many organizations who have board members who reach out to the CISO and ask, "What do you want?" Right? Or they ask, "Okay, there is so and so attack I just read about somewhere. Can you tell me something about it?" Or they have some understanding of it, but they want to have a discussion with the CISO to understand how are we prepared without defenses if such a thing has to come our way. Right? So that is a very, very interesting conversation. And what ensues is a very productive discussion and a liberating one even for a CISO, especially when you have somebody to discuss on these topics. And otherwise it becomes a very, very lonely battle, right? So how will you bring all of these stakeholders together and bring them up to speed on the various challenges in the security industry? What's happening new? You cannot, I know of security professionals who just keep forwarding some latest attack trends to many of the CXOs, and they might not even read it, or even if they open it, they might not understand what that means.
Forwarding.
Right? I mean, they have so much running in their head, right?
Actually, nowadays you will find a lot of companies having at least one person who is an IT person in the board. I mean, and that trend has started. I know of many companies where IT people have joined the board, who are therefore they are taking ownership of whatever is happening in the CISO world and the CTO CIO world. So that, and they are part of the board, so they have full visibility of what is happening elsewhere, as well as having the IT security background.
That's a fantastic trend. That's a fantastic trend, because they also happen to become the bridge between the CISO and the board as well. And they are also, because they are also part of the board, they also are able to converse between all the parties involved. Right. And also help with some very, very crucial decision for the organization.
I think this is has been a very long discussion on this question. But others, Archie, Rohit, Pawan, you have anything to add? Basically, we're talking about the adequacy of cybersecurity, how to convince the CFOs and others that it is adequate what we have by quantifying. We talked about all these things. Anything to add, Archie, to what we have discussed already?
There's another compliance, which is SOX, SOX, from the financial perspective. Now, another best practice which the security leaders can work upon is align their security objectives or the projects in the language of SOX. So that, because those compliances, those audits are more financial driven or finance driven, and the CFO would very clearly understand the importance around A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, all those parameters in terms of security aspects. Because SOX will require, let's say, the ERP is there, the financials is there, so they would have to comply around those areas. How the initiative or project is in line with SOX and how it would also impact the finance, this would give the financial decision makers more clarity around, okay, yeah, this is something which can be substantially important for them and can be a differentiator.
Rohit, quickly, 1 minute, 2 minutes, anything to add?
Yeah, I have a different perspective on this, and it's my personal opinion. I probably will be scared in going and subscribing to a services which very readily share certain information on maturity, which domain is stronger, which domain is weaker, and subscribing, and then myself being a participant and sharing information of my organization as well. My personal opinion is that I would prefer...
Rohit, just 1 minute. Just interrupt. The example which I gave was the composite score is what you're having access to of other companies. You are not aware of 10 parameters, what are the individual scores. You just know that its rating is 750, you are 720, and that's about it. You're not allowed to see what is inside. So I think just to kind of clarify the point that you were making.
Fair point. But then again, I'm just sharing my personal views and probably not to offend the point that is made. It's purely that with the growing sophistication in the attacks and the information that you have in public domain about you, yourself, or the organization in that case, that is quite critical. So I would rather be part of research companies who conduct surveys. These are anonymous surveys. There are set questions, knowing only the sector, the region as well. That is also equally important. And answering those questions and getting a summarized report at the end of it. There are organizations like World Economic Forum Journal who conduct such interviews and which are quite credible report that they given and quite respectable as well with the CXO as well as the board members. So in my personal view, my personal approach would be a bit different. I would get those information, get those benchmarking about my peers, specifically from my specific sector, or maybe if not that, then generalizing that sector as a manufacturing or a BFSI completely, and then making a business case which I will present it to my CXOs, stitching it along with the certain activities. So I probably that will be a repeat of what Manoj has said, but yes, it will be supported with a continuous governance program where periodically I keep on visiting the CXOs and the board members and I keep updating on these developments. At the same time, I'll also be presenting the metrics, not as a full-blown 30 control kind of a metric, but I will have very few critical ones identified, supported with the exercises nowadays that every organization does from cybersecurity perspective, conducting red teaming assessments, conducting phishing simulations, assessing the awareness. So it gives a 360 kind of an assessment for us. We have the cybersecurity maturity assessment as well. We take that and we create that case and we present it to the management. We show that this is how our posture is. We give them that comfort. We grow that influence on them by telling them and making them realizing them that in cybersecurity world, in today's world, there is nothing called as a foolproof security. It's a myth. So we have to first realize we will undergo an attack at some point in time or the other. How we are working towards how well our controls are working, which are those critical areas, what incidents are there to actually showcase that, and what is our preparedness to ensure that we prevent it. Having a scorecard based on such kind of approach, I believe would be a better option. Supported with this as a reference point as to where the industry is moving. Sometimes even when during the budget approvals, you will get questions like, what is the industry doing? Do we really need to invest it? So from a cost benefit perspective also, which may differ from an organization, such contents from a scorecard and such contents from benchmarking ourselves in the industry usually helps us to grow that influence with the CXOs, CFOs, and the board members and get the required approvals to go ahead. That is what I'll additionally just add my perspective.
Pawan, anything to add?
I have a mixed response of all the panelists, so I'll try to sum it up in a very few words. So I have heard Manoj, I have heard Archie, I have heard Rohit. So first of all, when it comes to benchmarking, it has to happen at a similar pace, and it has to happen with the same set of questions which have been floated to multiple organizations of the same industry. Then only you can do the benchmarking. And if you approach multiple service provider, multiple big fours, everybody has a different way of calculating a risk and give you a maturity score. There is no standard formula which is there. How I can say that confidently is because I have worked in similar scenario in one of the organizations. We used to calculate the risk as well and give it to different organizations. There is no standard formula which is there. You can build your own formulas. You can project the risk accordingly, and then ask the organization or define a roadmap for the organization to be followed in next couple of years, similar to CMMI or any other standard which you pick it up. You define a roadmap of 3-year, 5-year, and try to reach to that maturity level, whichever is defined. You're going to define it as part of your journey. to that. Once you define that, then obviously the buying of the management has to be taken into the consideration, and then convincing management is not going to be too difficult these days, because we know where the maturity is, and it is not too difficult to find out what other people in the industry are doing when you belong to the similar industries. Like we are in insurance, so there is a close group of people we talk to, and we can handfully name the companies which we deal with, and talk to, we can pick up a phone and talk to the CISOs and understand that capturing. Not every provider who is providing you that kind of a maturity score can give you that visibility, which you can get it from the close group itself, because they may be working, they may not be working for other organizations. So that's why I differ on that particular point, that you can do a benchmarking. It could vary, it could give you a different result. But if you're doing a benchmarking, it is a similar set of questions which need to be given. And you can never trust those answers which have been provided by a different organization as well, because there is no validity. It's an individual perception which has been submitted, may not be validated, may be validated in certain aspects. So it will always be debatable. Why I say it is debatable, like since I have worked in doing a benchmarking and providing maturity scores, so it varies, and that's how I can confidently say that. And if we as an individuals have to accept it, that yes, it could vary. But yes, that's a question which I've been asked by all the leaders sitting at a CXO level, that how we compare it, how we map it to a different industry, similar size, similar standard, what they are doing, what others are doing, and how should we do that. And that is something which you have to convince your management, and you have to come up with your own security framework which you think is right for the organization, and take the organization to the next level. You may be second in taking a lead in certain aspect, but if you know that this is the best thing you can do for the organization, because at the end of the day, as a leader, it is your job to secure the organization. That's a step you should take and convince your management accordingly. You may be the first one, like I said, but if that is in the right direction, I think you will get full support from the management. That would be my take, Jagdeep.
See, moreover, when you base it on survey questions or questionnaire being circulated, how truthful is the answer? Because it is something you can, are you 4 or 5? You'll say 5. In some cases, you'll say 4. And you do some kind of a round robin method so that the score looks good. So that is one thing which I have never believed in. This doing a survey in 100 different companies, it is like voting also. You do polling outside after the election, and then the result is, sometimes it is more or less the same, but people are not truthful when they're answering. I mean, and there is no way to validate that. They can say anything and get away. So
your second my thought.
The survey questions and questionnaires, and like you rightly also said, that different companies will have different frameworks for asking questions, and the questions are different little bit here and there. But the persons who are answering the questions, how truthful they are in answering what they should be putting and what they actually are. You know? So it has to be some measurement which has to happen without their knowledge. That is the only way to get a answer where it is truly comparable. I don't believe this questionnaire, again, that is a very strong point of view, but that's my point of view. It has to be something which is happening behind the scenes. You are not aware of how you're getting measured, but some algorithm is running and telling you this is your score. Nothing can be better than that, in my opinion.
That's a desirable
Absolutely.
thing to have. That's definitely a desirable thing to have. And I really, I'm not sure if that is definitely possible. Even if it exists, I would really question its integrity of its completeness of the information in that. Right? Of course, I don't want to make it a CISO to CISO debate here. I do have certain points on whatever Pawan just mentioned, but I think we should move on.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we are almost out of time. I think one more question, perhaps we'll end it. I think we already touched on the subject. One of the things I was going to ask is about how many of you have cybersecurity? I'm sure all of you have cybersecurity as a board meeting agenda. It is there as an agenda item, irrespective of which company or industry you belong to. Nowadays, earlier it used to be BFSI mostly, and later on maybe telecom and others. And I think now everybody has cybersecurity in the board meeting agenda. And CISO is very much in the board meeting, not called later and as an afterthought. So I think given the exposure that you get in the board and the knowledge of cybersecurity in whatever they need to understand that the board members also have and the senior management also have. I think it is becoming relatively easier for getting buy-in for the cybersecurity spendings. And what is your opinion on that? Do you find it easy to get buy-ins and approvals on spending? And how do you measure the value on investments? And how do you convince the board whenever they are not convinced that this is something we should be doing? I think Archie, can you go first on this? And we'll keep it to 2 minutes each because I think we are running out of time. Let's quickly wrap it up. Archie?
Sure. Thank you, Jagdeep. In terms of spending, so primarily as an organization, the primary objective is to make sure that whatever the budget is there for the entire year, that's all part of it, and the strategy should be they're built onto it so that all the investments fall basis on priority. They may be one-off projects which may be substantially different, which may be falling out of the budget or the set budget that is there at the start of the year. For those, these could be VUCA projects, maybe some ad hoc upcoming projects because of some critical business requirement, or let's say some changes in the environment, or let's say changes in the way business works or operates. In those particular objectives, primarily if, again, in what I've been doing is understanding and explaining the business outcome, the benefit from the business, and the ROI, again, coming from the business, because security overall as a whole, there may be a lot of reputational plus as well a future prospective business that may come up with a lot of opportunities associated with the business. Now, primarily, in summary, it's part of the overall budget that's already there, built up strategically. If there are some ad hoc upcoming budget, those by default usually have a buy-in. If there would be, everything comes planned as part of the strategy at the start of the year. There may be anything coming as an unexpected project that's already discussed and executed, why that project is important. And since that is already executed, the budget is already added to it.
Manoj, next, anything from your point of view?
I think from a budget standpoint, see, we could have a list of things that we would like to do in the year, which can be projected, and we can forecast that to a certain extent and work on getting the budgetary sign off and so on. Again, like I said earlier, it's going to be more of a risk conversation, and I think Joydeep, like you said earlier, the entire CXO suite are working together these days, right? Though they play different roles, ultimately their objective is to help the organization successful at the end of the day, right? CISOs might be looking at a very different tangent of things, from an attack surface perspective, and looking at it from a perspective of what could go wrong. Now, how can I protect, right? Maybe that is one perspective of looking at it. And maybe translating that to something simple in simpler, non-technical language to the CXO suite to get the sign off. But going by what Archie just mentioned, there could also be surprise investments which might come on the way. It might not be a completely new technology, because if you have to go into a completely new technology which you had not forecasted, then there's something very, very surprising which came out, right? Which was not thought about, or maybe a completely new risk which we did not think about, has started to appear in the horizon, to which we need to protect against, right? That could happen, but then might not be an everyday thing, right? But then what could generally happen is that, for instance, if you have taken up a technology which has got 10 different modules and different subscriptions, and maybe you suddenly feel the need to add a certain subscription to add a specific detection or a protection feature into your cybersecurity stack. Now, that is something that you might want to add as an ad hoc investment during the course of the year. So those are things which might have to go for, let's say, an exception approval and so on. But again, the method of conversations will have to be the same, right? You have the same set of folks, you have the conversations, and see what can go wrong and how we can protect the organization from that particular event from materializing, right? So those are my thoughts on that.
Yeah. So I echo the points what Manoj has said. There will be additional investments which may be required once you go through your cybersecurity journey, and those needs to be catered accordingly. And that's a point of discussion may happen at a board level. So what you mentioned, Joydeep, it is no more a point of concern now, because CISO is already been heard at a board level and people understand. Like we started our conversation, I mentioned that particular point that where it is not, it is a matter, cybersecurity is a matter of everybody's concern now. Even at a board level, it has been taken very seriously, and people have been heard accordingly. So like Rohit was also mentioning, there is no 100% cyber security. It is only mitigation steps or mitigation controls which you can put in order to protect the organization, and that is how it has to be taken. It is a journey. We have to go step by step. We have to take every day as a new day, see what is there on the table, take it forward accordingly, and do our best to whatever we could do to protect the organization. That is how it has to be taken.
Rohit, you go last. Anything
Sure.
to add?
I will just summarize in few key words. I mean, nowadays, post-pandemic, getting budget approvals is not a challenge, especially with the kind of global events that have been taking place. But if you look at the discussion primarily that goes around and the communication that happens, ideally leads to the prioritization in line with the business objectives, rationalizing it as well, because not everything that is required to be procured can be done in one go. So that needs rationalization as well, which is a subset of prioritization itself. And of course, comparing it with what is the target maturity that I want to achieve in the current context for which I'm taking the approval. How am I going to achieve that, and how aligned it is with the business objective? That is, I think, along with the intended ROI, how we are justifying those ROI as well, whether tangible, intangible benefits out of it, and the value that we get with the initiatives that we take. If we are able to summarize and communicate that in an effective manner to CXOs and to the board members, I feel getting a budget approval is not an issue. And of course, this is something I probably might be just summing up and summarizing what everybody has said.
Okay, I think we are out of time. I'm not sure how much we have overshot the time. I just want to thank all of you to speak about your respective CISO journeys and how you work with your peers in the CXO community. And I hope for the audience it was informative and useful, and some points which would be for them to mull on. Thank you once again, and have a good evening.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here, and this is a very interesting topic. Before I start talking about the topic, I thought it's a good idea to give you a very brief introduction about myself, so that you know where I'm coming from. And similarly, I'll ask all the panel members also to introduce themselves briefly. I feel that's very important so that we know the background that we have. So I am coming from a CIO background. I've been a CIO for about 24 years. The last 12 years I was with Ernst & Young. Before that with Hughes Software Systems, HCL Infosystems, and Delhi Stock Exchange. I started my career in the Indian Navy. So I did 20 years in the Navy, took premature retirement as a commander. Basically a BTech electronics from Banaras, BHU, and an MTech from IIT Kanpur. That's my profile. Now, I think what I want to do is let's start the topic, which is really an extremely important one at this time. See, as I see it, we've gone through massive amount of change in these last 2 years. But even before that, or the previous, let's say 4 or 5 years before that, we were talking of digital transformation a lot. And digital transformation, in my mind, meant a huge amount of change for the technology infrastructure, the applications, and the way people interact with each other using technology as a platform. All that was happening, and suddenly this pandemic came, and we started, working from home, lockdowns, people not being able to go to office. Fortunately, I retired just before the pandemic started, so I was not in an active job. So I really appreciate the work which people who, all of you in your roles, have done to keep things moving. Now, what really happened? One was, of course, people working remotely and therefore having a lot of endpoints joining your network. At the same time, we had, a lot of infrastructure moving to the clouds. So, to the cloud movement was also a huge impact that was happening. In fact, if I remember correctly, when we said IT, or the IT infrastructure, we meant all the servers and the networks, right, on which all the applications were sitting on the servers, and that is what we were all managing in IT operations. So the servers part has moved very fast to the cloud, and the end points which are all connected to the network are also moving remotely. So there's been I would say a huge change, and that's really something. You're talking of microservices, you're talking of APIs, and another thing which has really hit the network is the video demand. I remember video earlier was what? A video conference, a video conference room. So you had one video conference room and another video conference room and two, and we used to say, well, the network is getting overloaded because two people talking on video. So can you imagine today the amount of video traffic that is there on the network? So I would say all of this has impacted the network hugely. And coming with the network also, then we have security, we have performance, we have remote management, all of these requirements which really have come up. Now, also the basic business requirements have changed. The business expectation is that everything should work. We don't want to be sitting in a office. We don't care where the server is, what there is. I mean, all the applications should work, and therefore all of this has made the network extremely complex. So what we need to discuss today is how has this impacted you in your organization, in your work that you do? How has it been for you, not just for 2 years, for the last, let's say 3, 4, 5 years? So maybe you can also, when you introduce yourself, please also mention a little bit about your infrastructure, what sort of network you have, what are the types of traffic that you handle, what are the issues that you faced, very briefly in the introduction part, and then we move out into the details. So maybe I start with Bijender. Bijender, would you like to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit more about your organization and the infrastructure there?
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Rajiv. It's my great privilege to be here today. So my name is Bijender Mishra, and I'm the Chief Information Security Officer at Alchem Laboratories. Yeah. So I look after the whole cybersecurity landscape of Alchem and its subsidiaries. So currently I manage 5 subsidiaries, 3 domestic and 2 overseas subsidiaries. Being a pharma, one of the most heavily regulated industry, as you all will agree with me. We are more into on-prem shop, I would say, but we have started our cloud journey because that is the future and need of the hour. So we have started our cloud journey, but not very far. I mean, we are following very slow track, in fact, yeah, I would say. We have a very, as I said, heavily regulated, lot of restrictions and, regulations needs to be followed. We have very frequent audits and all. So, because compliance is one of the major, factor we need to consider when it comes for pharma. Yeah. So, cybersecurity is one of the top priority. When this pandemic started, it became a hot topic. From basement to the board. Yeah. So now, when you meet your stakeholders, you meet board of directors, you meet top leadership, they ask you one question: that how secure we are. And unfortunately, no one can give you assurance that you are 100% safe and secure. The way threats are emerging, you have to keep a very fast pace. You have to, adopt technologies very fast, and that's what we have done during this pandemic. To ensure that largely we are safe and secure, and multiple controls we had initiated, multiple technology tools and technologies we implemented, just to ensure that largely we are safe and secure. Yeah, so that's from my side, Mr. Rajiv. Yeah, that's my submission. Thank you.
So anything else about your own work profile? How long have you been with Alchem, and where were you before?
I joined Alchem 2 years back. Prior to that, since last 20 years, I've been overseas. So I started my career with one of the leading FMEG company called Havells India. It was way back 1999. After completing my MBA in IT, so basically I have done my BTech in computer science and master's MBA in information technology. So I joined Havells in 1999. I worked with them for 5 years. Then I moved to Middle East, where I was working with one of the leading ministries. Then I moved to South Pacific, and then I have been different part of Africa. Before coming back and onboarding with Alchem, I was working in Hong Kong. I was part of Alibaba Group, so I was leading again multiple subsidiaries, and I was heading their cybersecurity portfolio.
Great. So you have a lot of international experience, and do mention that, especially whenever you're talking about all these various things that we will be mentioning here.
Sure.
Okay. So maybe Vinay, why don't you talk about yourself and the work that you do?
Hey, thanks. Thanks so much, Rajiv. Again, it's a pleasure to be on this forum. So I work for VMware, Rajiv, and I've been with VMware almost 11 years now. I've done different roles in VMware, but currently what I'm responsible for is I manage the network and security business for VMware India. Now, network and security and VMware, typically people don't take that in the same, they don't utter those words in the same sentence. So mostly I get questions saying, what is VMware doing in network and security? Yeah. So, just to tell you that, VMware has been pioneer in virtualization, and, we virtualize servers, network, and storage. So from that perspective, from an infrastructure perspective, and we have been the infrastructure providers, infrastructure layer providers for servers as well as VDI, or even now we have partnership with all the leading public cloud providers, right? Like Azure, AWS, Google, Oracle, and everybody. So basically what we're doing is we've actually, through virtualization route, we have our own SDN platform, software defined networking, and we've been virtualizing network and security as well. If you're using VMware virtual machine, the chances are high that the network and security element is already bundled with it. So what's happened in the last 2 years or 2.5 years during pandemic is that network and security component, which has been intrinsic into the infrastructure element from VMware, has suddenly become active. Customers are actively using it for various use cases like micro-segmentation, zero trust security, doing borderless ODC, OT technology security, securing their SD-WAN, and so on and so forth. So we had an amazing journey, and VMware is investing heavily into this portfolio. We are emerging, and to tell you, I'm actually here to learn. So I've heard you come from IIT background and BTech, and so I've also seen Mr. Mishra. He's traveled so much and learned so much. So I'm here to learn. From a background perspective, I've done my engineering and an MBA. But again, I'm the youngest here, and I'm here to learn, Mr. Rajiv.
Oh, great. And Ghulam, why don't you introduce yourself?
Sure. Thank you, Rajiv, and it's a pleasure to be here in this forum. My name is Ghulam Adil. I'm working in Netforces as a technical director since past 4 years. I came from the technical background, so I hold the CCIED, certifications from last 8 years. So I'm quite, techie guy who is involving in the technical a lot. So I handle the VMware SD-WAN and SASE team at Infosys. We are, very active in the market who's offering the VMware SD-WAN, which is one of the, Gartner leader technology around the world. So we are offering the solution to the market. And also I have around 15 plus year of experience in the networking and SDN technology. So I work in the working with a customer in different technology like making strategies, business management, and I have been also a part of large deploymentation of the VMware SD-WAN and SASE in the different segments when it comes to the banking segments, financial segments, and retail segments. So I was a part of VMware SD-WAN deploymentation of on-premise in the various region and various country. So when it comes to my background, I have did my BSc Computer Science from Hyderabad, the Osmania University, and I hold the abroad experience. So I worked like 8 years in abroad in different countries like Dubai, Saudi, and Bahrain. So I hold a lot of enterprise background when it comes to the infrastructure and security. So since 2016 onwards, I'm very much active in the SDN technology. So you can see I saw the total transformation of the SDN take place. When it started the SD-WAN, when no one was aware of this terminology, but right now it's become a trend and it's commodities now. Everyone is adopting. So I was one of the witness who see this transformation, and I'm saying that the VMware is one of the leader in this market who transform time to time when it comes to the cloud transformation, when it comes to the work from home, when it comes to the SASE, which is the trend is going on. So yeah, so this is pretty much my background, Rajiv. Thank you.
Great, good to know all of you. And yeah, I remember VMware was always linked to virtualization. At least what I remember. It's good that network security is also now part of the domain. We'll learn more about it. So maybe I can start with Vijender. I think why don't you talk more in detail about your experience in your organization, especially the distributed workforce where people are accessing all your data, applications, sensitive work remotely. And so it not only has an impact just on security, but also on the network in terms of the performance and how you manage the network itself. So what's been your experience and what challenges have you faced?
Thank you, Rajiv, for asking this question. So as you said rightly, when you have distributed workforce, you have a lot of challenges, in terms of to manage them, and also to ensure that your users are getting connected through a secure manner. Yeah. So in fact, when this pandemic started, we had a very serious challenge because we have almost 35 plus locations across the country and 10 locations across the globe, and we have centralized IT services. So we had a very serious challenge to ensure that how we have proper business continuity. Our users are able to connect to our network. They should get all the services what they are supposed to get. So even our board of directors, they asked us to ensure that there's continuity, and at the same time all the IT services should be secure. So in fact, we had very traditional VPN system what we used to have to facilitate our users, and especially our remote workforce. Yeah. So when this pandemic was on peak, we had to think of zero trust, and I'm sure that the term zero trust has been around for quite some time now. Wherever you go, and I attend a lot of similar events, and people they love to talk about zero trust. Yeah. So we were the first pharma company in India who adopted zero trust. When this pandemic was at its peak. Yeah. So moving from that traditional VPN zero trust challenging journey, what I have seen personally, because I was leading that project. Yeah. So ensuring top management that this technology is going to help us to protect our services, our network, our communications, all IT services. At the same time, also taking users into confidence was a big challenge for us, because most of our organizations have seen that when you adopt any new technology, you have all the time reluctance from your users, because they have their own comfort zone and they don't want to come out from that comfort zone. Yeah? So that's a big challenge. I have faced. When we were implementing this zero trust. So this zero trust, it's a need of the hour. I would say it really helps you to have a very granular control, on your services, your network, your devices, your users. So we had this challenge to ensure that we implement this technology with the clear vision that what exactly we wanted to achieve from this deployment. Because again, management will ask you that what is your ROI and what return how you are supporting and what benefit business is getting after this investment. So that was the one challenge to convince our top management. And the other challenge, as I said, that giving a good confidence to the users and taking them on board was another challenge we had. The third challenge also what we faced, that having a lack of resources to manage this technology, because this is something new, even our IT department, they couldn't understand how they are going to manage it. So we had to, roll out our sleeves, we had to provide them some sort of training, a lot of hands-on simulations we did. But end of the day, we ensured that what technology we are implementing, we are getting a good, ROI on that. And broadly, I'm telling you that, I talked a lot of CIO and CISOs. I know personally multiple clients where they try to implement similar technology and they failed. Yeah, because they had a lot of internal challenges, even from their IT department. So mainly these major challenges what I highlighted we faced, and we ensure that we are addressing those challenges, and we are complying with the because we have, as I said earlier, that it's heavily regulated industry, industry pharma. So very often, almost every month you have auditing. Yeah. So you have auditors, FDA and other regulatory, they come and they audit you. So you need to ensure that all your whatever technology tools and technology you implement should fall under their compliance list. So those challenges we face, but thanks God now when I speak to you today, I could say that I'm well satisfied with this tool what we implemented, and it's broadly protecting us, giving a good control.
That's very nice. So in fact, now that you've spoken about zero trust, so I'm going to change the sequence of my earlier plan. This is a very important topic which has come up, and I'm also very keen to know about what are the various building blocks. How do you work towards zero trust security? What do you mean by that? So Vinay, would you like to take that on and explain, especially from a VMware point of view?
Sure, Rajiv. So so before we get into zero trust, let me tell you when zero trust was invented. So zero trust as a term was actually invented by this gentleman called John Kinderwag, and I had a pleasure of having a discussion with him a few months back, and we actually did a webinar with him and asking him, what did you have in mind, when you said zero trust? And this gentleman, he actually discovered this term long back, almost 10-15 years ago. And at that point in time, he would have probably not believed, the shape of zero trust what we have today, and then how it's going to get deployed. So there are a few, building blocks of zero trust, Rajiv, like you asked, and let me just walk you through. If I may go through slide 2, yes. So basically, while zero trust is a security model, and why it is relevant now, so I'm just taking a step back and relating this with business. So like you introduced, Rajiv, what is happening today in the industry is the digitization, the transformation that is happening. So what we've seen with our customers is largely what they're doing is they're breaking down their application for the transformation. They're rebuilding their application, they're writing new applications, and they're writing new code. Now, typically, when they're doing those kind of things, what you've seen is they're actually, going on to architectures like microservices or Kubernetes or containers, right? So if you can just click on the next this thing, you will see that this 3-tier architecture is no more a 3-tier architecture. It's probably like an N-tier architecture. where you probably have a database which is still sitting on a physical server, you have your middleware which is sitting on a virtual machine, and probably the web layer where the most unpredictable workload is there is sitting in a Kubernetes layer. And all these three layers are actually making your application work. And earlier, I think maybe 3, 4, 5 years down the line, when people are actually doing this was more contained towards their data center, which means, they had a perimeter firewall, and, the brown color there is the perimeter firewall in the data center, which used to typically provide the security. But now what has happened is during pandemic, we all know the servers, storages, the network switches that you're ordering are taking 6 weeks, 12 weeks, 20 weeks and all, right? So they're not getting delivered so quickly, for whatever reason. So what's happened is, one is that, and second is the disruption. So the adoption of public cloud is going on very, very heavily. If you can click on next slide. So the adoption of public cloud, what is happening is these components now go and sit into multi-cloud. And we have heard about terms like multi-cloud and hybrid cloud and so on and so forth. That's what is happening. Sorry, can you just click on the next slide? Yes, so this is where now your services are. They are into public cloud, and you are doing IaaS, infrastructure as a service, or a software as a service, or a PaaS. And where is this getting access from? Like Mr. Vijendra clearly said, right now this is getting access from your homes. They have 10 offices in I think 10 or 100 offices you mentioned, and you mentioned some 6 or 9 offices globally. If you can click on the next slide, what is happening is these applications are now getting access from all over the globe, right? And the users are connecting through their iPads, laptop, desktops, IoT, and so on and so forth. So is there a perimeter now? That perimeter is suddenly dissolved. And we asked this question to John and said, John, now did you envisage the kind of scenario we are today, and do you think the concept holds true right now as well? And he said yes. And the way zero trust security should be looked at is, and sorry, if you can just click on the next slide. So the way now zero trust has to be looked at, right? It has to be looked at from two perspectives. One is your attack surface, and one is your protection surface. So what is your attack surface? Your attack surface is still typically your applications, because you don't want to, unnecessarily protect, or, you don't want to make something secure, which is of no value to you. So what is of most value to you? Your data, your applications, right? So that is the most important to you. And that's what your attack surface is. And because now it is lying, and your applications or data lying on cloud and getting access from anywhere, the threats could be anywhere. And, the red color that you see, those are typically telling you that these are your attack surfaces, and they could get easily attacked from what locations? The locations are here. Can you click on the next slide, please? So now these attack surfaces can get attacked. Next slide, please. Okay. So what is basically now happening is you have an attack surface, and it can get attacked from your network. Like I'm sitting from home, I can see you gentlemen sitting at your home, in your offices. I'm using an open network. I'm using an open broadband. So how secure it is, we don't know. It could be an iPad, desktop, laptop, where somebody who's joined during pandemic, he might be logging in through his own home laptop, which is not a company provided. How secure it is? Does he have an agent antivirus? Does he have any EDR solution? Does he have, any other sort of security? So you don't know where the attackers are coming from. And believe me, today, there is malware as a service. These cloud providers, right? There are malware as a service getting run through the same cloud where our critical applications are also running. So how do you then achieve this zero trust? So we've broken down zero trust building blocks into two. If you can click on the next slide. And further. Yes. So one is the zero trust network access, which is the whole piece of connectivity, right? Your application and data is getting connected from wherever, and that's the zero trust network access, or ZTNA in the popular term it is called. So we have broken down zero trust in two perspectives. One is outside the data center or the network piece, where you need to protect the network in terms of, you need to look at the identity of the people who are accessing it. You need to look at the identity of the devices, what kind of checklist it has. And then the second piece is, if you can click on next slide, the second piece is checking the identity of the applications internally inside the data center. Because when you are actually putting on containers, when you're actually putting virtual machines, it could be possible that one layer is compromised, right? Somebody's probably clicked on an email attachment, and that one layer has got compromised, and now it is suddenly spreading across through lateral movement. So how do you protect that? And that is where we have come this term called zero trust application access. So the application access is the piece where you need to look at the east-west, which is the within the data center, and the network access is the piece which is typically the north-south, which is the network from where your application has got access to. So in VMware's parlance, right, these are the two key building blocks for zero trust network, zero trust security. And then what we typically do is, if you can click on next slide, what we typically do and how VMware's objective is, we first get you visibility end to end on all of this, and then we analyze the risks in every element that you have. Sorry, go on the previous slide. Then we analyze the risk on every element that you have. Then we correlate, right? And that is very, very critical, because we've spoken to multiple CISOs, and like I said, I'm here to learn. And most of the CISOs have told us that they have multiple security tools, and all these security tools is collecting malware analysis, is collecting threat analysis, and collecting multiple malicious behavior in their data center, in their IT. But what we do is we get it together, we orchestrate it, we correlate it, and then we are able to tell in terms of what security policies customers should have. And like I said in the beginning, right, most of the infrastructure element that VMware provides, both from private cloud, from VDI, from device management, from SD-WAN perspective, security is inherent, which means I look at the malicious behavior in every element that I provide, and then I kind of correlate, and then I kind of give you a zero trust security policy that can be deployed both within the data center for your east-west or lateral movement, and on your network for your north-south and the network access that your users are doing to your applications. Yeah, Rajiv.
Great. I think that really makes a lot of things very clear to me, and not you. I am the one who's learning here. Good. Thanks a lot. That was very interesting. Coming back, Vijender, before going on, Vinay was talking about all these zeros, the whole strategy and the concept of zero trust, how VMware is implementing it. So how are the challenges that you faced? How did they get addressed? And can you give some specific example of a challenge that you faced, which you could resolve using zero trust?
Thank you, Rajiv. Yeah. So let's talk about common IT challenges, because we are the one who implement this technology. And I can give you multiple examples. And let us start with the network trust and malware. So that is one of the hot topics nowadays everywhere you talk about.
Yeah.
So see, basically it needs to ensure that users and devices can safely connect to the internet, regardless of where they are connecting from. Yeah. Without the complexity, associated with the legacy approaches, what we had. Yeah. Additionally, IT, needs to proactively identify, block and mitigate targeted threats such as malware, ransomware, phishing, DNS, data exfiltration. You talk about advanced, zero-day attacks for users and all. No? You can have a big list. Yeah. So zero trust definitely, when you talk about zero trust security, it helps you to improve your security posture while reducing the risk of malware. So that is one example I can give you. And I'm happy that Vinay touched upon, the secure application access. So that is also very important. You see, the traditional access technologies like VPN rely on, antiquated trust practices, what we call it. Yeah. And which has resulted, in compromised user credentials, leading to breaches and all. IT needs to rethink its access model. It's a high time for all the IT business leaders to think about, and technologies to ensure the business is secure while still enabling fast and simple access for all users. Yeah, including third-party users. Zero trust, in this case, zero trust again helps you to secure and can reduce the risk and complexity while delivering a consistent user experience. So that is my thought, when you talk about application. The other point which I touched upon initially when I was talking about complexity and IT resources, because sometimes you have serious challenge to manage that technology what you have implemented. Yeah. So enterprise access and security is complex and constantly changing. Traditional enterprise technologies are complex, and making changes often takes days. Sometimes it takes weeks, and that business cannot afford. Yeah. So using again zero trust model, it can help you to reduce FTE hours, and architectural complexity. So these factors, if you consider, as we say that charity starts from home itself, to talk about, within your IT team, what challenges you may face and how you can address those challenges. And then your business comes, then your users come, then you think about other, stakeholders. So these few points I could highlight, and that's my submission on your question, Rajiv.
Great, that's nice. And there's something else which came up as a new technology a few years back. I remember EY also, when we were talking about our global network, connecting all the countries together. We were primarily on MPLS and some places on VPN and those sort of technologies. I think the best that we could talk of was MPLS at that time. And at that time, I remember this new SD-WAN came up. And SD-WAN was something which was supposed to be something which will really revolutionize the way the network works, both in terms of the performance, how you manage it, and the cost, because it was going to be riding on the internet and not like an MPLS, which was a fairly expensive network connectivity. So maybe, Ghulam, if you could give us an idea about what this SD-WAN does, how does it work, what is the concept, and also both from a connectivity part towards the server side, which is hosting on the cloud, and on the end user side, which is all the people who are connected to the applications. So can you throw some light on?
Sure, Rajiv. Thank you so much for asking me this question. So, well, I believe that cloud transformation can't be succeed without having consistent performance with the reliability connectivity to the cloud. So connectivity is play a very important role when it comes to the cloud transformation. Any company, they move from on-premise to cloud, so the connectivity part comes in first, because it's directly impacting on the user experience. So when they have the servers placed in the data center, the access and the reachability is different, the latency point of view, the bandwidth point of view. When this transformation happens, so the bandwidth cut to half, and the latency, because you don't have the last mile control, because of there are a lot of service provider in the middle, so the companies cannot control on the last mile connectivity. So most of the organization we are shifting their workloads to the cloud environment. Today's around 76% organization has been adopted a multi-cloud environment, in such as platform as a service, or infrastructure as a service, or a software as a service application such as Office 365, Salesforce, or WebEx, or even GoToMeetings, whatever the application is, the SaaS-based applications. So according to the business decision maker survey, 21% of CIOs and CISOs, they said that there are poor web cloud application performance. So when they move to the cloud, so application performance is degraded. So different sector digitalization strategy in all vertical, using different types of application, which require some different types of treatment. If you are using commodity links, for example, to reduce the cost, or you want to have a commodity links to connect to the cloud, which requires certain protocols need to be take place to make sure that application performance to improvise the user experience and to the business users. So with the traditional WAN architecture, which was meant only to resolve the issue of branch to branch and branch to data center connectivity only. It's not meant for the cloud transformation. So the cloud transformation comes in middle, and this traditional WAN, which you mentioned about MPLS, it's it's a 2-decade ago technology. It's been introduced in 1999. So now we are sitting in 2022. So it's been an outdated technology, I can say, sort of thing. Although it's a secure technology, but when it comes to the cloud, MPLS is not cloud-aware technology, to say that. So traditional WAN architecture, if you want to connect branch to branch, or if you are hosting some application in cloud, so these branches will steer all the traffic from the data center. So the traffic which you are receiving in data center is suboptimal. Why? Because you already hosted majority of the application in cloud. So whatever the traffic is transiting to data center, it's suboptimal. So it's known as a backhauling, or you can say hairpinning. So this is one of the major issue where we get the lack of bandwidth or even the latency. So branch can go directly accessing the cloud application. It has to go via the data center. So we are ending up with adding some sort of latency due to the hops and the single point of failure. What if the head office goes down? So there will be no connectivity to the cloud. So then the SD-WAN comes into play. So SD-WAN, what it does, first of all, it is establish a direct connectivity to the cloud. And as I mentioned, there are multiple types of cloud services like IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. So platform as a service and infrastructure as a service, one of the cloud platforms where the customer can host their servers on that specific cloud and can able to form the connectivity. And there are multiple vendors out there in the market who provide this sort of connectivity to deploy some sort of edge devices or head-end devices to deploy in such environment. But there is no vendor out there in the market who provide the SaaS-based optimization solutions. The SaaS-based is something that you don't have control, like in case of Office 365. None of the vendors is allowing the install any sort of components or any sort of plugins on their tenant. So how we can resolve those sort of issue and maintain the user experience? So VMware SD-WAN is offering something, it's having a very unique architecture. It's a cloud delivered architecture which helped optimize the cloud based connectivity using VMware cloud gateways. Cloud gateway is one of the component which VMware SD-WAN is allowed, and this cloud gateway has been deployed strategically worldwide. There are more than 3,000 POPs out there in the worldwide. If you can see the VMware SD-WAN cloud gateway on the top, which is directly connecting to the SaaS-based or IaaS-based services. So those cloud gateways are sitting adjacent to the applications. So can you please move to the next slides, please? Yeah. So the branch can able to access cloud-based application by having any sort of connectivity. So there is no underlay transport dependency. So for example, you can have a hybrid types of WAN. You can have a MPLS, you can have DSL, DIA, or lease line, what sort of connectivity you can plug it to the branch. It can be form the direct connectivity to the cloud environment. So if you can see the highlighted first number, which is a SaaS-based connectivity. So the cloud gateway is transiting the traffic to the SaaS base and optimizing the traffic. So for example, the branch wanted to go to the AWS or Office 365. So the nearest cloud gateway will form the DMPO tunnel, which is called a VCMP tunnel in the terminology of VMware. So DMPO is a proprietary protocol of VMware, which is improvising the last mile connectivity by maintaining the quality of service from branch A until the cloud connectivity. So the traffic will go to the cloud gateway and it will hand off the traffic to the specific application. And if you see the scenario 2, which it's highlighted, scenario 2, it's if some customers are using AWS or VMC or Google Cloud platforms or any sort of cloud servers or host workloads in the cloud tenants or cloud environment, VMware is allowing to deploy the virtual edge, which is a part of edge is one of the component in SD-WAN, where you can deploy in the branch side as a physical physical form factor, and you can deploy also in the virtual form factor in the cloud environment. Also in this if you contrast to the cloud connectivity, the VMware has come up with a new solution called Azure vWAN. So Azure vWAN is something which is new to the market, where the other vendor cannot offer the it's until the moment they don't offer such service. So Azure vWAN is something that Microsoft is offering the managed SD-WAN services in the Azure cloud environment in a full cluster mode, like 2 edge devices can be placed, multiple cluster devices can be placed in the cloud environment, and branch can able to connect directly to that specific edge devices. And also if you see the cloud gateways also can be help to connecting the non SD-WAN devices. So for example, one of the challenges to connect the non-SD-WAN branches. If you are in some customer in the transformation mode from SD-WAN to non-SD-WAN, so one of the challenges to connect the legacy types of branches. So the cloud gateways provide the good role to connect to the non-SD-WAN branches, and also it form a hybrid types of connectivity in terms of like MPLS or DSL, or as I mentioned, the whole underlay transport. There is no dependency on that. So I believe the SD-WAN is one of the technology which is transforming the whole cloud WAN architecture connectivity with having any sort of WAN underlay transport. Yeah. Thank you.
So tell me, in this slide itself, there is, if you see number 3 and 4, one is a legacy data center, the other is SD-WAN data center. What is the difference and how do they connect? It's not clear.
Yeah, sure. So sorry, I don't cover this 3 and 4. So the third number is the legacy data center. So for example, if the customer is running any non-SD-WAN types of devices, for example, firewall or routers or any sort of devices. So let's take it this way. Customer, they may have branches in the different region. So branch sitting in London, they want to connect from India, and the London branch, they don't have any SD-WAN devices out there, or maybe it's in the shipment, or and we want to communicate all these SD-WAN branch to that specific branch in London. So we can able to use the cloud gateways to form the IPsec tunnel, the secure IPsec tunnel to that specific branch, and all the SD-WAN branch can use the path of the cloud gateways to reach to the legacy WAN branches. So this is the alternate way until they can have a SD-WAN branches out there. And also there is a cloud web security scenario. So for example, when it comes to the SASE, secure access service edge is a trend nowadays. So SASE is basically a cloud security platform which I think Vinay has elaborated in very well manner how the SASE and the zero trust is availing those services. So also the point number 4, if you see, this is a hybrid types of WAN. So customer in this topology, it's using the MPLS and internet together. So those connectivity will be aggregated as one, and it will do the per packet steering from the branch point of view. So we can able to share the load sharing between the private MPLS and public MPLS, public circuits links. So in the traditional way, if the customer is having 2 types of connectivity like MPLS and the DSL or maybe DIA sort of connectivity, it was in active and standby mode. But in SD-WAN, whatever the connectivity you are connecting to the SD-WAN device, it will be actively participating, and it is doing the per packet load steering. And also, if any one of the link goes down, it will immediately all the traffic will be steered to the active link. So you will not even get a single ping loss while transforming this traffic from one link to another link. Yeah.
Understood. Very nice. So since these are all VMware products, and Vinay, would you like to add something to this?
No, Rajiv, I think Ghulam has really described it really well. And I think SD-WAN becomes one of the backbone for IT, in the current pandemic situation. In fact, for VMware employees, we are working from home and we get one SD-WAN. We're privileged to get one SD-WAN device, and you will see that the way our network is, and the way my voice is, or my audio or video both is. I think we've been using SD-WAN very actively, because what it also ensures is, even if I'm using an open internet, there is an SD-WAN overlay tunnel between my home and to the cloud. So and then there are policies. So any malicious activity or any of the untrusted access cannot be given to our network, and it is all coming securely through an SD-WAN overlay tunnel. So Ghulam has described it really well. Thanks, Ghulam.
So tell me, you said at home also, do you get an SD-WAN device, or how do you connect?
Yeah, so our SD-WAN devices, they come with zero touch provisioning, which means you just need an SD-WAN, you just need an internet connectivity, and you plug in the Ethernet port into the CPE, basically, which is nothing but the router, and the router has a wireless access. So, if you're using it in a small branch, or if you're using it, like myself at home, I use a wireless access to connect my laptops and all my devices to that. And then the policies that are pushed onto that device is all remotely. So what happens is, like I said, it's zero trust provisioning. So the only touching that you need to do is connecting the wire into that device. And once you do that, the device is already giving you the Wi-Fi access, right? So there is a Wi-Fi that has already been given. So you can connect your mobile phone, laptop, or any of the device through the Wi-Fi, and you get an activate link. You activate it. The moment you activate it, the orchestrator, which is also on cloud, where the policy has been decided, gets pushed onto that device immediately. And then through that policy is how you access. So, if you've not accessed YouTube, or you might not want to get YouTube on your SD-WAN overlay. You might want the YouTube to go under on an underlay, which is an unsecured network, because it is my personal access, or a Gmail, which is a personal access. So those policies are already there, and there is nothing which is my personal access going onto my official or a corporate network, and there is nothing from a corporate network that is going onto an open internet. It is all happening in a secure manner. And then obviously, because I have two links, and even if one link, and the DMPO that Ghulam mentioned, which is nothing but the per packet steering, it is so good, Rajiv. So there is no packet drop at all. Most of the SD-WAN devices, they do per session, which means if a link gets disconnected during a session, the next session is where the link load balance happens. In case of VMware, it is per packet. So even if a link fails in one session, the session is not dropped. It still continues from another link, and the links could be MPLS or open internet, like Ghulam said, or even a SIM card, right? Some of our boxes come with LTE SIM cards. So, places where people do not get MPLS cloud, or people where they do not get a wired broadband, you can put a SIM card on top of it, and you can give internet access. And then through SD-WAN, you create an overlay tunnel and ensure that all the traffic that is getting from those branches, some of the the remote petrol pumps, or some of the remote locations where the wired connectivity cannot happen, the SIM cards can be inserted, and through that open internet, I can create an SD-WAN overlay tunnel and transfer the data securely.
Oh, that's right. So Vijender, in your organization, are you using SD-WAN?
Yes, we do, and I can give you my feedback that SD-WAN, offers better protection and greater performance than MPLS. That is for sure, and that's what we have been experiencing. So it's a good solution, robust solution. I mean, gives you better protection, greater performance than MPLS and all. I mean, traditionally we had MPLS lines, and now gradually we plan to migrate over SD-WAN. Still we use MPLS line. We don't say that we don't use it, but if I compare the both solutions, both technology, I can say that, I mean, SD-WAN gives you a better protection and greater performance. So that's my
just Rajiv, allow me just to add one thing here.
Yeah, sure.
Like Vijender was mentioning about the lack of resources to send to the branches location. So any organization, this is one of the big challenge for truck roll the resources to the remote branches to do some sort of consoling to the device and do some sort of settings. But SD-WAN really comes with the orchestrator, which is the main component, where regardless how many branches you have. So currently the VMware largest branch, the deployment branch is 12,000. So one of the customer in Europe, they have 12,000 branches. So we can manage and maintain all the business policies, all the monitoring, analytics, all this from single pane of glass. So we need to send any a skill set guys to the remote branch. Anyone can do the activation or replacing the device, doing the RMA by having the smartphone on their hand. It's a zero ZTP. It's a very good functions, and all the management plane it's in the centralized. So by sitting in the single place, you can able to see the branches across the world. And also there is one of the thing which is MPLS doesn't offer, which is connecting the branches in the different region. There's if you have MPLS in the different region, which is having a lot of expensive type of connectivity. But SD-WAN, if you connect the SD-WAN, there will be no geographical region restrictions. You can able to form the DMPO tunnel, which is as Vinay mentioned, the overlay tunnels between any region to any cloud, or any branch to branch, or even data center to DR, whatever sort of connectivity you can able to do that. This slide is presenting, we have taken from one of the real snapshot which we deployed to the customer in the POC. So if you see, there are link degradation happens in the two links, but after the enhancement and mitigation of the TCP and UDP correction, how the SD-WAN is delivered. So you can see the voice quality traffic, after enhancement, the Velo Cloud is improvising the connectivity. So in this case, if there is any issue on the underlying transport, the SD-WAN will do the remediation technique to mitigate the issue, and it will be streamlined. Thank you.
That's great. So in conclusion, would you like to, anybody wants to add anything, any comments? And also a question to the organizers, if there are any questions from the audience anywhere that we need to handle. Yeah, sorry, Vijender, please go ahead.
I just wanted to add one more thing, because we had done comparison also. So if you compare SD-WAN with MPLS, if you do a proper cost comparison, yeah. Nowadays we have been asked, to reduce the cost, So we have done a cost comparison also, and I'm happy to share that if you compare SD-WAN with your traditional MPLS, SD-WAN reduces cost, by providing multi-point connectivity using distributed private data traffic exchange. And what we have seen that, this really help us, to bring down the operational cost. So in that way, SD-WAN is also cost-effective solution, which gives you better protection and great performance.
Thank you, Vijender, for mentioning this.
Yeah, I have heard about the cost part. In fact, that's what one of the major benefits which was initially being talked about. Yeah.
Yeah, and Raju, maybe just one point I wanted to add was, SD-WAN is actually one such solution, right? Which is too good to be true. That kind of that's kind of a feeling is what you get. Because SD-WAN, because there is an overlay tunnel, the kind of visibility that you can get, and the kind of, so like I said, right, the boxes come with Wi-Fi. So when a branch is using that Wi-Fi access, and then there are 10 or 15 devices, or, depending upon how big a branch is, there'll be more users in that office or in that branch accessing that network. We are able to actually pinpoint and tell you what is the user experience that they're getting. And if there is any issue with their device, and it could be an IoT device or a laptop or desktop, and we can actually pinpoint and tell you where the issue is actually from a user experience point of view. So SD-WAN, because it's overlay and it's all in software, it is one technology which is too good to be true and can really solve a lot of problems.
Great. I seem to have missed the revolution. It's been a pleasure talking to you. It's been a technology that I've been hearing a lot about, and would really would have enjoyed working on it. Came in a little too late for me, but good. All the best. Thank you very much.
So welcome all. It's a pleasure to meet all of you virtually, though, given the circumstances and the situation that we are living in this era. But I am sure it's going to be very soon get over with it, and then probably we'll all be back to our set of offices and workplaces where we have been operating all this while. So, but it's a pleasure to meet all of you. And just to give a quick introduction about myself, my name is Vineet Sinha. I am a director cybersecurity with the organization which is the largest payment network organization in the world, MasterCard. Today I have picked up a very interesting topic for which I wanted to speak, and I wanted to deliberate and discuss a little more in detail, because I think this is an area which is very, very prominent, and most of the CISOs, CIOs today even struggle to address some of these key important parameters. given the environment that we have today, where the adversaries, their attack pattern, their methodologies are evolving every day. So it's very important for us to continuously measure the set of control environment that we are living in, to make sure that we are able to effectively handle the adversary which are there. Now, given the environment, if we have to look at our organization, how do we see that? Okay, given the set of digital transformation that have happened over the period of last couple of years, a lot of things have changed, right? And I think most of the organization today have evolved on the journey of cloud security, and then they are also doing a lot of other digital transformation, like of adopting AI, ML, robotic process automation, and a lot of other pieces for their organization. Now, it is becoming very challenging for an entity which is very, very critical in the overall digital transformation, which is the security function, right? And then to measure some of these security gaps, to ensure that the control that we are implementing are the best of the control, then we are remaining on top of it at all point of time. We need to understand the complexities of our organization first. Now, if I have to look at my organization or any other organization, I have to look from two different lenses. Consider your organization as a house, right? And then start looking them at the internal set of controls and the external set of controls. Okay, so you have to understand the internal environment first and the external environment. Now, when we talk about your external environment, you have so many different partners, like of your vendors, right? A lot of entities whom you would be seeking some kind of an API in order to fetch data or send data, right? A lot of service providers whom you will be seeking services from. You need to understand that, right? And how the connectivity, you have a lot of clients, you have a lot of partners whom you are connected with. Now you need to understand their set of environment, and because these connectivities are going to have with your infrastructure and your setup, you need to understand how these are getting connected. First of all, what kind of data that are getting transferred to your organization through these sources, and what may be the risk that may happen to your organization, right? The other piece which you also need to and because of this digital transformation, we have seen that we have also expanded our journey to the cloud. Now that's another entity which is again to be looked into, right? And then we have to look all of these pieces holistically, right? The third important piece, which is the internal side of your organization. You are doing a lot of things today in order to protect your organization. You are working on deploying a lot of these standards like ISO 27001, 22301, 31000, 27770, 27017. A lot of these standards that are being used today, OWASP for that matter. Now, how do we measure some of these? And that's the challenge that as a security organization, we all face day in, day out. Now let's take step-by-step approach in terms of understanding how you can actually overcome some of these issues, because these infrastructure are not only, or the environment that we have, not only have the complex infrastructure, the application systems, but a lot of other things like of your internal employees, their access to a lot of sensitive information, personal information, right? So it's important for us to understand the control environment, how that is also operating at the same time, not only at the physical and the physical side of the piece or the technical side of the piece, but also at the human-centric side of the piece. So all of these have to be understood. Now let's take example of each of these and try to understand how some of these are evolving. Now, when you are connecting with some of the external entities, right? There are a lot of these connections which are through your APIs. You are connecting or you are forwarding the information to, let's say, their systems in terms of their internal consumption. So let's say there are deliverables which are going sent from your system to their systems, which are going to be consumed as an internal input for some of their systems. Now, the data flow that happen between the two entities, which is from the external to the internal to the external, is very important that we understand the data flow. Okay, so that's the first piece that as an organization, we need to understand. Okay. What kind of data is being shared? What are the method through which we are sharing this data? Is it been sent through a FTP? Are we using some kind of a SFTP? Are these information going to be shared through an API route? Are these information being sent through an email route? Are these just going to be sent through as an application to application connectivity? So a lot of these pieces needs to be understood. Now you need to measure. You need to measure the environment which is connecting the two entities. Okay. Now you have to use, there are various set of tools and applications which are there sitting. And as an organization, we ourselves today deploy more than 45 to 50 odd solutions, right? And it becomes very difficult to be really abreast with the changing space, the correlation, the output which is coming up from these application and system, the correlation becomes very, very difficult today, right? So you as an organization, you would like to understand how some of these pieces are interacting, right? And what is the value that they are bringing to us. Okay. So when we talk about the external environment, you have to understand your external vendors, partners, client environment. Once you have understood that, you have to understand the data flow that we have already talked about. Once you have been able to understand about the data flow, the third piece is that, let's say if an attacker is gets an access to your client environment and he uses their set of systems in order to attack your environment, how are you going to protect that, right? So you need to do some kind of a continuous monitoring of your systems and applications, right? So you need to see that, okay, whatever traffic is hitting your environment, right? You are able to understand that, okay, this is a legitimate traffic versus a non-legitimate traffic, and how your systems or environment is equipped in order to handle that. Okay, so for that, you need to do some kind of a methodology where you are doing a continuous monitoring of your system. So there are a lot of solutions which are there today in the market, which helps you in terms of detecting that, okay, your IP addresses are vulnerable to these following attacks, and this is how you can actually in terms of overcome that, right? The second piece which is very, very important and becoming very critical today is doing a vulnerability assessment, right? Today, let's say if in case because of any XYZ reason, because of any changes to my environment, my administrator have left some kind of a loophole in my system. Okay. Now, what will happen because of that due to any change? An attacker have an opportunity, because these attackers are using best of the technologies. They are using the best of the solution in order to continuously crawl your environment, right? So what they will be able to do is they will be able to identify that, okay, this particular organization have a vulnerable system, which is like this port has been open, and we can easily go ahead and do an attack on this organization, right? So what you need to do is to immediately, because if you do a legacy vulnerability assessment today, you may be able to identify this gap after a period of, let's say, 1 quarter, because once you have done a vulnerability assessment for a specific quarter, obviously you will initiate that exercise probably after a quarter, right? So the gap still remains in your environment, right? Now you need to bridge these gaps, right? If you are able to bridge the gaps within a within a stipulated time, obviously the window of an attacker get reduced, right? He will have a very less of a time in order to really penetrate into your organization, because he will also need to understand the environment, the kind of systems that are open, and then he will actually weaponize his set of tools in order to actually attack. But if you reduce that window, obviously you cannot reduce it to 0 immediately, because it will take some time in order to mitigate that. But if you are able to reduce that to a specific number, let's say within 30 minutes, I'll be able to bridge that. This will help you in terms of protecting your organization, right? So that's another area which needs to be looked into, because if you are able to do a continuous vulnerability assessment on the systems and infrastructure in order to come up, mitigate these gaps, right? You will be able to effectively low down the attack ratio on your organization infrastructure. So that's another second important piece. So there are a lot of other, again, solutions which you can actually utilize in terms of, again, that solutions may be cost effective for some organizations. They might not be cost effective. Again, the decision is entirely upon the organization in terms of what budget they have, what kind of an ROI that they see on the investment of that particular product and solution. But I think that's the another solution that I feel is very, very optimistic in terms of really bridging some of those gaps. I think the third important piece, which is very important, and in the given scenario today, we have been struggling, is to measure the control environments, right? So we talked about the external environment, their measurement. We talked about the infrastructure, which is your systems where the traffic is hitting. So you need to put some controls in order to manage that. The third important piece is to do an internal review. Now, as an organization, today what we used to do is we used to do risk assessment, which is ISO 27001 risk assessment, or any other risk assessment given by the standards. Now, these assessments primarily are very qualitative in nature, right? Because it's a discussion okay. And while we are discussing some of these pieces, the interpretation of the control, the impact may vary from stakeholder to stakeholder, right? So even if you have done a qualitative risk assessment, the output that you may be anticipating from these stakeholders may not give you the real set of comfort. You may not be able to bring out the right set of risk for your organization. So the thought process is that the qualitative is good, but what you need to add is the quantitative risk analysis on top of it. Now, the quantitative will help you in terms of understanding the risk in terms of numbers. It will help you in terms of calculating the financial impact. It will help you in terms of understanding the return of investment on your control that you're putting. It will help you in terms of measuring the control environment. So that's become even more critical. So the third piece that you can do as an organization is that you should expand your risk assessment, not from only the qualitative, but to the quantitative route. Again, as an organization, our thought process has been that, okay, if in case there is any major change that happens, then probably we'll do a qualitative risk analysis, right? Or if in case, as per requirement of the standard, we'll go ahead and do an annual risk assessment on that. I think the approach should be that once you have done a qualitative risk analysis for, let's say, based on the annual requirement, the quantitative risk assessment should be performed on a quarterly basis. Why? Because your risks are evolving, your adversaries are evolving, right? So in order to manage that, you need to continuously address the challenges that are coming for your organization and effectively build up a roadmap. So let's say today, if my focus is vendor risk management, okay, and I have been able to plug some of the issues through the controls that we talked about initially, I think my second important piece would be some other area, right? So now the application, if I see that, let's say the application which are receiving some of this traffic, which we talked about in the second control, if we see that there are vulnerabilities which are existing there, then that may become a set of risk for me. Now I need to address that. And to address that, I need to see if in case, what is the value that I should put in for the organization? What is the ROI that it will bring if in case I have to close that gap, right? And if in case I have to do some kind of an investment. So that quantitative risk analysis, if we are doing it on a quarter on quarter basis, it will help us to understand what is the maturity of my organization, how the maturity is going to help me in terms of overcoming the risk. And if in case there is an investment which is there, which have to be put in, how that investment is helping my organization. So it's very important to undergo some of these pieces. The fourth thought process that I have, and I think it is very, very critical today, given the set of environment that we are living in, I think is we have so many solutions. So many solutions means 45 to 50 solutions. And these are going through SOC, NOC, independent solutions. It is becoming very, very difficult to manage it on the ground. We have a DLP team who is monitoring the traffic which is coming on from the DLP. Any violation, they manage it. We have a firewall team which is looking at the logs which is coming. We have a security operations center which is collating some of the traffic which is coming through these firewalls. They are looking at the server infrastructure and the network infrastructure. But we do not today have a holistic solution which looks at each of these solutions in one single go, rather than looking at them independently. Okay, there is something called as cyber analytics, and it is very, very important today. Why? Because it addresses the challenges of not only looking at each of these solutions and the output holistically as a combined solution, but it also tells you, based on the correlation engine that you develop, based on the input that is receiving and based on the information that is been there in that system, if it is better able to understand the traffic, the inputs which are coming in, it will be able to provide you some meaningful information. Yeah, it will help you in able to identify and alert very, very effectively. It will help you in terms of monitoring and closing some of the gaps very, very closely. Like we talked about, inputs of the output of the solution one, right? The control one, which is like in understanding the vendor environment. You are looking at it independently. The environment, the output of the solution two, which is the network infrastructure and the server infrastructure, the IP addresses, the control which you are looking there, you're looking at them independently. But if in case, let's say there is a vendor attack, when a system which is emanating an attack from vendor system and is coming into your firewall, right, is coming and hitting your firewall, if we are able to detect that effectively within the time, I think we'll be in a very well position in order to mitigate some of those pieces, right? But if you look at them independently, continue to look at them independently, the team A may take time in order to communicate that to team B. And by the time the team A communicates to team B, the damage is already done. So it's important that we have certain solutions. It's not necessary that we need to invest a lot of money. There are a lot of open sources solutions which are there available. All we need to do is to integrate the output of these sources into those. How are you going to understand the information? How will you normalize? How will you parse the information? What is the kind of correlation that you want? What are the set of use cases that you feel are important from your organization perspective? And what is the value that you feel are important that the solution brings to you as an output, which you may like to monitor and remediate, right? So this solution, the fourth, is something which is organization centric, which can be driven specifically by the organization. Even the third solution that we talked about, the cyber risk quantification, there are a lot of methodologies, framework today, which exist in the market, which as an organization, you do not need to procure a solution effectively. You can use those methodologies in order to build. But if in case you adopt there are a lot of innovative products today, which actually take input from a lot of these adversaries. So they also incorporate inputs of the adversaries, right, into their solution. So they may bring more rich information to you. But if in case you are able to build the fourth one, which is the cyber analytics, and you are able to build up some use cases around that, you will be better equipped in terms of handling some of the challenges. So in primarily, if you have to, again, as I talked about, two of the controls, which we talked about externally, which is from an external environment, looking at the vendors, partners, the contractors, which are there existing. Two controls which you can put in, which can help you in terms of protecting your external environment. Two controls that you can put from an organizational perspective, which can help you in terms of bridging your internal environment. The fifth important piece, which is, I think, again, has to go as a very, very critical input into your entire solution base, is the human-centric behavior. How your employees are behaving, what kind of an access that they are doing, right? What kind of an email that they are reading, right? That also have to be integrated into your cyber analytics platform, because that's the key. That's the key. If you have if you are conducting a training for your employees, right? If you are training them in terms of on various parameters of information security, which is from a software development perspective, or you are telling them as to how do they need to behave while they are accessing data center, or you're talking about how do they need to actually behave in terms of when managing the cloud environment. These training have to also be integral part of your entire platform, because these are going to be your defining force, right? These are, so people, process, and technology. Your cyber analytics platform cannot only depend on technology and processes. It has to be a combination of all three critical elements, which is your people, process, and technology. So until unless you have not created a robust environment for yourself, the challenges which are there may still continue to persist, and you may still have all those issues. So again, there is no silver bullet. You, for specific issues, specific challenges, you have to build controls, you have to address them, and accordingly you have to move ahead. So this has to be part of a journey rather than a one-stop solution which says that, okay, with this kind of a control environment, I am going to just go ahead and start investing into XYZ, and this will help me in terms of protecting. No, first you need to develop a roadmap. You have to start with the basics, start with A, and then plan to move till Z. And that should be ideally your approach in terms of moving ahead.
Welcome all. Great to be with you here today. My name is Naresh Pala. I have now consolidated more than 6 year experience in cybersecurity and have overall 20-year experience in risk management, compliance, governance, including IT, internal audit, and assurance. Most recently, I have been working as a cybersecurity specialist, providing services and advice on governance, risk, and compliance activities. I have diversified experience in state and federal government working environment, as well as private and public enterprises, IT consulting, and Big Four accounting firms. Today, I will be talking mainly on network security. My insight and experience, I would say, in network security is, first of all to protect information and data, organization has to carefully design their infrastructure and network security. Therefore, implementing network security controls plays an important role in this respect. In Australia, as per Information Security Manual guidance issued by Australian Cybersecurity Centre, which is called ACSC, there are almost 30 controls on network design and configuration. A couple of them are, for example, network documentation should include a high-level network diagram detailing all connections into the network, a logical network diagram detailing and showing network devices, critical servers and services, and the configuration of all the network devices. A network device register should be maintained and regularly audited thereafter, making sure default account for network devices are disabled, renamed, or have their passphrase changed. And as per my recent experience, there are always some challenges to implement network security controls. And I have been working on various cybersecurity projects and programs, such as the development of various cloud services, managing security element across application and platforms, developing security strategies and assessing architecture design, assessing cybersecurity for identity and access management at development and implement phase, reviewing, developing, designing, documenting organizational standards, policy, and procedures, conducting third-party assurance and risk assessments, engaging with internal and external stakeholders, implementing tactical and strategical control with focus around automation of threat intelligence, and vulnerability management to uplift security posture. To support IRAP Information Security Register SS program assessments and external audit activities, I have completed a statement of applicability, system security plans for the various components of the application platform and systems. Also contributed to design document for various platforms hosted on Microsoft Azure, MuleSoft, and AWS. Basically implementing information security manual control and essential aids. A thorough